Welcome, my friends, to Pro Tour Amsterdam. I am Brian Gottlieb. I am joined by Pankaj Bhojwani. We are so excited to bring you 3 days of incredible action here from Europe. Pankaj, these are the best weekends of the year for me. 3 times a year, we get together, we do Worlds, we do Pro Tours. There is nothing better than competing in flesh and blood at the highest possible stakes.
I completely agree. The energy of this room, every time you walk in, you just feel this electricity in the air, and everyone's just so pumped to compete, to just show off their mettle. And we're coming right off the back of national season as well. All these national champions showing up to the Pro Tour, trying to show who is the best, who can take it down. I'm unbelievably hyped.
A national season that absolutely reset the meta. Some changes that then further reset the meta afterwards. Of course, some bans taking place, maybe trimming down the effectiveness of Zen a little bit. We'll see whether that plays out this weekend. And folks, do not worry, you have not missed a moment of action. We're going to be kicking things off with round 1, and we have some incredible feature matches for you. But before we get to that, let's just set the stage a little bit, Pankaj. Let's talk about why we're here, what we're playing for. Of course, we are all about that prize money, that 50K being put into our players' pockets. We saw Arthur Trehet hoist that giant check when we were last at Pro Tour Los Angeles in the most unbelievable fashion. Who will write their name in Pro Tour history this weekend? Will there be another sigil off the top, another memorable moment that ultimately decides who goes ahead and collects that check for $50,000? And speaking of Arthur Trehet, that is going to be our first feature match. Of course. Got to kick it off with the Pro Tour champion. It is not only the winner, though, that is getting paid $50K, taking home that gold foil legendary, as well as that PTI and the champion's prize card. It is, of course, second place, putting $20K in their pocket. Not bad whatsoever. Gold foil as well. Third and fourth, $13,000. I can think of a lot of things to buy with $13,000. Mostly flesh and blood cards, I'll be honest.
Of course, yeah. All the marvels, the gold foils even, aside from the one that you win, of course, you want to buy more, bling out your entire deck.
You can't just have one gold foil. That's not going to really, announce that you're here, you're one of the ballers of flesh and blood. You need to make sure you have the full set. And I'm curious to see what Arthur Trehet's setup looks like now that he has that Pro Tour cash to fling around a little bit. Payments going all the way down to 64th place, $1,000 in your pocket if you're able to put up one of those top performances. All of our players going to be absolutely battling to do so this weekend. And of course, who can forget that so memorable Pro Tour winner card? Of course, Oldham went into the pocket of Michael Fung back in Baltimore. We saw Dromai in the hands of Arthur Trehet take down Pro Tour Los Angeles. Another Pro Tour card going to be given out this weekend. Briar's floating around out there in the hands of Matt Foulkes. There is Phi floating around as a world champion as well. So many of these Pro Tour winners have just memorable stories, memorable ties to their heroes. And we're going to find out who's going to make that new tie this weekend. And we are ready right now in our feature match area. As I said, we're going to kick things off with our Pro Tour champion. It is Arthur Trehet on your right-hand side. Playing new, has to find a new hero with the absence of Dromai from the metagame. But he's not escaping the Illusionist. We're going to see him taking on Vespa, playing Prism. Vespa, kind of one of the breakout pioneers of this Prism deck. Of course, at the Calling Phuket, had a very strong performance. Top 4, I believe, in that event. Didn't quite get over the line, but looked so impressive. And I think that's the moment where Prism really announced her arrival on the scene.
What an incredible first match to start the day off. Our previous Pro Tour champion, and as you talked about, our rising star, Vespa, quarterfinalist, semi-finalist, I believe, at the Calling Phuket on this Prism. I am just so incredibly excited to see how these players navigate this matchup. Now, of course, Arthur Trehet on the new side, slightly the underdog in this matchup. New into Prism, lots of news coming out, and Prism's coming out in a certain sense to counteract the news that are showing up to beat the Zens. It's going to be a little bit favorable for Vespa on this side, but we have seen Arthur Trehet overcome adversity before, so let's see how he navigates this matchup.
I think this sets the stage for the weekend so well, Pankaj, because New looks to be one of the top 2 decks here this weekend. I don't think that surprises anyone. I think we all knew coming in. We kind of expected Zen New to be right there as number 1 and 2. We'll, of course, have full metagame breakdown for you in just a little while. But it does look like New right there at the top, and New is here to pick off those Zens. Really wants to punish them. Loves the matchup. Loves any Guardians that might have wandered into the arena. Very willing to pick on those. But there are some holes in New's game, and I think they're mostly Illusionist shape, Pankaj.
Definitely. Enigma and Prism both not something new wants to face. Even Wizard is in that category as well, so other Trehet probably not too happy to be facing not only Illusionist, but also Vespa on Prism in this round 1. Now, looking over at his equipment side, very, very interesting choice of weapons for him over here. Double Mistblade, not something that we see often.
Yeah, you know, I think one of the most fascinating parts of new is what is your dagger loadout going to be? There's so many configurations we've seen. I heard somebody, I can't remember who it was, but took down a battle-hardened playing new with Scale Peeler, kind of put that one on the map. I probably got lucky, didn't seem like much of a player, but ultimately did get that W, so
yeah.
When I remember who that is, I'll let you know.
Just riding the coattails of other people not knowing how to play against new, I think. That was quite it. But yeah, double Mistblade, when the opponent is also on Phantasmal Footsteps, it can be a little bit tricky because these Mistblades, of course, don't have piercing. So Vespa is very easily going to be able to just pay 1 in the Footsteps to nullify the first dagger. And then trying to swing both Mistblades on the same turn can be incredibly inefficient. So Arthur probably not too happy to see Footsteps on the other side. But I do want to also point out his Flick Knives, which can be very, very critical to just pick off an Angel that's hiding behind something else, or maybe hiding behind some blocks. If you just Flick Knives one of your daggers, and it just pops the Ward 4 on an Angel, you can maybe get rid of something threatening like a Soraya.
Best way to kick things off here with everyone's favorite play. Just going to go ahead and lead with that Arc Light Sentinel. That means this turn's basically eaten up. Not any way to cheat action points here for the new. Just going to get some pitch stacking done. Powerful cards going to the bottom of the deck in Just a Nick and a Codex of Frailty. But that's it for the turn for Arthur Trehet. And in fairness, Vespa had to give up Arsenal to go ahead and put that Arc Light Sentinel into play. So I don't think that's a huge loss for Arthur Trehet. I think you're fine with the pace of the game thus far. First Arc Light Sentinel out of the deck, seems fine to me.
It basically felt like he just swapped out who's going first and second.
Yeah.
He was going first, you just played Arclight, and now he's saying, no, now I get to go second because you just arsenaled and did nothing else, and I got to have the first 4-card hand of the game.
Blue War-Tuned Herald to play here from Vespa. Yellow card in the pitch zone. Offering 5 with this first salvo. Of course, playing against Prism, so challenging. Every single one of these Heralds picking up an on-hit effect. Always fearing those Figments getting out there, snowballing the game against you. How Arthur Trehet defends will be critical.
And speaking of these on-hits, aside from the going to SoAL and getting a Figment, Angelic Wrath coming over the blocks for Arthur Trehet over here.
Right off the bat, Vespa finds the connection here. Angelic Wrath coming down. Let's see if there's further reactions from the part of Arthur Trehet, or will this first salvo be successful for Vespa?
Arthur Trehet taking a moment to think over here. Does he have the defense? He does have it!
Sink below. We've seen him use that card to great effectiveness before.
Watch him sink into the sigil right here.
I'm here for it. I'll relive that moment.
So coming back to Vespa's chess piece, we haven't spoken about this yet. Now, there's been a bit of a discussion in the Prism community over what chess piece they should run into new. Some of them think they want to go into the Aura game plan, like typically what you do into Guardian, and you run Vestige for that, so you can snowball with a whole bunch of Tomes of Divinity and, spit out ALSs and protect Angels with the ALSs. Some people think you should be on Rapture to just overwhelm Nu with a whole bunch of Heralds because Nu doesn't really have lots of poppers, and certainly not 7-power poppers to get around a Herald of Triumph, for example. So Vespa over here opting for the Vestige, and we already see him arsenaling a Tome of Divinity, I believe. So he is quite set up already to start popping off and make use of the Vestige.
Arthur Trehet going to go ahead and try and challenge that arsenal here. Leave no witnesses is the play. And Vespa having a bit of a think. I saw a reach for that Halo of Illumination, maybe looking to get some action headed to the SoAL. This is the get out of jail free card for Prism. Once per game, you get this Halo, and it just does everything you want.
I also believe it's because I think he has another Tome of Divinity in his hand. So when you pop your Halo and you're already set up with 2 Tomes, now your Vestiges turn on, your Tomes are turned on. You're just going to draw a whole bunch of cards over here as Vespa.
A massive turn for Vespa here.
Yeah, very, very early as well. This does not bode well for Arthur Trehet. Normally, this sort of turn happens, a few more turns into the game. The Prism needs to find that second tome or find the ALS or something. But Vespa saying, I found my second tome right here, turn 3 of the game.
Is going to go ahead and get the first Figment of the game. Looks like Figment of Erudition is going to be the search. Still plenty of resources floating, and I suspect Vespa will do a good job of clearing out that arsenal should we have read it right and that leave no witnesses being left without a target.
Yep.
Ponder coming down as well. You see how the snowball accumulates, Ponkage, already setting up for the next arsenal, but there is that tome, as you mentioned, coming out of the arsenal.
Deciding what to pitch here. Remember, light cards do pitch for one more, thanks to a Vestige of SoAL.
Just going to pitch it. That all you got, so no buff there.
Now, one thing about this Prism list when they are on Vestige is sometimes they are forced into a play like this, especially into a deck like Nu that wants to disrupt you so much. On his like Leave No Witnesses, on his like Surgicals, when you're holding all these No Blocks, these Tomes, these Genesises, these Merciful Retributions, sometimes you're just forced to make a play like this. So, we're going to see whether Vespa can find that ALS that he so desperately needs to go ahead and flip this Angel and protect it very, very critically.
One card, draw 3. Pitch 1 blue. Go ahead and pick up 3 new ones off that second tome. A massive hand here for Vespa as he looks to establish some arena presence early on in this match.
And critically already has dodged that on hit. The Leave No Witnesses is just essentially vanilla 4 damage. Banish the top card of your deck, I guess, but nothing much else right there. So, the world is Vespa's oyster here.
And you see Vespa having quite a long think. You can understand why. Loaded with cards in hand. Looks like maybe some auras potentially being deployed here.
I believe I saw Merciful Retribution almost coming down. Parable coming down.
Okay, Parable of Humility.
Not a massive inclusion in a lot of the Prism lists these days. Sometimes you'll see maybe 2 of them, but you rarely see a full playset of the Parables of Humilities these days. So Vespa already showing us he's running 2 at the minimum. There's one in the pitch zone as well.
Yeah, did pitch a couple more yellows there, so didn't have the ultra-powered blues buffed by the Vestige of SoAL. But still 2 resources floating beyond here. That Parable is going to go ahead and get some reduction.
Yep.
Protect that fragile life total that Prism does play with.
2 floating is just enough. What he needs to flip the Figment into an Angel, should he wish to do so. Looks like he wants to pay for Footsteps instead, preserve a bit of the life.
I mean, there's still so many cards in hand, Ponkage. There's still so many paths this turn could go down.
Yeah. I do want to point out he is lacking enough soul to go ahead and flip the Angel and attack with it, and to get the draw effect. So maybe he's saying this isn't quite the time. Maybe we just won't see him flip the Angel, make sure it can't get blown up by something, especially like that Flick Knives on Arthur Trehet's side.
Sure, Flick Knives a real threat. And yeah, just playing a little slow here. An additional aura coming down. This one is the Merciful Retribution, as you said. Very aura-rich hand. And look, it's hard to say that went well for Arthur Trehet, but facing down 2 tomes, it's livable. Like, there's still a path out of this game, potentially. You didn't get absolutely buried, which 100% could have happened.
Yeah, the Halo being gone as well. The fact that Arthur Trehet has survived the Halo turn without facing down an ALS or something like that is very, very big. Now, there was a very neat little interaction that just happened there. The Ponder that broke on Vespa's turn does trigger Merciful Retribution because it is technically an aura, so that's why we see Arthur Trehet take that 1 point of arcane damage. Critically, Arthur Trehet's side, no arcane barrier to be seen. He knows, he understands his role in this matchup. He is the beatdown, he is the aggressor. He can't be paying for arcane damage here and there. He just needs to make sure he can put on the pressure and keep this board clean.
There's some work to do here for Arthur Trehet. I don't think you can play the game for very long with that Merciful Retribution being present. That is something that's going to have to be dealt with. There is the threat of flip from that Figment of Erudition. There's a paucity of action points on the side of Arthur Trehet, I would say.
And that's a bit of the problem the Merciful Retribution poses. We spoke about the soul deficit right now that Vespa's going through. He doesn't have the soul to flip the Angel and get the draw effect from it. But if you kill a Merciful, that goes into soul, and then now suddenly Vespa does have enough soul to do it. But you also can't just leave the Merciful there forever. So, that's a decision Arthur Trehet needs to make. And, we speak a lot about how Prism is a knowledge check for the opponents a lot of the time. So, Arthur Trehet is going to need to exhibit that knowledge if he wants to overcome this board state.
And look, I have to tell you, I didn't know Arthur Trehet before Pro Tour LA. It was not a name that was on my radar. It only took me a little while of watching him play. Sometimes someone shows up at a Pro Tour and they're a name you didn't know very well, and they succeed. And it was just their day. Everything broke well. And sometimes variance goes ahead and presents itself in positive ways in card games and just crowns its own champion. That was not the case with Arthur Trehet. You watched this guy play, An absolute stone cold master, a killer. We saw him play perfectly round after round after round. And if he needs to pass a knowledge check to go ahead and get over this very, very difficult matchup, I'm confident he has all the tools to do so.
I completely agree. I remember watching him at that Pro Tour, and he would play against a KO, and the KO turn 0 would cast bones. I believe that's happened like twice
yeah.
in 2 of his KO games. So, and he navigated out of that, obviously won the entire event, and he's here. I agree with you. He can pass his knowledge check.
I said it to him after watching him play in that top 8. It was either after the quarterfinals or the semis, and I was like, dude, you're a stone cold killer. Like, absolute master. And for somebody who just hasn't spent a ton of time around the top of the game, to see it come so quickly, big things ahead for Arthur Trehet for sure in Flesh and Blood.
Fate foreseen going to the pitch zone here for Arthur Trehet. You have to wonder whether maybe he was expecting the Vespa would be on a bit more of a Herald plan, because if you know your opponent's on auras, a card like Fate foreseen could be kind of bricky.
Yeah, can be a bit of a problem. Does have the Codex of Frailty here.
Yep. Arthur's turn to read a book, if you will.
Yep.
We saw Vespa play 2 tomes, and Arthur's out here with his own book. Codex of Frailty. Have you read this card, by the way?
Nope, I have no idea what it does, and I'm not learning, so we're just going to see what happens here. It looks like Arthur's moving cards around randomly. I'm sure we'll get to some result in the end here.
Critically does have the leave no witnesses, and we saw him earlier pitch a Codex of Frailty on turn 0, which is something that can happen. If you draw a Codex too early before you have a relevant card in your graveyard, it can be really, really awkward. Honestly, super clunky, a yellow that blocks 2. But this time did have the leave no witnesses from the previous turn.
Yeah, and is able to use that to go ahead and clean up that Merciful Retribution. A little bit of soul accumulated now for Vespa, a couple instances. That'll pay off those figments well as the game goes on. Has that Ponder trigger. Going to go ahead and give Vespa a window to do anything he may want to do first.
Yep, because the card has gone to Soul, which means Vestige of Soul is turned on. So this is the perfect time to play some of those 4-cost auras. You can just pitch a blue light card and play a Genesis just with like 2 cards, which is another thing why Vestige is so critical for these aura game plans. Your Merciful goes to Soul, your Heralds go to Soul, suddenly you just get the extra resource, and those 4-cost auras or the 4-cost like Tomes of Divinity suddenly become a lot easier to play.
I want to talk a little bit about Prism as a choice for this weekend, Ponkich. I think it's a brilliant choice, honestly. We talked about Nu and Zen being the most represented decks in the room. And look, I think the Prism positive into Zen is maybe a little overstated. I do think it's a good matchup. It's not a phenomenal matchup. It's not a buy. It's not an easy matchup. I think it's a good matchup. I think this new matchup, though, is very, very strong. And where those are the 2 most represented decks, and you're talking about a good matchup and a great matchup, that's such a good spot to be in. And the biggest thing holding Prism back is the knowledge required to play her. But for folks like Vespa, other champions of Prism out there, I know Matt Foulkes has been putting in a ton of reps with this. Of course, 2-time top 8 competitor and Pro Tour champion Matthew Foulkes. If you have the knowledge to play Prism well, I think the world is your oyster.
Oh, and Vespa, you're hitting on that Light of Soul. Got the Herald of Protection off the top.
Huge, huge hit there.
Finding a figment of his choice. This was being paid, I believe, to flip the figment of erudition. He did banish a card from Soul. He pointed to it, so we have to assume that's what the Light of Soul was pitched for. But that is an incredible, incredible start to this turn for Vespa.
Yeah, that's going to bring another figment out there to the battlefield.
2 figments and the Parable still there on Vespa's side. So just resolving all his triggers first before he actually does the flip from the Figment of Erudition. Currently on the stack. Looks like he found a Figment of Rebirth, put a Herald of Erudition on top as well. So knows he's going to draw right into that if he attacks with his Angel right now.
Not a bad spot to be in. Very good knowledge there. There we see the flip.
Yep.
Into Soraya.
Yep, so both players know that Vespa now has Herald of Erudition in his hand, +1 unknown card, and yep, Vespa representing the 2 floating. That is not a mistake. Vestige of Soul is turned on, and he did pitch a blue light card, so he does have 2 floating. This is looking to be like quite a bit of card draw, and there's an ALS in his hand, Brian.
Wow. Everything coming up Vespa right now, and this is how it goes. When Prism does its thing, it is unquestionably among the most powerful decks in the entire format. If you know how to navigate to this point, you are rewarded with so much value, card after card. Card draw is not something that comes cheap in Flesh and Blood. It's something you usually have to work very, very hard for. Prism throws those rules away. You are punished a bit with a lower life total, a little bit of vulnerability to the most aggressive decks, the most go wide decks, but Prism has figured a lot of that out over time, and ALS covers a lot of holes against those aggro decks. Prism definitely a deck to watch this weekend.
Especially when you're using that ALS to protect your Soraya. Vespa at this point can be near certain that the Soraya is surviving until the following turn once he resolves.
Very hard to beat a Soraya that lives 2 turns. It just is. The math on it doesn't check out. All the cards you're adding, all the damage you're presenting, so hard to overcome. And as we add more figments, more auras out there, the problem gets bigger and bigger for Arthur Trehet.
Vespa taking a moment to decide what he wants to follow up with. Critically does not have something like the Goliath Gauntlets. It looks like this erudition would just mostly be coming in for 5, unless he also has something like an Angelic Wrath to protect it. Oh.
And there you see that ALS, and Arthur takes a big sip of that Pellegrino, maybe a hard swallow.
Mm-hmm.
And he's realizing he's got his work cut out for him over these next few turns.
Yep.
This is a difficult board to navigate.
That is just one of the worst feelings. When you took damage already on this turn, you look at the opposing board and you say, I need to use my life total as a resource here to go wide enough to deal with it. So you take the damage, and then the Prism goes Arclight Sentinel, and then now you're just sitting there wishing you had blocked, because all you can do on your turn is dagger the ALS anyway. Unless, suddenly Arthur Trehet comes out with something like a lead the charge or something. Unless that happens, it's going to be probably dagger pass.
Yeah, I don't know, Pankaj. There was a moment when, probably around the time where Vespa first really showed what this deck was capable of after an undefeated run through Swiss at the Calling Phuket, where those type of cards started creeping back into decks again. We started seeing Time Skippers. We started seeing lead the charges. I think that moment passed, and I don't know if anyone's going to show up this weekend really over-tech for Prism. And frankly, there's a lot you have to account for. You have to be ready for so many powerful decks in this format. The space to account for these things may not be there, and that could spell doom for folks who are faced with things like Soraya into ALS.
Mm-hmm. And we see exactly why Arthur Trehet took that the first few points of damage from the Soraya. He had a red hiss in hand that he just pitched for that dagger. He had the ability to go wide, were it not for that very, very timely ALS. But
2 gone.
2 gone, exactly. 2 ALS is gone.
A lot of pieces gone.
2 Tomes of Divinity gone as well. That's a lot of that, burst card draw already gone from Vespa over here. So Vespa, still has 34 points of life to get through Arthur Trey's side. And Nu does block pretty well.
It does, and the board does not look that out of control right now. It looks still within the range of something that Arthur could manage.
Yep. And the Figment of Rebirth is there, so the loop, in a sense, is being threatened, except Vespa does not have enough soul. He needs something like a Genesis as well to make sure he has enough soul to consistently put the ALS on top, draw it back with Soraya. And a soul source like that is usually Genesis, but he's just pitched one, so you have to wonder, maybe he has another one in hand.
Yeah, that would be the first thing I was thinking. Yep. And 4 damage comes through again, and I saw Arthur with another Fate Foreseen in hand.
Mm-hmm.
Does look like he's teched a little bit to prevent those Heralds. And yes, you may want that more into a more Herald-centric build, but I do think it is important to have good defensive options early in the game to stop things like that first Herald connecting and stopping the snowball from commencing. Oh, now you see exactly why Vespa lined up this turn as he did. He's going to go ahead and create Genesis as well as the great Library of Solana. We have a Fabled in play, Pankaj.
Mm-hmm. And none of yellows on Arthur Trey's deck to try and get rid of that. Codex, I guess, is a yellow, but we've seen one played, one pitched, so unlikely
to be a long time until you put 2 of those together again.
Speaking of cards pitched, though, Vespa pitched his 3rd ALS.
Okay.
So Arthur Trey knows there's no more ALS, at least until Vespa shuffles his deck from like a Prism Search or something. That 3rd ALS is neatly tucked at the bottom of Vespa's deck, and that opens up a lot of play lines for Arthur Trey. You take a lot of risk against Prism sometimes, where you use a life total as a resource to try and deal with their board, and if they ALS you get blown out. But now Arthur can make those plays with some level of certainty, knowing that Vespa will not have that 3rd ALS to blow him out.
Does have looking for a scrap in hand, so some ways to extend this turn a little bit, get a little wide for Arthur.
Does he have a blue 1 power in his graveyard?
That I'm not sure of. Yep.
Yeah, that's another one of those sticking points. I think
he's going to look as well.
I was going to check right there. Oh, he does. The blue pick to pieces. Okay, good. Because, we spoke about how sometimes you don't have a target for Codex. Looking for a scrap, another one of those cards. Your graveyard needs to be at a certain state if you can actually make full use of that card.
Yeah, it looks like does have it in this go-around. I have to say, of all the permanents that have entered the arena this game, the one I am most concerned about for Arthur Trehet is probably Great Library. I just don't think there's any realistic way that this card's ever going to leave the arena. And if Vespa is able to convert on multiple turns, again, we've seen Advantage weathered fairly well from things like Tome of Divinity, from things like Soraya. I think the card disadvantage that Arthur Trehet is facing, not really feeling the effects of that yet. But it's cumulative, Ponkage. It adds up turn after turn after turn, and Great Library has the potential to, again, just push that into the stratosphere and ensure that Vespa is playing with as many cards as he possibly needs in any situation. Bonds of Agony going to be the play here from Arthur Trehet.
So you were speaking about Great Library, and I was very much in agreement that Arthur doesn't have a way to get rid of the Great Library from the text of the Great Library, but his best out is to make sure Vespa doesn't keep enough cards in his hand.
Fair enough.
To have 2 yellows in the pitch zone to go and get the extra intellect from Great Library, and this Bonds of Agony is exactly the way that Arthur Trehet can threaten that. And this is one of the scarier moments when you're against a new and they just hold full 5 cards, start a turn of Bonds of Agony, and say, you figure it out, my guy. And you just
be
can't.
absolutely anything.
It's too many permutations. We know he's running Red Hiss. There's also the Mask that we haven't seen activated yet. Just a Nick is a card that exists. It's so many permutations. You just have to think about how, like, you have to assume this is going to hit when you're defending against it, and just think about what's the worst thing they could take and how can you come back from that if that happens.
I think Arthur's benefiting so much for this turn. Gives a lot of freedom to the order in which you're going to play it and the deceptiveness you're able to play it with. Being able to keep those cards in hand, not having to lead with clearing the Soraya, and just having a little mystery about the turn. And if I'm over in Vespa's seat, I'm using that to piece together what's going to happen here. It tells me there's almost certainly a form of Go Again in hand. You expect that Hiss to come down and go ahead and get this Bonds of Agony, an extra action point added onto it. It's going to be Path Well Traveled instead. Okay, so we see our first Transcend of our Mysteria-themed Pro Tour for the first time she created in hand, the first of many times, Ponkage. This will be a recurring theme throughout the weekend.
Mm-hmm. And now the question is, what is he going to do with that chi? Is he going to pitch it to Mask? Or is he just going to say, all right, I just want a block out of you for this Bonds of Agony and just move on? Because there's only 3 block on this Bonds of Agony, but there's still 4 ward on that Soraya over there. Yep. So unless Arthur's going above that, there might not be much of a point to pump this Bonds of Agony up, especially if it's going to cost you equipment to do so, So you might just move on with his life.
No, I agree with you, Ponkage.
Yeah, looks like that's exactly what he's doing. Just pass on further reactions. And that's, that's again, one of the tricky things. When you're playing against Nu, you might commit the block and it didn't even turn it on. You just got 3 block on your 1 power thing effectively for free.
Yeah, small value in there. Okay, first troublesome Angel is dealt with. Looking for a scrap. Going to go ahead and clean up that Soraya. The turn continues here for Arthur Trehet.
Mm-hmm.
Still plenty of resources. Looks like an Amnesia in hand, potentially.
Yep.
Beckoning Mistblade, though, just going to do a little bit more cleanup work. Arthur showing that patience that we saw time and time again in his historic Pro Tour Los Angeles run. A ceaselessly patient player.
Yep. You can't leave Genesis on the board when your opponent's on Vestige. If Vespa was on Empyrean Rapture, that could potentially be an argument, but when they're on Vestige, and they also have a great library in play, you cannot leave the Genesis around. Arthur Trehet just once again exhibiting that knowledge check that we've been talking about so much.
Wartune Herald, yellow, kicking things off here with a little bit of Go Again. From Luminaris, Angel's Glow. Just a single card block thus far.
Currently popping it.
Popping, yep.
We also know he kept that Amnesia in his hand as well. But Vespa reminding Parable of Humility does reduce the attack on defense as well. But Arthur Trehet does have the defense reaction in his arsenal. So, okay, looks like he's just letting it hit.
Interesting. And I think, we talked about Arthur passing all the knowledge checks thus far. Maybe a momentary lapse there on that Parable. And to be honest with you, Ponkage, I did the same thing. I actually just was treating it as a merciful retribution. You kind of like pile up these effects that you're dealing with, and you make a mental stack of, this is what's going to happen, this is what's going to happen.
Yep.
I was shortcutting a bit myself, but that Parable is going to go ahead and -1 the Command and Conquer and not let it function as a popper.
Yep. Could have gotten out of it with the D-React, but choosing to keep it, I think probably wants to insulate himself from something like a Herald of Erudition. You know, saying, all right, fine, just get your soul, get your tutor, but this D-React is going to sit pretty until you send like a real on-hit, like an Erudition. Momentary lapse there from Arthur Trehet, but still very, very much in this game. 2 ALSs, 2 tomes down. Library still in play, but there's still plenty of flesh and blood to be played here.
Absolutely. We do get the Figment of War coming down. I soon see a Bologna out there in the arena.
And now at Vespa having some soul again. You know, we spoke about the tricksiness of that Nu can do, but if Vespa has soul and a Figment, he has defense reactions on board effectively. So a very good way to play around something like a Justa Bonds of Agony in the reaction step. And just as I say that, he gets rid of the last piece of soul. So, you know, he probably heard me. He was like, nah, there's no soul here. Just stop talking.
We'll make it simple. We'll just go ahead and get this Archangel of War out there in the arena and send it in. For go again is the offer here.
Go again, no activation on the Bologna. You did not have the soul to go and use its ability, but just attacking for 4 with go again. Still gonna have an action point after. There's no floating currently on Vespa's side. So interesting to see whether he'll be able to use that action point, but critically has the 2 yellows in the pitch zone necessary for the Great Library. So he will be drawing back up to a 5 intellect at the end of this turn.
Just a single card committed to the defense here. Arthur going to fall down to 26 and follow up 0 cost aura in the form of Pierce Reality comes on down.
Ah, that's brutal.
Nice clean way to end the turn. And that means, again, it just feels like Vespa is well set up across turn cycles, turn after turn, just putting together not dominating boards, but boards that are good enough that demand Arthur Trehet's respect. And it's becoming harder and harder for Arthur to just weather the storm and go turn after turn after turn, playing cards down. Because as you mentioned, once again, library turned on, 5 intellect available for Vespa, and a large hand on another turn.
Beckoning Mistveil coming out from Arthur Trehet over here, but we spoke about this at the very beginning of this match. Brian does not have piercing on that, and Vespa does have footsteps, so he has a very efficient line where you block with footsteps and use the 2 floating to flip a Figment. Looks like he's just going to give the gauntlet over here instead. Once again, still punishing the fact that Arthur Trehet does not have a piercing dagger.
Yeah, definitely seeing the effects of that throughout this game. Phantasmal Footsteps becoming a real threat. And now Arthur is tasked again with what feels like an impossible no-win decision. You have to clear something here. You can't go to Vespa's face. The life total is still too high. What are you going to look to trim down? Do you have to get that Angel out of the arena? Do you have to worry about the multiple Spectral auras that are now powering up?
And the Parable, I mean, the thing about the Pierce is that you can counter a Pierce if you have a Popper, but you don't have a Popper while Parable's in the field. So you kind of need to get rid of Parable, but then you still leave the Angel on the board and the Pierce, but he is holding on to a Popper, so you know, maybe he'll make the call that Parable is fine if he's holding on to 6 power, but then if you get Triumphed, then you're really sad. He's caught in a very tough spot over here. And I also want to point out, he blocked with a Red Hiss earlier, which, you know, one of the key ways Nu can go wide, but only works on Assassin or Mystic cards, and it looks like his hand just did not have that. He's holding on to an Amnesia, and he blocked a CNC as well, so just didn't have the Assassin card to use the Hiss on. So, you know, struggling a little bit to go wide with big enough attacks was Arthur Trehet on that turn cycle.
Yeah, he's going to try and blunt Vespa's offense a little bit, going after the Angel here with that Amnesia. Vespa, though, with a large hand once more, apt to have ways to offer appropriate damage, kicking things off here with a Herald of Triumph.
Well, coming in for 8, Brian. Courage plus Pierce Reality. Yeah, it has a blue pitch strip on this card.
Doesn't feel very blue to me.
It doesn't feel blue. Speaking of blues on Arthur's side, has run into one of those Transcend cards. Not ideal if you need to be blocking a Triumph. Looks like we might finally see the defense reaction come out.
He has been quite patient with that Fate Foreseen, but now is the time to deploy it. Finds 8 block pretty cleanly here.
Yep. can be scary, though. Herald of Erudition, a card with Dominate. Now that you've shown Vespa what your arsenal is, you are a little bit vulnerable to that.
Yeah, I think that is one of the silent killers of these assassins. Just not having enough defense value on the equipment leaves you very vulnerable to Herald of Erudition. And once again, 2 yellow cards pitched. An additional Parable comes down.
Double Parable does not feel good. All of Arthur's attack action cards coming in for -2 now.
How do you deal damage as an assassin, which generally plays smaller attacks, facing down double Parable of Humility?
Yeah, those Bonds of Agony is going to start at -1 power right now once they're on the chain. It's not going to be easy for him. I think he's navigating this really, really well. We've seen Vespa have an incredible board state since basically turn 1 of the game, but the life totals are still even. And, a lot of the threats, we spoke of the ALSs and the Tomes of Divinity, gone from Vespa over here. So Arthur Trehet showing us how his patient play is actually just paying off for him.
Let's find another go again option here. Is going to be able to offer some basically vanilla damage.
For 3, 2-card 3. Oh, that does not feel good. 2-card 3 with go again, I guess.
Still not great.
Yeah, still not great. Yep.
Especially when you know what else has to be done on this turn. You have to spend some time cleaning up those Spectras once again.
Yep.
Yeah, and Vespa says, you know what, I may not start with much life, but I've gotten such cumulative advantage, I can just go ahead and eat some attacks here, and it is just going to be bad.
Yep.
I don't know. It feels like there's no good options here.
Yeah.
Check your life total a little bit with Pierce and hope that Vespa bricks at some point, but how do you even brick from this position?
Mm-hmm. Neither Parable, will let you pop things anyway, so Arthur Trey saying, all right, get to the Pierce first, so your Heralds, which I can't pop, at least come in for a reasonable number. You're not sending blue Heralds with come in for 8 against me.
Once again, kicking things off with Herald, and Light of Soul has made its way back around again, and another hit here would be absolutely devastating. It is going to be a miss. Looks like a Merciful Retribution on the top of the deck.
Well, it's a yellow.
Okay. So yeah, actually, it's not a pure hit, right?
Yeah,
It's Soul.
Yes.
Not a bad place to be, but it's not a Herald hit.
So he's deciding, I believe. Yeah, won't be a Herald, so it won't trigger Prism, but it will still turn on Vestige of Soul, so, still reasonable.
Reasonable, absolutely.
Yeah. I think he paused for a bit because Merciful is a pretty key aura, so he just wanted to make sure that he's okay getting rid of one of those.
More good blocks here for Arthur, able to cover up with Leave No Witnesses as well as a Sink Below. Clean up the hand a little bit. What is the follow-up here? It looks like it's going to be a Figment of Triumph, I believe, and then another Spectra, or it's Passing Mirage. There will be no popping going on in this game.
With 2 Parables on
Not
the field, Passing Mirage feels a little bit overkill. But, you spoke about how can Vespa brick in this position. That was a bit of a brick.
Quasi-brick.
The fact that the past 2 turns, Vespa has basically had the tempo, but all he did was send 1 Herald, kind of shows that Arthur understands his matchup a little bit. He's saying, like, you know what, I'll just block your first Herald. I'll use my D-React in Arsenal. I'm just going to bank on you having too many auras, or, needing to hardcast a Figment, that 1 Herald is all you're going to send at me. So, so far, Arthur seems to be clawing his way back into this game. Got rid of the Pierce Reality previous turn, the Parable. The board's slowly getting cleaned up, and Vespa hasn't dealt a point of damage for a while.
Punkage, you've got a lot of new games under your belt. Is there ever a world where you can realistically look to fatigue these Prisms and just run them out of threats?
I think the Rapture version, potentially, but the Vestige version with more auras, I would be very, very hesitant to make that a primary game plan. Like, maybe incidentally it could happen.
Maybe desperately it could happen, where there's just no way to, say, push your way through multiple Parables of Humility turn after turn.
Exactly, but the aura version, just because the threat of ALS loop is something that's very, very real, it feels I'd be surprised if an aura prism gets fatigued on that. But the Rapture version, if you have enough defensive cards, I could totally see that happening. Victoria Archangel of Triumph coming down, swinging in for 4, and I believe Arthur Trehet A bit of a brick on his side this time. I believe I saw 2 Chi cards in his hand, a Sacred Heart, the Sacred Art, and a different Transcend card in his hand. So not much options for blocking.
Yep, did not get punished all that hard. Not a ton of damage coming his way. But again, still a well-established arena on the part of Vespa.
Yep.
And of course, drawing 5 cards once more. That great library doing work. When I started playing Flesh and Blood Punkage way back in the Dark Ages, we built our decks making sure we had yellows so we could destroy the opposing Prism's library of Solana.
Yep.
I'm not sure we were correct to do so. I'll be honest with you. That may have been a losing endeavor, but we did it anyway. Every deck, you had a few yellows ready to go.
Yep. Or your deck that just runs Lead the Charge. I was a Viscerai player back in those dark days, and we just had Lead the Charge naturally, so we were fine.
Yep, not bad.
Well, Arthur Trehet trying to figure out how to navigate out this double Chi hand can be quite awkward. Ooh, levels of Enlightenment's pretty good start.
Yeah, let's see if we can go ahead and put these cards together in a fine fashion. Passover, going to go ahead and look for a blue. Go ahead and send to the Banished Zone.
So there are a couple of options here. You could wait till the reactions if you want to activate the mask instead, but given that he's doing this, what looks like to be a layer step, looks like he wants to activate Nu this turn. So you can imagine levels of enlightenment, one of the modes is going to be go again. He's going to send a Herald right at Vespa's face, ask him how it feels,
Yeah, it looks like I hit an additional blue as well on that new activation. So Level's going to go ahead and find 2 blue cards having been pitched. Looks like we're getting buffed and go again here.
Yep, and send that right in the Angel. Didn't want to give Vespa opportunity to block to protect the Angel. Just said this 4 cleanly goes to your Angel. My Nu is active. Can probably send a Herald.
Looking like a pretty nice turn thus far.
Yeah.
For Arthur Trehet.
Yep.
Follow up Mistblade.
Yep, and this is a very scary on hit when Nu is active.
Oh, yeah.
Yep. Nu is active. If this Mistblade hits, he gets to send 2 blue Heralds at Vespa.
I think this basically demands a block at this point. I don't see how you let this one go.
Yep. So we might finally see the footsteps come out to block, and maybe use the 2 floating to flip the Figment of Rebirth.
But look at this. We're going to send the Mistblade at one of the auras.
Huh? Looks like he just doesn't want to use the Prism ability. Interesting.
Look, there's vulnerability to ALS again, right? We know there's 1 copy left.
Yep.
You could find yourself caught unawares by that. It's a very, very bad position to be in. And we know Arthur is nothing if not patient.
So just send the dagger. I don't know. And these boards are just slowly getting cleaned up. I mean, keep in mind, Vespa has been drawing 5 cards for the past 4 or 5 turns.
I keep saying it. Like every turn that ends on Vespa's side looks disastrous, and then we go back to Arthur's side, and it looks okay. It's like not that bad.
You're just like, oh, this is okay. Yeah, I still have life total. You're just drawing a bunch of auras. You're hard casting Figments. It's like it's fine.
What's going to be the breaking point though for Arthur? What is the thing that just turns this matchup around and lets him actually go ahead and be on the front foot and look to take control of this game? Because right now, it feels like he's treading water, just trying to stay alive. And anything goes wrong and he could just get buried. And maybe it is, in fact, this Herald of Erudition that comes through.
I was going to say it would be a turn where Vespa doesn't have a threatening Herald or, maybe doesn't have any Heralds. But, Vespa just came out with a turn with double Herald. We haven't seen in a while. And that buys the mask from Arthur Trehet over there. This is not a great spot for him. Yep.
But again, just more aura cleanup happening.
Yeah, this time with the mask being gone, though, that is quite a significant difference, though, from what we saw in the earlier turns. No mask on Arthur Trehet's side. That means every chi he makes now is just going to has to go into Nu ability. Doesn't have the option for disruption anymore. Oh, and another Erudition. This time, though, his poppers... No, it's not live because it's a passing Mirage. So this is an unpoppable 5 dominate Herald of Erudition.
It's a shame. We're so close to getting those poppers online, and you do see, I believe,
two of
them in hand at this point. But unfortunately, it is not going to work, and it is going to be the Herald of Erudition hitting. 5 points of damage, completely unblocked. It draws 2 cards. It goes to SoAL.
And it finds another Figment. I'm not sure if there'll be many Figments left at this point. We've seen most of them. This might actually just be the last one.
Yeah, looks like protection going to come down, I believe.
Yeah, with his shield. Very, very annoying when Arthur Trehet has these daggers that come in for 1 but cost 2. Okay, still has 2 poppers though, and now Passing Mirage is no longer live. It's only on the first illusionist attack of the turn. So both his poppers are alive. Oh, third Tome
There's
of
the
Divinity.
third tome, and that is going to be juiced up by that Vestige of Soul. A card has gone to Soul, so blue card pitches for 4, and Vespa's hand is absolutely loaded at this point.
That doesn't look like a flesh and blood hand anymore, Brian. We draw 4 cards in this game. He's holding 6 right now, and he's been drawing 5 cards for the past like 4 turns.
It looks like the Uno meme, draw 25, or Vespa has drawn 25.
So this is actually a bit of an annoying spot. Now, this Herald does not have Go Again, because the first Herald had Go Again. But if you pop it, he can get an action point back with Phantasmal Footsteps, and then play as different Herald. So it's one of those really annoying moments. Looks like Arthur Trehet going ahead and blocking 6.
Yeah, committing both of those poppers there. And I saw a bit of a reaction from Arthur. I think he knows maybe a bit of an overcommitment of resources. I think he may have just read, again, you shortcut a lot of these things when you deal with these arenas. Maybe he read the Passing Mirage is still active in that instance.
Perhaps.
Hard to say exactly. But Merciful Retribution going to come down and add to the troubles. And then an additional Figment of Ravages coming down.
And then Merciful was also responding to the Phantasm trigger as well. So the Herald did go to Soul anyway, and dealt an Arcane to Arthur Trehet as well. And now we see Ravages come down.
We talked a bit on the last turn cycle about breaking points, one way or another. This feels like a breaking point. It feels like things are pushing so ridiculous. And with Genesis, it feels like things are just now absolutely piled against Arthur Trehet. And I think his turns are basically dictated to him at this point. You have to clear that Genesis. That cannot remain out there in the arena.
Yeah, but now, though, because of the Merciful Retribution with the rest of his board state, a lot of arcane damage going to just ping Arthur down. And the the Figment of Ravages right there. Once it flips, it's going to send 2 arcane damage at Arthur Trehet's face when he has no arcane barriers. So, it looks like he's at 14, but these arcane pings, they come really, really quick when you already have a board state and his Merciful Retribution.
It is a problem, for sure.
So the Genesis did go to Soul from Merciful Retribution. Vestige of Soul is turned on, so we're seeing Vespa potentially do something on the Trace. And looks like he's just flipping, not pitching a light card, not using the Vestige. Just pitching that all you got.
Yeah, just accumulating offense for the next turn, thinking about how he's going to go ahead and threaten that now precarious 14 life.
And flipping a protection. You know what these means? These shields with the Merciful Retribution,
More
not
arcane
only
damage.
Not only are they just 1 life each, they're also a ping of arcane damage each. Unless
Herald of Erudition to kick things off. A nightmare for Arthur Trehet. Equipment has been worn down at this point. Not a lot of defense left. Do you have to give up Flick Knives and a card? Do you have to give up 2 pieces of equipment to try and cover this Herald?
2 Blade Break pieces.
It doesn't even matter if you cover up this Herald, because there's still so much more threat left on Vespa's side.
And he has to check for Angelic Wrath. That what he's doing, if you give up both these Blade Break pieces of equipment and a 3-block and you get blown out by a Wrath anyway, that's just kind of game over. So you're just checking for that. Maybe he just has to go for it. There's some, when your back's against a wall like this, you just have to take the risk. You just have to say, if you have it, you have it.
Yeah, I don't think there's any other way to play this turn.
Yep. Okay, it looks like Vespa didn't have it. So sigh of relief a little bit from Arthur Trehet, but now we've seen progression from Vespa's side. For a while in the mid game, no difference on Arthur Trehet's side, but now he's 8 life down. All his Blade Break pieces are gone. No more armor for Arthur.
Yeah, and we are going to go ahead and use this Archangel of Protection, and that means 2 more Spectral Shield. And this is what I meant by future turns of Arthur's are going to be very dictated to him, because at this point, you can't let that Angel survive, and you can't let Merciful Retribution survive. Like, actually cannot. They will kill you if they remain out there in the arena for multiple turns. So you have no choice but to try and keep some cards in hand and offer offense, and that means you're taking more damage, and then further turns are dictated to you, and this is where Prism has you absolutely in the squeeze.
And if you're taking this physical damage, that is just shortening your arcane damage clock by that much more. 4 damage from protection when there's 2 pretty much unavoidable damage in the form of the Figment of Ravages sitting right there. You have to seriously consider whether you can afford to take this 4 damage when you're just at 14.
Yep, but you need cards. You need cards, Bonkers. You don't get offense without cards. And without offense, all of these permanents are staying out there in the arena.
And also, I mean, 7 ward. Nu is known for on-hits, disruptive on-hits. We see the Prognosis and Just a Nick in his hand. A very, very strong combination of cards. Not when your opponent has 7 ward right there on the field. That card is not coming online.
And I think that's exactly what this matchup has come down to thus far. Vespa has not been disrupted one time. Just gotten to do exactly what he wants to do every single turn of the game. No influence over the game whatsoever by Nu. And despite that, Nu doing a great job keeping pace, but never executing her game plan thus far. All in Prism's side.
Yep, Arthur has just been relegated to cleanup duty this entire game. We haven't been able to see Nu do her thing, really.
And I think he was so close, Ponkage. I think there was windows where if just one thing broke a little different, if Vespa missed on one further activation, one further boon from any one of his multitudinous permanents out there in the arena, things could have broke in Arthur's favor. But it doesn't seem like it's quite come together. And now I think Arthur very much in the grinder at this stage of the game.
Yep, and he has to decide now, you know, he might just... Okay. I was like, that came from Arsenal, can't quite pitch it. Okay, getting rid of the Merciful, saying he sees the clock on the board in the form of the Spectral Shields and the Figment of Ravages, saying, okay, let me get rid of the Merciful, let me just stop the clock from the shields. Now all you have, the unavoidable damage you have is just a 2 Arcane from the Ravages. And I still have 9 life. Let's see if I can survive from this.
Now all you have is this handful of Heralds, this Angel, these multiple Spectral Shields, these Figments waiting to get... That's it. That's all you have.
All you have. Well, I mean, at this point, I think he has to hope that he doesn't get double heralded. We saw that happen a few times. Vespa just had a single herald. That's his out.
And we do know it's the Aura version of Prism. Like we expect a lower herald count for sure.
Yeah. Although one key difference now compared to those earlier turn cycles, Vespa does have an Angel, which does make quite a bit of a difference. Now it's 1 herald plus an Angel hit each time.
Yeah, and this Angel just continuing to batter Arthur Trehet. Gonna fall to 5 here.
Yep. No banishing of Soul here to make more shields, and Vespa just showing us just once again his prowess on this hero. He realizes, you know what, I don't need more shields now.
I don't need them. That's not what this game's about at this moment.
Yeah, because I think he's still thinking of potential ways to lose the game, and this is what Prism has to do. You need to think of multiple game plans, multiple ways you can potentially win, and make sure you're progressing all of them as you execute, you know, several of them at the same time. So you're just keeping the soul, saying, if you somehow deal with this board, I still have the soul to potentially ALS loop use later on. I don't need to convert this soul into 2 shields. He's just showing us, I mean, why he's just such an excellent Prism player, one of the best Prism players in the world.
And here is Amnesia coming down. Does look like this Herald is going to hit in this case.
And looks like fail to find of the Figment. Looks like all the Figments, yep, already came out. The Ravagers being that last one over there. Vespa has run out of Figments. That means you can get fatigued now, right, Brian? Like we spoke about it. Yeah, all the Figments are gone. Maybe you should.
Maybe. Like, again, I don't want to present it as a primary game plan, but I don't know what else you could potentially do in this scenario. And it does feel like a quasi-out.
This 11 ward on the field. And these daggers they just ping shields effectively. And don't do much else. Codex of Fealty coming out. That's card advantage.
That is one card, Ponkage. And I have watched Vespa draw basically limitless cards throughout this entire game. Just at will, be it Library, be it Tome of Divinity. So many cards in hand. Basically every single turn of this match.
Vespa looks like choosing to take Herald of Erudition from the Codex, picking a discard, but that's almost beneficial for Vespa.
Yeah, I don't think this exchange actually works out.
Especially when he's discarding a That All You Got, which just doesn't matter on this turn cycle. I think Vespa is happy for the Codex of Frailty, really. Because typically what Assassin can do is, you know, find a Leave No Witnesses or something and blow up that arsenal that you just brought back with the Codex, but when you're a deck that has like 11 ward on the field right now, you just get to take your pick of your most powerful Herald, get rid of this defense reaction you don't even want, and say thank you for the Codex, good sir.
Yeah, it feels like Herald of Erudition perfectly positioned to just go ahead and end this game as well. Should we not have appropriate defensive options available to us on Arthur's side.
So it needs a D-react right here. This is coming in for 4 because of the Frailty token.
Yeah, just going to get the fist bump. And it was just an onslaught from Vespa. Turn after turn after turn. Extra cards, be it library, be it tome. All of these ways for Prism to generate card advantage. And if you were in Arthur's seat, you could just never really get the ball rolling. It just felt very, very challenging to find that first foothold. And had that first foothold been found, I think there was a very realistic chance that Arthur could have gotten his way into that match, but it just never really came together in the right combination of cards.
I agree. For a moment in the middle, it looked like Vespa was struggling to start that snowball. There was a time in the middle where Arthur and Vespa were both at just like 20-something life. Board state was slowly getting cleaned up. If on one of those turn cycles, if Arthur managed to find that foothold that you're talking about, we might have had a very different game. But also Vespa on his side, masterful Prism play, understanding how to navigate so many different game plans, understanding the bind you put your opponent in. He had Merciful on the field, Genesis at the same time, telling your opponent, it's damned if you do, damned if you don't, and it takes a master to craft board states like that in Prism.
Great stuff from Vespa. Why don't we hear from the man himself? We have an interview down in our winners area. Let's take it away.
We are at Pro Tour Amsterdam. I'm here with winner of round 1, Vespa from Thailand, who won versus Arthur Trehet. You has to feel good that first win, right?
Yeah, it feels so good, man. On the first round, again, the last Pro Tour champion, right? So feel more confident now.
Yeah. So that matchup, Prism into Nu, it looked very difficult. At the beginning of the game, I saw that you had the Great Library of Solana, then you had all these auras, a couple of parables of humidity. He made a big mistake at some point. Even he tried to block with a CNC, and he couldn't actually block it. He couldn't pop it. I guess at the point when you had the Great Library of Solana, you must have felt very confident in that matchup.
Yeah, I think the matchup for Prism and Nu is quite favor for Prism side. Yeah, you just keep aura every turn.
Is that your best matchup, or do you have any other good matchups in the metagame? How do you feel in this metagame coming with Prism?
I think Nu might be my best matchup right now in the current meta, and the Keno also, if there are some. Yeah, Zen is just like 50-50, I guess.
Mm-hmm. A lot of people said that the best deck to bring was actually Prism this time around. Even against decks maybe like Zen, who can take you by surprise and go very fast against you. How do you feel about this matchup against what's considered one of the best decks in the format?
It depends on the draw of Prism. If you draw the arc line in the turn that they want to go wide, then the turn will just stop at that point. And if you have the parable on the board, they will just get -1 all the way along. So I think it's quite depend on who draw better, maybe.
Okay, thank you so much for taking the time for this interview. Good luck on the rest of the day. We'll be right back with more coverage.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Leaves turn, and the grove rots. Great mother of life, the crown you left does not fit. They look to me in disgust, as if I sowed your decay. The monster, forging our future. Why not the rose? She doesn't deserve such a burden. And I know it well. What beauty lies in death?
The world sings a new melody, Your Grace. All but Florian, it seems. Fresh faces fill the gardens, and sweet scents are carried on a cool breeze. Time, it shifts and changes the rhythm of the wild, a cycle our people have never known. And so it returns, wilting branches to unveil forgotten life.
And they said I couldn't be a wayfarer. I was born for this! Race you to Candlehold, silly.
Patience, Aurora. Now is not the time for play. The ace of scribes.
My name's Ocilio, and I'm an ancient arcane loser. None of the prophecy said we couldn't have a little fun. Whoa, I haven't seen this many people since the Everfest.
A storm is gathering, young Spark. Your ancestors may have had the foresight to delay it, but the changes to which you bear witness are the rumblings of their return.
You really believe that?
It is etched into the very runes that grant your strength. For if I am awake, then so now are the ones of old.
Ancients, life-givers of our eternity, our purgatory. The fallen are the fields
from which the future grows.
Welcome back to the booth here at Pro Tour Amsterdam. Ponkage is just battering me with questions about Rosetta. I literally just have to go like this through the entire break. I can't take any more questions from him. I'm sure all of y'all have questions at home as well. Don't worry, more will be revealed about Rosetta over time. I'm so excited for this set, Ponkage. You were there at the keynote last night. So many cool things revealed for the first time.
Split cards. I'm so hyped for split cards. It's an entirely new card type. And I feel like this happens a lot. You know, a lot of the new sets comes out and it's this entirely new card type that we're suddenly exposed to. And it fits. Like in Mistveil, it was these Chi Transcend cards. And you play with it for a bit, like, this just fits the game. It's new and fresh, but it also feels like it was like meant to be in the game. And I feel the same way with the split cards. I'm just unbelievably excited.
You're going to have a lot of fun playing with them. Also having a lot of fun down in our feature match area. It is the reigning Pro Tour Amsterdam champion, and I know that may not make a lot of sense to you given that we are playing Pro Tour Amsterdam right now, but we have for you in our feature match area none other than the defending Magic the Gathering Pro Tour champion. It is Simon Nielsen, who just a few weeks ago took down a Pro Tour in Amsterdam. Back for more action, this time in Flesh and Blood, playing none other than Zen, looking to take down James Teague on Victor. And I think this is such a critical matchup over the course of this weekend. We're going to get some technical difficulty sorted out. We'll be back with that in just a second. But Ponkage, tell me about your experience in this matchup. Have you played a lot on either of these two sides, and where do you see it lying?
I've tested a bit on the Zen side against Victor, and it is definitely Zen unfavored. So Victor favored. But Zen being Zen can still blow up the Victor sometime. I think if I had to put a matchup percentage on it, I would put it 40-60, with 60 being the Victor side. But that's not unwinnable by any means. And with some really good play on the Zen side, really knowing when your moment is to strike, when your moment is to push that fridge forward and go for that, the all-out out of war play, and you hope maybe they don't have those clash cards to be able to block you even more on your out of war turn. If you get stuff like this lines up, you can definitely get there. But the critical thing is, as Zen, you need to know when it's your spot.
Oh, that's well said. And the thing I've really struggled with Victor in this meta is that I see it about the same way you do, Ponkage. I think it is a Victor-favored matchup, not a ridiculous matchup. And we know that Zen just has explosive potential, can go ahead and produce output kind of unlike the game of Flesh and Blood has ever seen before. So, you get to about a 60-40, which is a really nice place to be against the best deck. The big problem I have, though, is what are you doing to the rest of the field?
What are you doing to New?
What are you doing to New, specifically? Yep. That's the big one. If you have to just take on round after round of New, and it's looking like New perhaps the second most played deck here this weekend. Do you really have a long-term plan to win the tournament when you're going to be facing that round after round?
It's definitely tough. I would say the Victor Nu matchup is a little similar to the Zen Victor matchup, where it is favored for Nu, but not unwinnable for the Victor side. If the Victor gets to line up the CNC pummels, those Rouse Zealous's, not give the Nu the time to set up the banner zone, and then also capitalize on it, because not only do you need to set up the banner zone with good cards like Macho Grandes or Blue Disables, you also need the space to go ahead and play all those out, and typically involving a Transcending somewhere and getting a dagger or two maybe. So Victor can get there, is definitely unfavored, but if you are 60-40 into what's most likely the most represented deck in the room, and critically the deck that you expect to form a big part of the winner's metagame as well, I could see Victor being a very, very solid pick.
Okay, interesting. We'll have to see that play out. Obviously, there's a host of other anti-Zen options in the room. One of the ones I also want to talk about, which I'm sure, just a matter of time until we get one in our feature match area, Kano. I think Kano's explosive potential, its ability to sidestep, strides, traverse, it feels so primed for this metagame. And I honestly think if it wasn't for the fact that Zen has picked up such an explosive piece of deck building technology, Kano would be getting all the headlines right now because it can do a lot of the same stuff.
Agreed. And aside from sidestepping, traverse, and strides, actually the recent ban and suspended as well kind of sidestepped Mask of the Pouncing Lynx as well. One of the best targets was Blue Bonds of Ancestry, which is no longer legal. So we see a lot of Zens move over to Spellfray Tiara, which is also, just is defensive. It's a similar power level almost on the Kano's combo turn in terms of like math, I suppose, but it is defensive, and trying to defend too much against a Kano, not usually the best prospect. So, on that sense, on that side of it, Kano is in a very, very strong spot in this meta, and that can be quite a thorn in Victor's side as well.
A really, really interesting sign to me of Kano's ascendance right now. I saw Matt Dilks play in the deck, and I think of Matthew Dilks as just kind of a slow, grind you to dust
Guardian
player.
Yeah,
a little Guardian, like just took down a calling on the back of Kasai previously, so knows how to play those long, slow value decks, and just saying, nope, I'm going to absolutely blow you up here. We're going to do our best to get this feature match sorted for you in just a few minutes. We are going to take a brief break. Do not go anywhere. We'll be back with more action here from Amsterdam in just a few moments.
Hello everyone and welcome to round 2 of Pro Tour Amsterdam, and we've got a pretty cool game lined up here. We've got our world champ, Alexandros, I believe, and versus the 2023 French national champ, Pennec. So we got a Zen versus Azalea game coming up, which is pretty cool.
That's really interesting because I think Azalea has a lot of tricks up her sleeve to basically tame down Zen a little bit at least, but it's going to be an interesting match to see.
Definitely been an interesting pick. So we're going to have a look at some of the armory decks actually before we jump right into that, because of course we do have Azalea coming up as one of our upcoming armory decks shortly. So we've had KO so far, obviously had a lot of impact on the meta with things like Savage Sash and Run Roughshod. I've still seen a lot of KO players here today. Do you feel Savage Sash helped give KO that extra bump he needed to keep competing?
Definitely, it can really power up those Blood Rush Bellows turns to really like ramp down the amount of blues that you need in the deck, because you typically don't want to run that many blues in your deck, because those are typically not the 6 power attacks that you want to when you discard for all of the things that KO wants to do. So Savage Sash being able to enable you to ditch those blues a little bit more into your deck and go ham on those Blood Rush turns.
Yeah, that's pretty sweet. And we also have the Boltyn deck with Saving Grace, and I've actually seen some of the Boltyn players in the room today playing things like Solar Plexus, some of the equipments. Saving Grace has been an absolute all-star. I've heard it's annoying for various classes, some of the ranges as well with things like Boltyn Shot. Do you feel this is going to have a big impact on Boltyn?
I hope so. I mean, Boltyn has always been the little guy in the corner who's like, I also want to come in and play, you know?
Yep.
And so giving him this extra oomph, basically, with these equipment suite that he has gotten with his latest set, and also Saving Grace on top of that, has really enabled him to pivot in a lot of different areas. And as we mentioned, Savage Sash, basically Solar Plexus is doing exactly that for Boltyn, making his yellow cards cost 1 less that turn. And also, this equipment suite is also enabling him to give back some charges into his soul that can sometimes be a little more complicated to get things going. So now he's able to ramp up a lot quicker.
Shout out to all the Boltyn players out there. Some of the most passionate fans of a hero I know. They always find a way to play Boltyn. I absolutely love it. Okay, and moving on to Azalea. So coming out August 2nd, and yep, some...
Next week.
Very, very soon. So we're about to see Azalea on stream shortly. So some interesting new tools to play with as for the Azalea players. We've got things like Stone Range, Sharpshooters, Line It Up, a lot of sort of aim counter focused things as well, ways to put aim counters on cards. So to me, it'll be quite interesting to see how the Azalea decks adjust if they sort of move in a slightly different direction, if they just look to incorporate some of these. Do you have any thoughts on how they might adjust these decks a little?
Definitely. We've seen a lot of great cards with those enabled abilities when you put an aim counter on them, and having these equipment suites that helps you get those aim counters on there, that is going to enable you to enable those counters and get those on hits off, for example, or plus bonus attacks or anything like that. It's going to be very, very powerful. So we might want to see Azalea might dig into that a little bit further now when the new Azalea deck is dropping next week.
Yeah, the Azalea fans, again, some of the most passionate. They've played it from all the way back in the day to now. Anyway, so looks like we're going to be moving into the feature match very shortly. And there we've got Alex over on the left and Kevin on the right. So what are some of the key cards you're looking for in this matchup, Erica? Because I feel Azalea is one of those decks that people started bringing in order to target decks like Zen.
Exactly. So Red in the Ledger, of course, all-star here for the Azalea players. Being able to shut down your opponent, and for all of those go wide decks, like Zen is, you can basically just give them that arrow straight in the face and enable or just disable their ability to go wide, and they can only play 1 action on their turn. We also see some sneaky additions of sleep darts, maybe. Yep. That can cripple Zen's hero power, so that they can't activate their hero power to go activate those transcend cards, or pitching their Shi basically to go grab whatever combo card it is that they want to empower their turn and get that very, very important Tiger. So if we see some maybe sleep darts to help enable Azalea's turns, that would be interesting to see if that is included.
Yep, and we see the Death Dealer lined up for Azalea here, and the Zephyr Needles on the Zen side. So we saw these used to very strong effect at US Nationals, and looks like Alex is wanting to get very aggressive with this game, just put the damage through down as quickly as possible.
Exactly, and Azalea, most importantly, does not want to block, because all of her cards does more on the aggressive side of things when she is able to play those cards versus blocking with those cards. So Zen with these Zephyr Needles is going to probably get a lot of agency with these, and a lot of bonus damage, as you can mention. Zephyr Needle coming in for 2 with only 1 pitch, you can really like pave out the curve a little bit. When if you only have 1 floating, then you can send in your Zephyr Needles for those extra 2 damage. It can be very annoying.
So Alex is going to kick things off with a red 100 wins coming in for 3. Just a little bit of damage, start to stock up that graveyard a bit. The equipment's on this inside, fairly standard. We have the Traverse, the 12 pedal, the Shuko, and the Straight of Reprisal.
We see the Sleep Dart here already being used as a blocking power, so just being able to provide some support for their life total here in the start of the turn. As you mentioned, since plan right now is to just feed his arsenal as much as possible so he can grab these cards with the bonds effect later on, and also being able to transcend as fast as possible to then be able to grab that transcend card when he blocks with his Traverse and his boots to get the Tiger to basically pop off with an Art of War turn is the end game plan here.
Yeah, we see the Londra Half Glove over on Kevin's side as well, potentially playing around something like Warmongers if Alex wants to bring those in.
A little bit of new spice here from the latest set, giving them ability to walk around Warmongers a little bit.
Yep. So, okay, kicking things off with a Premeditate here into a Rain Razors. So Kevin looking to go pretty tall, pitching another Rain Razors here.
Yeah, double Rain Razors turn a little bit awkward, but Rain Razors is also a yellow, so it pitches really, really well. Being able to grab that Sleep Dart, that's huge.
Yeah, so the Codex of Frailty here, so going to go ahead and give the Frailty over, pick up that Ponder token. Now starting to make a lot of sense why he chose to block with that Sleep Dart on turn 1.
Yeah, so Azalea being able to lock down Zen as much as possible with this Sleep Dart on hit effects. And he's not going to be able to dominate this turn, but he's still going to be able to look at what's on top at least.
Yep, so we see the Skullburn Crossrope activated here, just choosing top 1. So Crosswrap allowing you to turn a face down card from Arsenal face up and off 1. Very helpful, very good to use in conjunction with Azalea's hero ability. And we're just going to see the Sleep Dart here thrown down for 10 damage, which is pretty good.
And Zen is also a hero that doesn't really like to block. He has a bit more blocking capabilities before he's transcended half of his deck when he gets there. But this Sleep Dart is really, really annoying if he wants to transcend. But we haven't seen any transcend cards yet. So the on-hit here is not as prevalent. But the Ponder token on-hit is also going to be a bit annoying to give out.
Okay, so Alex is choosing to lay down the entire hand here, saying, I want to protect my life total. Makes a lot of sense to me in a way, because I feel the way that Azalea is wanting to play this game is looking for these sort of push a little bit of damage here and there and go for these big dominated attacks with disruption thrown in between. Is that kind of what you're thinking?
I'm thinking he wasn't able to block out this Sleep Dart completely, but if he's not able to do what he wants to do on his turn either way, then just protecting your health total, as Azalea can put in some very, very large dominated attacks, and you can see your life total diminish rather quickly. So when Azalea is sending in these non-dominated attacks, then it's a really good opportunity to really establish what is the perfect turn here. It's probably better to block sometimes to find a better hand to do more damage.
You don't want to get greedy saying, yeah, I'll take 10 damage and deal 5 back, and then find yourself in the late game not being able to survive that critical attack. Okay, so we see the Skullburn Crosswrap used here. Knock the Death Whistle, pretty powerful card, allows you to sort of, tutor up an arrow, get that on top, get Dominate off the Azalea hero ability.
Yeah.
We'll see how Kevin wants to approach this turn. So the possibility to fetch something like Red in the Ledger, of course, go for a big Dominate attack. Potentially wanting to utilize that Dominate before the Transcend comes online for Alex, so it's not able to get the value out of that Traverse the Universe right away.
Exactly, and we haven't transcended yet for Alexandros, so here we see the Art of War in hand as well. Being able to go off a little bit with this Art of War is a little bit awkward without having that Transcend card available to you. So we're not going to see a huge pop-off turn with this first Art of War that I've seen, and this is sometimes the situation you end up with on Zen, that you find yourself in a situation where you haven't been able to transcend yet, but you find those other key cards that you want to use to basically pop off with. So
but then your opponent, in this case, Kevin on Azalea, is trying to make you play the game at their pace.
Yeah.
So actually choosing to use the Azalea hero ability here to find a pump, looks like a Lace with Frailty? Lace with Inertia?
Lace with Inertia, yeah.
Okay, so that's pretty good. Threatening the Inertia token here to try and clear out that arsenal, perhaps?
Exactly, making their opponent not able to set up this big turn. So if Alexandros was hoping to bank this Art of War down in his arsenal to hope to get that Transcend off and then pop off with the Art of War, he's not going to be able to do that if this Inertia hits.
Well, the Lace with Bloodrot following up as well. So this is a really nice sort of combination here, giving that Remorseless +6 and saying, look, if you want to take this and get the Inertia, you're going to have to ship away your whole hand. There's no way for you to set up. But if you take all this damage in order to pop off, this Remorseless is just going to take away 1 life for every action.
Yeah, it's not really what you want to see, because every single attack or action that you make is going to tick 1 of your life totals away. And having these big arrows coming in as well, basically forcing the on-hit in a way that because your opponent is not able to block as good, then you can basically force those on hits through if you have enough pumps. In this case, it's going to come in for 11.
And 11, very hard to block here, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Alex has the Art of War, doesn't defend.
Exactly.
Zen actually just runs a lot of Transcend cards that don't defend at all. So a bit of a difficult spot for him.
Definitely, and this is really good when you're on the Azalea side of things, because this is really the position that you want to be in. You are forcing the opponents to have the answers, basically. You're just presenting the questions, and your opponent is having to provide the answers on how they want to go about their turn. And now Alexandros is in a really difficult situation on how he wants to pan this one out. He probably does not want to play out his whole hand with that remorseless effect on top of him.
Do you think there's a chance here that Alex looks to maybe get a bit aggressive, push in the boots, perhaps get the target, try pop up with this Art of War turn? I mean, the problem is, you're right, but without the Transcend, you're going to take a lot of damage to try get that off. But is that one sort of option available to him here?
Definitely, but as long as this remorseless effect is active, unless he's able to block it out and be able to present something, it's not going to be super, super impressive. So if I was in Alexandros' shoes, I would probably look to try and arsenal this Art of War, unless he already has an Art of War in his arsenal. I'm not sure exactly what that card is at this point.
Yeah, potentially defensive Art of War is one option as well.
That is also an option.
Because
so if you already have an Art of War available, then of course we can use our second Art of War to be more defensive, to try and bank up a little bit, and also fodder more cards into that graveyard that you can be able to bounce off of later.
Yes, this Remorseless just threatening the on-hits that when it hits a hero until the end of the next turn, whenever they play an action card, they lose 1 life. Zen is a hero that we know likes to play a lot of action cards. They like to go very wide, so a very relevant on-hit here. Also threatening the Inertia and the Blood Rot. So effectively presenting like 13 damage here, plus the Inertia. Very, very nice start for Kevin.
And Kevin also having 1 card left at his disposal that he can arsenal later, and Skullbone Crosswrap on his next turn as well. Having that extra card available to you can really empower your turn and enable you to go different ways. When you know what's on top, you can basically Azalea into that, or if you want to Azalea blind, it's better than the Azalea blind into something and then playing that off afterwards.
So our world champion being put in the spot of bother here and maybe looking to push an equipment in very early.
Now that's an interesting decision. Now the 12-petal Kataya, giving you with an extra resource whenever you transcend.
Yes,
choosing to equip that or block that away so soon in the game.
Yes, so chosen to hold on to the Art of War here. Nothing really available, still has the other equipments. As you mentioned, having that 12-petal is very nice to sort of combo off with the Art of War as well.
Well, Art of War is a yellow, so it's going to be able to present 4 out of this with the Send Needles, as we mentioned earlier. Very, very effective.
Yeah, we'll see if Kevin is able to just keep up the tempo here.
And unfortunate for Alexandros, Kevin has that Boltyn shot to be able to shut down that Zephyr Needle, and it's going to break at the end of this combat chain.
Yes, Kevin's got to be pretty happy with how these turns have worked out, right? So manages to get the chest block already, manages to blow off one of the needles, still has 3 cards in hand, Tunic coming online, card in arsenal. Is he going to be able to keep this up?
Yeah, this is not the Zen game that we typically used to see. We saw some Blitz games with Zen recently in the Battle Harden, and those games were over in like 2 or 3 turns. Now what we see here is no single Transcend card. We haven't seen a utilization of Art of Wars. It's been a very, very difficult game for Alexandros where things basically don't line up, and that's absolutely some of those Zen games that you can have sometimes.
Yep, Skullbone Crosswrap activated here, so we're going to flip up the Amplifying Arrow using Azalea's hero ability. Kevin just having a look at that top card, see if he likes it or not.
Yeah, Amplifying Arrow is such a cute addition lately. Now, having all of those buffs, being able to buff 1 extra on your Amplifying Arrow, that typically is only coming in for 2. But if you chain 3 or 4 or multiple non-attack actions that buffs your Amplifying Arrow, it can become really, really scary. No dangerous on-hits, of course, but it can be a really, really nice finisher.
Yeah, one thing I like about Alex's approach so far in this game as well is that it's kind of continually puts Kevin on the spot, saying like, you need to offer disruption, over and over again. So this Amplifying Arrow, I mean, if Kevin had a big life lead here, might be pretty happy just throwing down a bunch of pumps, putting a big Amplifying Arrow for 10, 12 plus damage. I think if you throw out 10 plus vanilla damage here, Alex is going to be very happy just taking that and having a big turn. So, okay, read the glide path comes down, so we're going to see another opt here. So Kevin, I think, really digging, seeing what he can find. I think he'd love to find like a red in the ledger or something, throw a few pumps down with that. Okay, so we're going to see the Azalea hero ability used, and there we go, Remorseless on top with Dominate. So already threatening 8. Let's see if he can add to that number.
Yeah, another Remorseless is not what Alexandros wants to see at this point. He wants to be able to try and start ditch back some damage here, but Kevin is just chaining those important on-hits back to back, and it's exactly what you want to do as Azalea.
And has the option to use the Tunic here, come on with 11, Remorseless to dominate 11 and have an Arsenal card.
And Blood Rush on hit is also quite annoying. Alexandros still hasn't taken any damage at this point in time, very patiently playing what his opponent is trying to do.
Feels like this might be the one that connects here, though.
Yeah, with the Dominate, it's going to be a tough one.
And Alex going, come on, man, I just blocked one of these for 11. Like, seriously.
No, but this is why I think it's so important to have that knowledge that there's going to be those Dominate arrows, and you can't block those out. So if your hand is that awkward that you don't think you're going to get that much value out of it, it's very much in your favor to block out that arrow as much as possible, preserve your life total, and then go about it in the next one.
Yep, so Alex just going to put down a Chase the Tail in front of that. Going to be taking 8 damage here with the Blood Rot token. But again, just preserving the life total a little bit. Very easily able to play perhaps a 2-card hand here and pitch the Blood Rot. Zen does play a lot of blues.
So can probably comfortably pitch that away if he chooses to. Question is...
I know there's a lot of Zens playing like Command and Conquer and stuff like that as well. Okay, so just going to kick things off with an Enlightened Strike. Taking 1 to the Remorseless.
So we're probably just going to see an E-Strike for 7 here, is what I imagine, and then we're going to try to pitch off the Blood Rot.
Yeah, I feel like they would line up pretty cleanly here.
Yeah, not taking a necessary amount of damage from the Remorseless is probably the best way to go about it.
Now, we've seen Kevin here running pretty well so far in his early, lining up these pumps plus attacks over and over again. Do you think is Alex sort of playing towards one of these turns, the classic Azalea turns, where the things don't line up? You draw 4 pumps, you draw 4 arrows. Do you feel he's sort of patiently biding his time, waiting to strike on one of those turns?
That is definitely an acceptable choice to do. Because absolutely, Azalea can have those awkward turns where you just draw 4 non-attacks and there's like nothing you can do about it. You can blind Azalea, and if you blind Azalea into a non-attack again, then your hand doesn't do anything. So, but giving Azalea the Legions here to have a full card hand is probably not looking like that.
So it looks like Alex did pitch away to that Blood Rot. We see Kevin here activating that Azalea hero ability, choosing to opt the card to the bottom here.
Yeah, so we're going to see a blind Azalea this turn around, or do we have any other ways to look at the top? Like those read the glide paths, for example, that lets you opt on top as well.
And the life total's 31 to 31, so despite the fact that Kevin has been fully sort of been aggressive most of this game, Alex demonstrating why he's the world champ, trying to keep this as close as possible. So we're going to see the pump thrown out. Does Kevin have an arrow to pair this up with?
Yeah, the frailty on hit is also quite annoying because your arsenal cards is going to come in for 1 less, your weapons is going to come in for 1 less if that connects.
Here we see our first red ledger of the game. So this is coming in for at least 8. This is a lot of the time a must block if you want to have a turn, as in. So
and we have the read.
So another card opted. Kevin looking to keep that one on top. So we have another Seek and Destroy. So this is a big red in the ledger. That's +9. This is coming in for 14.
No, this is the one, big one. And also with the Seek and Destroy combination, this is huge for Kevin. The Seek and Destroy basically tells your opponent, you're not allowed to keep any cards at the end of your turn. You're supposed to keep everyone away. And Red in the Ledger basically tells you you can only play 1 action your turn. So it's a really, really effective combination here that Kevin finds.
Yep, so very difficult to block here coming for 14. We know Alex was trying to protect that Arsenal card when he pushed in the chest on a previous turn to defend for 11.
Exactly.
So it feels like that may be an important card to him, but I mean, even putting your whole hand down here, you're probably going to need to put in something like the Shuko. You really don't want to block with Traverse. You haven't transcended yet. So really good job from Kevin here. Just pressure, pressure, pressure all day long.
Exactly. So if that is an Art of War in the arsenal, which I would imagine since it's so important to him, then you know you already seen your second Art of War. So then you're only playing out to your last and third Art of War that is somewhere in the deck. And it could be a really, really long while until we get there. So yeah, it's a really, really difficult situation for Alexandros here.
So Alex choosing to... Wait, we're going to see a defense reaction here? Oh, he hit the Flick Flag.
Okay.
So I guess that lines up with not being able to play into the Remorseless previously. So the Flick Flag, so this is going to be defended out for 9 in total. Still taking 5. Makes me wonder if Alex has something like another Enlightened Strike or a big attack just to throw down here.
I think I saw a CNC in his hand, so...
Okay, so CNC not the most effective here, considering it's just vanilla lit, but I mean...
Arsenal as well.
But damage is damage, even if you're not
Exactly.
threatening Arsenal.
Yeah, I think that's what we're going for here. It's a really unfortunate situation when you're sitting on those command and conquer and you're like, yeah, now we can really punish their arsenal because they always want to end their turn with an arsenal. But in this particular situation, it's the only turn where Kevin is like, no arsenal this time around.
And because the red and ledger hit, not even able to try and threaten with the needle as well. Limited to 1 action on this turn.
Exactly. Quite an awkward turn here for Alexandros. But I really, really love that addition of the flick flack.
Yeah, put in a lot of work there, allowing him to actually offer some damage back because... Like we've been saying this entire game, look at the life totals, 31 to 26. There's no arguing that Azalea has had the best of it so far, has maintained tempo pretty much throughout the entire game. But Alex is biding his time, saying, I'm going to be able to transcend at some point. I know there's some more Art of Wars remaining in my deck, so let's see what happens.
Yeah, definitely. This game is far from over. We know Zen can probably dish out 30 plus damage if everything lines up his way with the traverse and the strides, blocking, getting that tiger, getting that she. Being able to pop up with an Art of War turn, it can get really, really nasty really, really quickly. And Azalea does not like to block. She doesn't have any equipment available that is able to block that much either. So being presented with 30 damage is really scary.
Yeah, because in a pinch, when it gets to the late game, you have the Skullbone Crosswrap and the Tunic. But it's, for the early game, you kind of just have that long draw half glove. That's about it. And Kevin was looking at just lining up a 1-card block here, dropping down to 28 and a 2-life lead. That's it at that point. Okay, maybe putting 2 cards in here, so...
Maybe I have an awkward hand.
If you're Alex, I think you'd be pretty happy to see 2 cards pushed in on defense here.
But if you have 4 arrows in your hand, you can probably give 2 arrows away, because you're not going to be able to chain those, unless those are Boltyn shots, but you still need the pumps for the Boltyn shots to get that go again, so... Can be quite awkward in that situation, but we're deciding to take 6 here.
Okay, so Kevin showed us the 1 card, 2 cards, and said, you know what, no blocks. Let's keep it real. I want to keep dealing some damage.
Keep the train rolling, basically.
And Alex going, please, come on, just 1 turn.
Give me something.
Give me 1 turn, let me transcend, let me do my thing.
Just do damage and I'll be happy. Oh, we have a transcend card. But do we have a blue? That's the question.
So it looks like I spotted a Enlightened Strike in Alex's hand, and a transcend. So Kevin leading things off with a Death Dealer into the Boltyn shot. We'll see if he took a bit of a gamble on this turn, considering that he considered defending with 1 or 2 cards before ultimately going for the no blocks.
Yeah, so hoping maybe that this Boltyn shot connects, that he is able to reload an extra arrow and go a bit wider this turn.
So Laced Bloodrot coming down.
Giving the Boltyn shot go again, as it now has more power than its base.
Yep, so this is threatening 7.
On hit more damage, and possibly more on hits.
Yep, and again, kind of annoying on Zen, like you do have a lot of these good equips, but you probably don't want to push the boots in until it makes sense to do so, like a big Art of War turn. So these breakpoints can get really, really annoying. I mean, another Flick Flack would be pretty nice here.
Yeah, I wonder if the Flick Flacks are hopeful for the Guardian matchup, where you can cover up some extra damage and those extra on hits.
Possibly new as well.
Possibly
There's
new.
a lot of new around.
Definitely.
So yeah, this is a bit of a turning point in the game, I feel like. With the life total 26 to 25, it's very finely balanced at this point. Alex knows that he's going to have to pull the trigger at some point and start getting on the front foot, but he just needs to figure out, is this the turn I do so? Like, if I get greedy here, take 7, and then...
Get punished with an on-hit, yeah.
And Kevin throws down, like, who knows, or like, maybe if I choose to block this out, and then he hits me with the Codex of Frailty, like, is it going to go bad that way?
Exactly, you never know. A Codex would be pretty awkward. With the 2 cards in hand, he would have to discard one of the cards in order to play it, unless it's a pump, then he can play the pump before the Codex of Frailty, of course.
Yep, so maybe not the end of the world, probably going through Alex's head as well here.
Yeah, I'm just thinking how Alexandros is thinking what his opponent can be able to sit on, but basically you have so little information that you can't really make any assumption on what your opponent has. He still has 1 floating, so it could be a 1-cost arrow easily, could be another pump for that as well. So I mean, letting this Boltyn shot hit is both very punishing and also very relieving.
Okay, so choosing to push in the E-Strike, Tiger Form Incantation, and the Stride of Reprisal there. Going to pick up that Tiger into hand. And that's going to be it. Managed to blank out that turn. So let's see how he actually utilizes that Tiger. Like, maybe it was just a value block for 1 there, because we feel he has the Transcend card.
It's the Codex.
Oh,
it's the Codex of Blood
the
Draw.
Codex of Blood Draw comes down.
So compared to its sister Frailty, that lets you dig for a card in your graveyard to put into your arsenal, you take a card from your hand face down into your arsenal, so...
Probably looking at a 0-cost arrow here. Actually, 1 resource available, so...
Could be one, yeah. But forcing your opponent to also put a card down.
Yep, and we know he had the Transcend card and the Tiger, so pretty difficult to defend here. So actually just a Boltyn shot. Going to use the Skullbone Crossfire to flip that up.
See if we can find anyone interesting on the top, but unfortunately no.
So did choose to leave that card on top with the Ponder coming up, so...
Possibly a pump.
Yeah, possibly a pump, which is pretty flexible when you use the Skullbone Crosswrap as well. It's going to come in for 4, the Ponder's available. See how Alex wants to approach this. So we know he had Tiger Transcend card +1, which is a little bit of an awkward hand as well.
Yeah, no second blue in that hand, so he's not able to transcend that card.
But again, with the Blood Rot here, perhaps just going to take an off turn, choose to pitch away to it.
Another off turn.
Yeah, it's a lot of off turns.
I mean, Azalea is still on almost life parity with Alexandros here, so I mean...
Yeah, and we talk about Alexandros playing a good defensive game, and he has, but that life total is being chipped away. You're starting to get to the point where a couple of big dominated arrows coming down from
really
Azalea.
scary.
The long draw half glove is still available as well to help sort of debrick a hand.
Mm.
Okay, so we're going to see the 100 wins come down here. So it does have the option to pitch that Transcend card to deal with the Blood Rot and Arsenal the Tiger. Perhaps that's what he's going for. I mean, really wants to Transcend at some point, but may just decide, look, I've got to preserve my life total as much as possible. Kevin very happy just putting 1 card in front.
It's quite an unfortunate situation for Alexandros, because what you typically want to do is you want to fetch that Tiger from your boots when you block with it to feed that Artward to draw into 2 cards.
Yeah, or
basically
even,
for free.
Even push it towards like an Enlightened Strike or something in a pinch, but instead just going to be forced to pitch away that Transcend card, get rid of that Blood Rot, and Arsenal the Tiger.
Yeah.
So it's pretty nice to set up things like Chase the Tail, for example, or other Tiger combo cards. Also helps you to get your Shuko online, but I think Alex would have been a lot happier trying to get that Transcend card down.
Yeah, I think Alexandros would be really happy to see a turn where he could possibly transcend and be able to have that classic pop-off turn that we are accustomed to seeing.
Okay, so it was indeed a pump of sorts. The Rain Razors flipped up the Skullbone Crosswrap here. Kevin going to go ahead and opt 1. Tunic on 3 for this turn as well, so a little bit of additional resources to play with. Really nice when it lines up with a Death Dealer like that.
Yeah, so more damage is definitely going to come through with this Rain Razors. But we're thinking long about this card on top. Like, is it a pump or is it an arrow?
Yeah, Kevin really taking his time with this one.
Because either you want to draw that card into your Death Dealer or you want to swap it out with your Azalea to get it into your arsenal and have some dominated attacks.
So going to go ahead and throw out that Rain Razors, followed up by a Take Aim, choosing to reload. And an Endless Arrow coming in for 9 here.
Interesting, choosing not to activate the Death Dealer. He has his Tunic online.
And actually chose to leave that card on top.
Now the on-hit here is to get your Endless Arrow back into your hand. Could we see a Snapdragon Scalers play here to follow up to get even extra agency from the Rain Racer to get that extra buff onto your next Endless Arrows as well?
I mean, it looks pretty nice here. So if you come in for 9, if your opponent doesn't block the Snapdragon Scalers, if you have another pump in hand, maybe you line it up that way, but you have the Tunic available for Death Dealer if you don't want to pitch that card in hand. A lot of sort of hidden information going on.
Exactly. Now this is so annoying for Alexandros, as you can see.
And maybe if you really wanted to push it on this turn as well, if you get the Endless Arrow back to hand, Death Dealer load it, draw another card, and go for the long draw. They might be getting a little bit aggressive, having not blocked with the long draw, but the life totals are starting to get towards that area where you say, if you're not going to block either of these, I end with a card in Arsenal. Yeah, I'm just going to kill you.
Now that's a scary proposition to be in.
And as you brought up, the Rain Razors being turn-wide as well makes that just a lot more threatening. be threatening, what, 9 into 10? Okay, but Alex is going to go ahead and shut that one down.
Oh, we see a massive block here.
Yep, so going to go ahead and block for 10. It looks like Shuko plus a Biting Breeze, Chase the Tail, and looks like a Mauling Key.
We're still going to activate the Snappies.
Okay, so the Snappy's used. Is there another arrow that can be loaded off the Death Dealer here, or Codex of Frailty or something?
Be.
I mean, a Codex into Red in the Ledger would be... I mean, Alex is down to 1 card in hand, so the on-hit, but just the damage at this point. Oh, and the Transcend card in hand as well.
Now this is so punishing for Alexandros. He really wanted to make sure that he doesn't take unnecessary amount of damage from this Endless Arrow coming back on a second turn, but he has the Codex.
Yeah, so the Infecting Shot as opposed to something like the Red and Ledger or Remorseless makes a lot of sense to me here because, like you say, you don't really care about restricting to 1 action with 1 card in hand, 1 in Arsenal.
Exactly.
You know, that's the Tiger.
It's a bit overpower, or overkill.
Yep. So this Infecting Shot can come in for 7 though, and I mean, maybe if we look at the silver lining for Alex, it's the blue, so he can pitch to the Blood Rot, but you really don't want to be taking 7 damage here.
And you can't block it. You don't have any cards in hand to do so.
Kevin just going to go ahead and get that Ponder, set up another card in Arsenal to just keep this ball rolling like he's been doing the entire game. So your 2023 French National Champion looking very, very good right now.
Very, very solid. Like his hand has been lining up so good, basically putting Alexandros in a corner and just hitting him over and over again, and Alexandros is not getting a break.
Yeah, and conversely on the other side, Alexandros has been doing his best to try and keep up, play defensively here and there, but unfortunately just not being able to transcend. Been forced to push in these equips at somewhat awkward times as well.
And sending a Tiger for 0, not being able to pay for the Blood Rot.
Okay, so just going to go, like, I actually kind of like this play here because eventually you have to say, look, I need to transcend to win this game. And I'm probably going to have to, with my life total the slow, I'm going to need to block with that Traverse. So I like holding on to the Transcend card and just getting rid of the Tiger at this point.
Indeed, but 13 life total now.
It's not much.
That could be 1 dominated arrow away from death at this point.
And as Kevin chose to leave that card on top, Skullbone Crosswrap activated at a take aim. That's pretty nice. Because at this point as well, even though the Dominate matters to close the game, but at this point in the game as Azalea, just the raw damage that you push out with pumps. I mean, if you say, look, okay, here's an arrow for 12, like, are you going to take 9? Like, I'm very happy with that.
Very happy indeed.
All the equipment's still available on Kevin's side as well. I mean, outside the Snapdragon Scalers.
But I mean, Tunic is being able to feed those 1-cost arrows, being able to pitch for Death Dealer for free, in quotation.
Yeah, but I think, Alex has maybe been playing towards that turn where Azalea stumbles, but Kevin's been doing the 100-meter dash so far and running it very, very well.
Yeah, you just hope that Azalea stumbles at some point, and we're having a very hard think on this one if we're going to keep that card on top, or what we're going to do with this.
So possibly might need to gamble a little bit if he hasn't found the arrow.
Could be.
But I suspect maybe he's just thinking, look, do I want to deal like 14 or 15 damage this turn?
Sometimes it can be really tricky to find those lines with Azalea.
It can. And just looking over at Alexandros' side, well, Kevin's making up his mind here. I like the approach of the needles, but the game just hasn't lined up that way so far.
Indeed.
So Kevin really taking a big think here. And it makes sense, like we've discussed on stream already, right? Zen has the ability to just push through these very big turns out of nowhere sometimes.
Yeah.
So I feel like Kevin at this point just taking a second to assess what is the optimal line. Doesn't want to rush through, get a little bit greedy, say, hey, it doesn't matter if I deal 6 or 7 damage because I'm up by 12. Because we've seen Zen do some crazy turns. Like the last thing you want to do is go into this turn, mess it up just a little bit, and then Zen pushes like a 23 damage turn. And then suddenly all bets are off.
Exactly. So did we find an arrow on top? We decide to keep it on the top.
So take aim, choosing not to reload.
Interesting. But we have so many Seek and Destroys available. We're gonna activate the Death Dealer.
Oh, into the Codex of Frailty.
Fail the Death Dealer, so we don't put an arrow down. We're just gonna play the Codex of Frailty on top.
So interesting here. So gonna fetch Red and Ledger, but is he still gonna Azalea here to try and... So he does have the 1 resource spare. If that's a 1-cost arrow, the sequencing makes a lot of sense. But I mean, just the +9 on Red and Ledger for 14 is pretty good.
It's pretty good.
Okay. So perhaps maybe that's what he's tanking on if there's something like a pump on top of his deck. He's saying, do I get a little bit greedy and change this out for an arrow to try go for lethal? But I really like this line.
Definitely. every single red in the ledger turn that comes in for 10 plus, it's not a happy Zen that you're gonna face in that situation.
We just saw in Alexandros' hand there, we see it like bonds to chase the tail. It feels like he needs to preserve his life total, but Erica, do you worry at some point as a Zen player that you're actually just pushing in all your power cards to defend with?
As a victor, when I play against a Zen, that is exactly what I want to see.
Yeah.
When every single red card that they push in front to block something, I'm super happy to see that. So, yeah, in this position, forcing your opponent to be put in a situation where they can't take this damage. It's too much. The cards don't effectively block because most of them are those transcend cards that don't block for anything. You have those outer water that doesn't block for anything. You also have some of those 2 blocks.
Yeah, because I see in the Sam, it looks like there's a Bonds, the Descendant, a aspect of the Tiger Body.
It blocks quite well.
And it blocks, but it's also the kind of hand that you're like, I wish I could play this.
Yes.
I think there was a blue Descendant as well, would have lined up very nicely.
Yeah, goodbye hand.
Okay, so it looks like that's going to block out for 10. Still taking 4 damage. And that Seek and Destroy just so punishing here.
Yeah, you're going to lose that arsenal.
It's like you want to... I think, probably a decent read from Kevin. Like, I felt like you were trying to set up the Transcend, so you're going to have to wait a little bit longer.
Like, Kevin is not giving Alexandros a break. He has been all gas.
All gas, no breaks.
No.
Alexandros just wants a moment to breathe there, but not being given it.
And Grains that tips the scale that at least gives you a life back. Not going to happen.
Your Grain tips for the +1. Nope, that's going to hit the bin.
Because most of the Azalea players that I've spoken to, they really fear the Zen matchup because Zen can present so much damage in such a short period of time. And if they have one off turn, it could be game over from that point on. But here, Kevin, he's really proving a point that, but if everything just lines up.
Kevin says, like, I don't believe in off turns. they don't exist. And also, but it's a good point because sometimes Azalea, you have that critical disruption turn, which then is able to say, okay, block for a whole lot with my equipment and maybe plus a card from hand. But just being forced to commit maybe one piece of equipment at a time to stop certain on-hits has just turned out to be very, very punishing for Alexandros' game. Now, is Kevin, at a certain point, do you feel he's going to look to set up a dominate attack to close things out, or is he happy just playing a little bit safe and conservative and just trying to push through, say, these like 10, 11 damage arrows?
I mean, he's in a position right now where he's at positive life by quite the margin.
Yep.
So he's able to take quite a lot on the return whenever basically. So if he's able to comfortably set up that dominated arrow, maybe have a knock in the Death Whistle available that is going to be able to put a card on top that he knows exactly what it's going to be and be able to Azalea into that and force a dominated attack on his opponent, just close out the game. That is absolutely the line that I would strive for.
But you feel he's in a spot where he doesn't need to gamble to do that. He can just take the safer line if he needs to due to this gigantic 16-point life lead. And looks like Take Aim was a card he kept previously, so makes a bit of sense. Using this Goldbound Crossrope here to opt 1. Again, just taking his time, making sure he does everything right. And totally agree with you as well. It just feels like if you're able to push even 8 damage arrows at this point, maybe combined with a bit of an on-hit,
yeah,
that's fine. If your opponent wants to drop to 1, you're happy with that. If you're keeping Zen to a 2 or 3 card hand with haven't transcended, no threat of the traverse at this point,
exactly.
I think you're pretty happy, right?
Definitely. So at this point, just being able to push damage, the on-hits aren't as important anymore because you're forcing your opponent, or Zen in this point, in a position where you have to block in order to just stay alive.
And I think Zen at this point ideally wants to try set up that really big 6-card hand, get a card down in Arsenal. I feel if we look at on Alexandros' side what he wants to play towards, probably Azalea stumbling a little bit, maybe just an arrow for 8, you can put 2 or 3 cards in front, get a Transcend card in Arsenal, drop your next hand, and then be able to block with maybe 1 card plus reverse with it once you Transcend, and that's your window back into the game. Whether Kevin's going to give him that window, we'll see. So far,
hasn't presented itself so far, unfortunately, for Alexandros.
So Take Aim, is he going to reload here? Looks like choosing not to.
Oh, we have the knock. We decide to pitch it instead. But we have the red.
Okay, I'm just going to drop
the last red that he has available to him, but...
Yep, read the glide path to opt again. And perhaps this line just speaks to what we were just talking about a little bit as well, saying I'm just going to take the safer path here rather than perhaps go for the red and, go for the knock and not have enough to actually kill you. Whereas this, we're already looking at a red and ledger for 11, completely shutting off Alex's turn. Kevin knows as well that probably only seen 2 Transcend cards from Alex at this point. Knows that Zen tends to run the full 9, has a lot of no blocks and a lot of 2 blocks left in deck. At some point, these big arrows are just going to start chipping away 3, 4, 5 points of damage.
Indeed.
I mean, and if you're able to at some point force the traverse pre-transcend, that is just an absolute disaster for Zen.
Oh, he's using the Azalea here.
Okay, Azalea just to pick up the Boltyn shot.
So maybe he has enough to go for the kill here. Yeah, we have to premeditate. This is huge.
So +9, is that a yellow Boltyn? So this is coming for 12, and that might be just what we talked about. Is this going to force the traverse without transcend?
Exactly. Giving him no value on that traverse block. This is a massive decision from Kevin.
Yeah, so it looks like Kevin just, I mean, outside of something like a flick flack, but even that would drop you to, 1 at this point. You're going to have to put in a card plus the traverse.
To stay alive.
And Kevin has the potential to follow this up here. A 0-cost arrow.
That's true.
I believe there's 1 Codex of Frailty left in the deck, if need be as well.
Yeah.
Oh, this is just so painful.
12 dominate.
And that's the 3rd copy of Chase the Tail, also hitting the bin.
The last one, yeah.
Probably the least of his concerns at this point. It's like, look, I'm just trying to chase a good turn.
I'm just trying to stay alive, bro. Can you knock it down a little bit to give me a chance to pull back in?
So going to take 7 here, drop down to 2. And he did have the arrow follow-up, and it's a really nice one as well, that endless arrow. I mean, Alexandros at this point must want to hold on. Yeah, really wants to hold on to at least the card. Maybe puts 2 cards in front.
Yeah.
But then if you, because if you let this hit for 1, it comes back to Arsenal, lets it.
Yeah,
okay.
let's just go through. Goes down to 1.
I mean, I believe we saw it in Lightning Strike in Alexandros' hands, so probably thinking, I have to do something. I have to push some amount of damage here. But for Kevin, this just lined up absolutely. Oh, he also had the Ponder coming up already, so it didn't matter that much.
Exactly.
But now getting to put the, whatever card out of those 2 into Arsenal, it's going to have the cross wrap, the Azalea hero ability next turn to try to close
Every
this
single
game.
trick in the book in order to send a dominated arrow fairly comfortably. Also depends on what he finds on top, of course. Unless he has that knock in the death whistle to manipulate his top card accordingly.
So Lightning Strike for 5, draw a card. I like this from Alexandros. You got to play to your outs. Like maybe you can pick up something like the Flick Flack here. Maybe Defensive Art of War. Just something that maybe if you pick up the Flick Flack, your opponent overcommits, goes for like a small arrow, you block it out with a Flick Flack. You pull off the miracle comeback somehow from 25 to 1 with no traverse.
I think that's the wisest thing to do here. And Lightning Strike with +2 is not intimidating at the slightest at this point in time. With Kevin sitting at 25,
who cares, right?
+2 on E-Strike is not going to do anything. So drawing a card there, as you mentioned, if he finds that Flick Flack, then he might be able to survive another turn.
Yeah, if you E-Strike for 70, I think your opponent, the only thing they risk is hurting their hand trying to hit that life total down quickly enough.
So that's, I think, a really good out there from Alexandros, just being able to draw a card and find something to help him stay alive.
So very disciplined here, still choosing to defend this out, Kevin. But that's the power we were talking about, the long draw half glove, being able to close out games here. Just having a pump on tap at this stage, so good. Because if you find any arrow, you can just say, okay, +4. It doesn't really matter what my hand is. I'm going to push in this arrow for like 8, 9 plus damage.
And if you're able to dominate it, that's going to close this game really hard. So see here if Kevin has the spice to go out with a bang.
Yep, and depending on your hand, you can almost get away with a blind spin as well.
Oh, Spire sniping as well.
Oh, that's a really good one.
Let's think you opt to. Not opt. You get to see the top 2 cards and then you put them back in any order. So it's a bit of a different.
And when your opponent leaves both of them on top, that's bad news. Okay,
that
so the
is
red in the
bad
ledger.
news. That's a dominated red in the ledger. Kevin.
This could be the game. Tunic still up. We're going to see another pump. We are.
And the +4 from long draw. This is a biggie. And that's the game.
Alexandros throws out the fist bump. So a very difficult game for Alexandros there. Kept his composure. I feel we have to credit him for doing everything he could to try stay in that game and make it competitive. Sometimes the Fab Gods just say it's not your day, and today it was all Kevin all the time.
Definitely. It was such an interesting tackle, and seeing Azalea just doing Azalea things and everything is working out in Kevin's favor or Azalea's favor in this instance was really fine to see.
Yep. So next up, we're going to have Roman do a winners interview with Kevin. Probably say, walk us through that game. Was that the greatest Azalea Zen game you've ever played in your life?
That would be interesting to hear.
It looked very nice from our side. So we're going to push that through to the winners interview and in just a moment, and then we'll be back with a short break and on to round 3. Don't go anywhere. Plenty of more Flesh and Blood action coming your way.
Guys, round 2 just finished, and the winner is this guy, my good friend Kevin Pennec from France. Look at this, Team Rosette. Yeah, he comes from Lyon, and you know that there's a calling in Lyon pretty soon, so these guys are pretty good at the game. So, Kevin, it looked like there was absolutely no chance for Alex to come back into this game. You absolutely pummeled him all game long. Did you feel like that way for you?
Yeah, I think I get a high roll. And I feel bad for him because he didn't transcend, so he can use his traverse to make a big turn. But I also try to maximize my arsenal. For example, with a red in the ledger, I prefer to attack with it for 11 and not for 14, so I can keep an arsenal to keep make some distortion here for him. Yeah.
Yeah, there was like a chain of disruption. There was no way, I don't think at any point in the game he managed to attack with his full hand. There was no way to have the most efficient turns that you can see sometimes with Zen, where he just goes all the way. You're down to from 25 to 0 in like an instant. So yeah, at any point did you feel threatened by the output of damage that Zen can put together, or did you feel like comfortable all game long?
No, I didn't feel comfortable because when he can transcend, he can block with all his armor and make a big turn that I can do nothing. Or for example, if he play Warmonger, I can have a IP5 turn. So thanks to LSS, we have a new arms piece, long draw, and I really like this arm. Yeah, I really like this piece of equipment. Yeah.
So how confident are you in your choice of heroes for this game? You're playing Azalea, it's a pretty strong hero, but in some matchups it's more difficult. So how confident are you?
I'm not confident because I don't think it's the best hero. I think it's Zen or New. But I play Azalea because I didn't train. I didn't train at all for the 7th, and I only play a hero that I'm confident on it. Yeah. So I play. I'm a ranger player, so yeah, I like playing Azalea. Yeah.
So you're now 2-0. You just won versus the world champion. Alex is actually the current world champion. How do you feel about the rest of the day?
Yeah, we will see. I don't know. I'm just here to.
Has to be pretty confident now.
Yeah. But I'm here to enjoy the events. Yeah. But I'm already ready for the LL event. Yeah.
Okay. Well, thanks for your time, Kevin. Good luck on the rest of the day. We'll be right back with more coverage. Back in Amsterdam for round 3. I'm Romain, this is Kieran, aka Mr. Classic. Look at it, the sun is shining, the
beautiful day in
Suns are
Amsterdam.
losing. Yeah, it's, well, I was going around the venue. I don't know if you check out the place, but it looks amazing. All the people are very excited about playing their games. All the side events were going well. We had a couple of very exciting games first, but I think the next one will be pretty good. I'm looking at the matchup. It's a pretty exciting one. But first, I think we need to take a look at the meta game breakdown. I know that people are very excited about looking at these numbers, and look at this. So at the top of this meta game breakdown, we have 90 Zens. Kind of expected, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I was going around the past couple of days talking to a lot of players saying, what do you think is going to be the most played? The most common answer was either Zen or Nu. And most of the players kind of felt that it was a toss-up between those two. But sometimes last minute, if people can't make up in their mind, they play what they feel is the best deck in the format, a deck that they may have played through previous tournaments. So it looks like a lot of players have just decided, why target Zen when I can just play it? So most played deck here, looking at around sort of 20-ish% or so. A lot of people looking to target this deck, particularly after the bans of yellow and blue bonds, but looks like it's still doing pretty well.
Yeah, and 72 Nu. So Nu is pretty good matchup. It has a pretty good matchup into Zen. So probably a good pick also for this event. So pretty nice numbers there as well. 32 of each illusion is, by the way, 32 Enigma and 32 Prism. 31 of Chaos.
Yeah, so just go through a couple of those. Nu sort of stood out as, for a lot of players, as the deck to bring if you wanted to target and beat Zen. Very interesting talking to some players, seeing the different approaches they've gone towards that. A couple of different builds out there. Really also can see that some of the spice that comes out over the weekend. And followed up, so those are the two most played, making up a good chunk of the meta game. What I'm really interested in is going down to the sort of next level, because a lot of players were expecting Zen and Nu. But as you mentioned, when we go down to things like the Illusionist coming up, so we have Enigma, Prism, and KO. Prism, I feel there's been a consensus that it's quite a good deck to bring to the tournament. Is that kind of your feeling as well?
Yeah, I think it's a pretty... when you want to go all out aggro, you can just play with Zen and you have a pretty good matchup against the field. But I think KO was still... You can still see the very strong turns with Blood Rush below, and you can run basically over anything else, anything in the field. So it's a pretty good deck to bring. But I think most players who wanted to go into that kind of gameplay, of very fast, very aggressive gameplay, went with Zen, and that's why we see very less chaos than expected.
Yeah, some of the Prism players I've spoken to as well, they feel that their matchup into Zen is quite close. They feel a little bit favored by how much depends on who you ask into Nu. But one of the core reasons they said they've played this deck is outside of KO, they feel pretty good against everything else in the field.
Absolutely.
And of course, yes, there are a lot of Zen and a lot of Nu, but probably 60+% of the field are going to be other decks. So you need a deck that can not only target the top two decks in the format, but also a number of the other decks that people are going to bring. And it's really cool seeing a lot of different Enigma builds. We see, part of the Mistveil being very highly represented in this meta, very powerful heroes. I've even heard of some Ijlst Enigma decks being out there. There's more aggressive builds, more defensive builds. Going to be really interesting to see what sort of rises to the top across those.
Yeah, definitely. I think what's going to be interesting as well is to see how these Azalea decks can make sure that that they can slow down these Zens. We saw on round 2 Kevin Pennec from France who won versus Alex Argyriou from Greece, was playing Zen, and he had basically no chance. It was impossible for him to play very efficiently, so that's also something to consider.
Yep, then when just rounding out some of these, we see a fair chunk of Victor, which is kind of one of those classic counterpicks into Zen. May struggle a little bit with things like Nu and Enigma. Kano, there's always going to be Kanos that can blow people up out of nowhere. It's been doing pretty well in events recently. A little bit of OG Dash. T-Bone's pretty good against equipment.
Absolutely. When you can make sure that the equipment dies at the beginning of the game, it's always very, very efficient. But it's also a very strong deck in its own right. It can go very fast if you want to take the Teclo Pounder at the beginning of the game. So it works on different axes.
Yep. Okay, and yeah, looks like we're going to jump into our game. I saw a few Riptides and Teklovos and Fires. It's the Flesh and Blood Pro Tour. Anything
Only
can happen.
5 Boltyns, though. I'm a bit sad that nobody decided to talk the Light Warrior to this event. But I know that Elly Bird tried her hand at the hero, and she came with a very nice build of Boltyn. So maybe we'll take a look at this shortly. But yeah, let's go to the main feature match. So that's Joakin Gustafsson. He's at 2-0 with Victor Goldmain against Francesco Lorenzi playing Maxx the Hype Nitro. And this guy on the right, Francesco, he's coming fresh off his win with Maxx at Battle Hardened Bologna last week.
That was a very cool tournament. I actually saw some of the games
It was a
out of
very
that.
exciting one, yeah. So he decided, he wasn't sure until the last minute which deck he was going to pick, but I think he had a big boost of confidence last week by winning with Maxx. And the deck can do some crazy things. Supercell is a very strong card, so there's definitely, it has some of the strongest combo turns that you can do in Flesh and Blood, basically.
Yeah, some of those, and it looks like some of them have gone towards the setup of those high octane into a couple of boost cards. Go into Mechanoid, attack a number of times, so like 6+ with Overpower, which is pretty nice. And it looks like over on the Victor side here we see...
he's playing the Crown of the Minion version, so he's starting the game with 1 gold, probably more of an aggressive build then. He wants to stack these gold tokens, go visit the Goldmain estate and attack with these overpowered.
Yep, and the Snapdragon Scaler's in there as well, potentially for something like an Enlightened Strike. I know some Victors are looking to play that card. They say everyone's welcome at the Goldmain estate, so...
Looks like it, yeah.
So overall in this game, what I expect to see on the Maxx side is just trying to push...
You try to weather the storm until you get 3 hyperdrivers on the board, and then you defend until you have enough resources in hand to pay for the mech.
Yeah, so if effectively chip a little bit of damage here and there and play towards your big Mechanoid turn.
Absolutely.
Interestingly, Victor is one of the heroes that can deal with Overpower quite well, with access to cards like Test of Strength, cards like Trounce.
Yeah, all these block cards are very efficient in blocking these.
A lot of equipment. Also has a number of very good disruptive cards as well. Looking at things, all sorts, disable. You can have Debilitate even just to chip away at a little bit of that damage coming through.
Yeah, I think the main issue there is that he'll have to make sure that that Francesco is very low, very early in the game, because once the mech is on the board, you can block with it, you can attack with it. So it's really something that you need to consider. If he's very, very high in life at that point, he can just keep his whole hand, wait for the big high octane turn and kill you out of nowhere. So that's really something that he needs to make sure that he is very aggressive in the early game.
Yeah, and Victor is a deck that presents fantastic numbers a lot of the time, but the one thing it often lacks is evasion. You do have things like the Golden Sun, of course, with Overpower, you might have Macho Grande, but generally your attacks don't actually present, you're not Bravo with the Dominate on tap.
Yeah. So first turn is just a big Bertha, so it's probably just going to be a big setup turn. Some of these attack, Crankshaft, Big Bertha, you definitely don't want to draw into them. They're supposed to refill your hyperdrivers in a way. But looks like Francesco drew into them in his first hand, so no choice there, just making sure that you can get your first hyperdriver, and that's usually what your first turn is about when you're playing Maxx. You just want to start getting the hyperdriver, start getting the free resources as early as possible, then you're good to go.
Yep, so just because that hyperdriver set up with 2 counters and playing the Teklo pistol on the Maxx side as opposed to Banksy seems to be a choice a bit more popular these days.
Yeah, I think the idea behind that choice is that there's almost no way to profit from Banksy. It costs 2, so it's very inefficient to at the end of your combat chain. Sometimes you don't have the resources to do it, so you'd rather pay for the hyperdrivers and not worry about being able to attack with Banksy. Remember that you need to activate Maxx first before you can attack with Banksy, so sometimes it's a bit inefficient in terms of resources.
It looks like we're going on holiday to the Goldmain estate.
Right away, yeah, visiting the Goldmain estate at the beginning of the game, pretty good. So already 3 Might tokens.
Francesco's
Because
checking
our
like...
Ijlst counts as a gold token, by the way, and thanks to that count of the minion. So that's why you see sometimes these big stacks of might tokens in the mid game. Sometimes with these Victor decks that they can attack with for +10 or something.
And we spoke a little bit about evasion cards, and I can see Invictus hand here, we've got both the Golden Sun and Macho Grande, so both pretty nice to pair up with those might tokens, right, to push a little bit of damage. May consider pitching the Golden Sun back into the deck to have it available for Clash cards later. Doesn't want to blow up gold early. So just kind of, you know, on the plus side, it's a little bit cheaper to play than the Macho Grande.
Yeah, it looks like he wants to attack right away, so doesn't hesitate to crack his first one of these gold tokens and attacking for 10 with Golden Sun.
I really like this
with
approach.
Overpower.
I like this approach because you just don't have that many evasion cards in the deck, so why not get aggressive early? You still have the gold available that your next Visit the Goldman Estate is online, and you're setting up your probably best evasion in Dominate with a +3 next turn. So really nice start for Victor here.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about earlier. I think Joakin really needs to be very aggressive in his first turns, and then see how it goes. If the mech is on the board very early, it will probably be very hard to come back into this one. But as long as he can maintain the pressure, he'll be okay. So throttle for 6. I think this is the red one. There's a glare on the cards because the sun is playing tricks on us at the venue today.
And that's the first Mechanoid boosted as well. So with the addition of Supercell these days, it's not sort of the absolute world if you start boosting some of these away, but something to keep an eye on for sure.
Yeah, definitely. You're very happy about having these early in the game, so you can just keep them in the arsenal for the perfect moment. But Supercell makes sure that you can shuffle it back into your deck, but then you haven't drawn it. You don't have it yet, so you can't really play it right away. It's always very difficult sometimes when your mechs are at the bottom of the deck.
It looks like the Clash of Might won by Joakin there.
Oh yeah, looks like it. Already 4 might tokens. These attacks are getting huge.
You know, it's better than 3 mights. 4.
And then we see the T-Bone, and the T-Bone is nice, but in this situation, you mentioned that Joakim was playing the Snapdragon Scalers, and very easy to block with these. It doesn't have a block value, and it doesn't have temper or anything, so you can just block with it and get rid of the T-Bone. Maybe if there's a second one. Oh, there you go.
Yeah, but really nice additional bonus to playing the Snapdragon Scalers here. So Joakim can choose to push the Gauntlets in here instead, or the Shield. But just giving yourself a little bit of protection if they're able to line up multiple T-Bones. You don't want to lose that shield early for things like Visit the Goldmane Estate or critical Clash rerolls.
Yeah. Definitely. Oh, and look at that. It just banished. We were talking about something else, but the Supercell has been banished as well. So he only has 2 hyperdrivers, 2/3 of what he needs to assemble the mech, but the Supercell isn't there.
Okay, so it looks like your Hyperdriver on 1 counter, Hyper on 2, Supercell, and Mechanoid banished so far. Still plenty left in the deck.
This will be a pretty big E-Strike, right?
Yeah, so that's going to have
4 might already. So yeah, this is one of these very aggressive Victor builds. I think it's pretty clear now that he doesn't want to play the long game.
Yep, just that E-Strike coming for 9.
Yeah.
And Francesco actually choosing to put the Teklo Foundry Heart in front here.
You need to make sure that you block early with these, because if there's an early mech, you have lost all the block value. So I might as well make sure that you block very early. You can still block once with it. But I'm very surprised that he blocks all of it. There's no disruption yet, and if you expect something at the end of this combat chain, maybe it would have been better to block with the equipment later.
That's what seems somewhat interesting here, that is sort of choosing to push that in, still take 4 damage, and not preserve it for a potentially disruptive attack.
Yeah.
Maybe indicating that Francesco's looking to get very aggressive and try Mechanoid very quickly.
Attack with the Titan's Fist for 4 now, and he's not even blocking that one. Look at this, he's already down to 25, so this game is flying by. I think he has a recharge in hand, so yeah, he'll be able to recharge the hyperdriver that only has 1 counter. There you go, up to 2. I think that's the red one, so it will be a pretty big Pulse Wave Harpoon. But this Pulse Wave Harpoon doesn't have any text, basically. It's just an attack for... It will be an attack for 8. You need to boost to get...
Yep, it does have
the buff from the recharge.
Does have the ability to utilize resources efficiently here with cranking a hyperdriver into perhaps attacking with a pistol, and you're probably going to end up with 1 left over, but...
Also, it was probably a blue recharge because the Pulse Wave Harpoon only attacks for 6.
So Maxx not quite firing on all cylinders so far, but still has plenty of life to play with, is able to push a little bit of damage.
That's definitely not the way you want these games to go, you know? It's not very explosive, let's say.
We see Francesco here does have the 3 hyperdrivers set up, so the ability to start getting pretty aggressive pretty quickly. Over on Joakim's side here, though, I see another golden sun.
Yeah, and I think that's definitely what Joakin needs. At this point, Francesco is very happy just blocking with his whole hand, waiting for the mech. But if there's enough pressure, like we can see Ross the Ancient coming in for 7 with Go Again, it will probably be followed by the Titan's Fist attack.
Yeah, so the hand a little bit awkward resource-wise. He would have loved to have, I think, maybe 1 more blue to throw out the big...
another blue, yeah, to attack with the... With the Tunic resource, he could have attacked with the Golden Sun, actually. This is pretty nice. Amnesia is perfect. So it's an attack for 6. The effect doesn't really matter, but it's still a very big attack.
And Francesco here, going to go ahead and keep a card in hand. Looks like it's a 0 to 60. Potentially could look to Arsenal that, or just, I mean, I imagine if he plays, he's not going to boost here. Doesn't want to blow up those hyperdrivers.
You would lose 2 hyperdrivers, which would be very sad. Just a pistol attack looks like it. Yeah, so just an attack for 2. And look at this. So I was very surprised last week when I was watching the Battle Arena in Bologna. Francesco is playing with unsleeved equipment. And I know he has the Coldfall Maxx because I've seen him play with it, but he's playing with an unsleeved hero and unsleeved equipment.
Quite funny that the max velocity revealed to the Clash of Might. Good luck beating that one.
You can be the strongest Guardian in the game, but maximum velocity is bigger than your attacks.
So this is potentially a big turn coming up for Francesco because we know he has the max velocity lined up on top. And the 0 to 16 Arsenal here.
I think he just drew into the mech, but he only has red cards, so he can't pay for it. Yeah.
Is that 2 max velocities he chose to block with?
Yeah. No, that's a max. That's a twin drive and a max velocity. But yeah, so now he has to weather the storm. He has to block everything until he gets at least 1 blue in his hand, and he'll be very happy to take all the damage from these next attacks.
Yeah, so may look to just clear out that 0 to 60 from Arsenal here without boost, or okay, so choosing just to pass the turn.
Yeah, I'm surprised that he didn't attack with the 0 to 60 from the Arsenal, because it would have given him another chance to get the blues he needs for his mech. I assume that he kept it, yeah.
Yeah, perhaps unless this is an angle where he's playing towards like a supercell, we see another Visit the Goldmine Estate come down, and that's a lot more Might tokens coming down on the field.
Yeah, we can't really read the dice, but it looks like at least 3 Might tokens.
Ooh, and I can see...
he drew a card, so that's absolutely 3.
In Joakim's in here, it looks like we have the Command and Conquer Pummel, and that could be devastating.
Yeah, it will be a big one. We've reached the point where Francesco doesn't want to block anything there, so he'll have to take... Oh, he's blocking for 10.
So it looks like he's got a read on that Pummel here.
Uh-huh. Nice. But once again, not able to assemble the mech. At this point, it must be pretty clear for Joakin that his opponent has what he needs in his hand, but he's just trying to wait for the perfect moment.
And the difficult thing is, if he was playing around that Pummel, that means he has to keep playing around it, so he's probably going to hope it's just a vanilla damage, non-destructive attack here. Maybe Francesco figures, look, I can take 10 to 12 damage, if I lose a card from hand, as long as I can jump into my Mechanoid suit, there's still a path for me to win from there.
Another visit to the Golden Estate. That's the third one, I think, in 4 or 5 turns, so that's pretty cool.
Yep, so he's got them all down now here. Going to go ahead and draw a card off that one. Already has the 3 mites online for this turn as well. And this is pretty scary when you... Looks like Francesco has an idea there's a pummel followed up on any attack here. I mean, a Golden Sun plus pummel would present about 17 damage.
I think I've seen a Rouse the Ancient in Joakim's hand, so that's even more damage on top of that. It can be a very scary turn right now.
Rouse would be very nice with 2 resources available and the Tunic online as well. And Francesco's actually used up most of the block value on his equipment at this point. You know, still has the head available and the chest. 1 block on Tekla Foundry Heart, but not that much.
Yeah, he definitely needs to assemble the mech as soon as possible now.
And you'd think at this point Joakin would sort of be pretty sure that... and it looks like he actually chose to crack a goal to draw a card there. He'd probably be pretty sure that there's a mech hiding somewhere, either in hand or arsenal, given how Francesco's passed twice now with card in hand, card in arsenal. So it's just about the best way for him to try threaten that. And that is an amazing way to do so.
Yeah, once again, it's going to be very hard to keep playing around the CNC into pummel. And that's the thing with these max decks. Usually when you're playing a mechanologist, all your cards block 3, but you're playing cards like Recharge in these decks, and these only block for 2.
Yep, and the pummel's going to come down, push it up to 13. So it's going to lose that 0 to 60 from arsenal and a card from hand. Still has 2 cards in hand plus the Mechanoid. So could choose, if he wishes to do so here, to just go straight into Mechanoid.
Yeah, as long as he keeps the blue and the red one, he can pay for the mech and he's good to go. But at this point, he's down to 9. Joakim is at a very healthy 28, and it will be hard to keep a whole hand. As we said earlier, you need to build into the strong high octane turn if you want to really threaten these Victor decks. So it will be very hard to block it all out until the end of this one.
Yep, and transforming with just the 3 hyperdrivers, so there will be the about 8 or so attacks available. So it's the other thing we mentioned as well. Victor is one of these decks that has the potential, if you get a little bit greedy with how you utilize these mechanoid attacks, Victor does have the ability to just fatigue you out with things like Test of Strength, Trounce, these block cards. But on top of that, Victor is such a strong deck at turning defense into offense. It's like, not only can they try and blank some of your turns on your end, but when you're down to 9 life, with this amount of a life lead, about 19 points, very easy to like threaten multiple cards out of the hand. And the Mechanoid having a fantastic defense value is great, but again, 9 life, there's might tokens coming online. It's going to be pretty tough for Francesco here.
Tough. And as you said earlier in this one, look at this. He can block with just 2 block cards. And that turns, that plays around the overpower on this Mechanoid. So
it's going to go ahead and win that clash, revealing a
perfect
Zealous Belting into a Supercell.
Once again, Joakim is going to have a very aggressive hand.
It's a little unfortunate. It looked like there was 2 Tests of Strength that was used, so you're not going to get the, or maybe Test Strength plus something, but either way.
No, that was actually 2 tests.
So okay, so I mean the Zealous Belting with 4 might tokens is actually really nice here. If Joakim's even just able to go sort of a Zealous Belting into a Titan's Fist, I mean Zealous is going to come in for 9 at this point, plus a 4 from Titan's Fist.
Diesel. You need to block with the mech, but that's not really efficient. He absolutely needs one of these high octane turns because, as you said, it's very easy for Victor to block it all out until the end of the game if he feels like it.
But Francesco will be very happy, I think, to see 2 Tests of Strength spend it on the same turn. You're only getting the 1 card draw off that gold generation as well.
Probably what he was looking at actually in the graveyard there.
We'll see what Joakim's able to string together here. So his Zealous Belting into something else is pretty good. We'd love to do multiple attacks.
So yeah, Zealous Belting for 9 with Go Again.
It's a little bit scary for Francesco because he has to consider there's a resource available, 1 card in hand and a card in arsenal. So, could be looking at something like another Golden Sun, something like Debilitate.
Yeah, look at this. It looks like once again he'll have to get rid of his whole hand to block these. He knows he'll take some damage there.
And that's at least 1 maximum velocity being used to defend there, so that's 2 of those in the bin now.
He took one once again because Supercell doesn't block very well. It's a very strong card, but he only blocks for 2. And that's, well, he must count himself a bit lucky that the only attack after the Zealous belting is the Titan's Fist. Yeah, so taking 1. But he's down to 7 now. He has to hope that maybe the best turn that Joakin can have at some point will be 1 big attack. He can block with 2 cards and try to...
For sure. From Francesco's side, I don't believe we've seen any high octanes yet as well.
No.
So this game is still very, very much live because Victor traditionally doesn't have the best evasion to close games out, as we've mentioned multiple times. Although in saying that, I've just spotted another Golden Sun in hand, which is very nice. But once they run through some of these attacks, I mean, the Mechanoid is able to block this out. Francesco's going to look to navigate the game into a position where he goes, look, okay, I can defend with ideally just Mechanoid or Mechanoid plus 1 card into like a high octane plus boost cards plus attack you multiple times. Admittedly, at this point, with a 21 life deficit, it's getting more and more difficult to pull it off. But Victor can get stuck in these hand cycles where you say, okay, I can present 8 damage in 1 big attack or 7 damage in 1 big attack. And that's not really enough to push through. You are giving Francesco time to perhaps try and set up an arsenal card and go for that 4 to 5 big high octane turn to get in, multiple attacks with a Mechanoid here.
But the more you block with the Nitro Mechanoid, the less it's efficient at blocking. So he already has, probably will have to block one of these attacks, the next one with the Mechanoid if he wants to do something during his turn. And at some point he'll be left with a very tiny mech that will block for 1 or 2. That's one of the ways that Joakim can finish him off.
So it is, when just look at Joakim's hand here as well, does have the potential to defend with just the outmuscle, take 4 damage, and play out the Spinal Crush. I think what he's considering, though, is this is exactly one of those lines that Francesco can play towards. Okay, so choosing just to take it instead.
I think he wants to attack with the muscle. Oh, he doesn't have the Tunic resource, so he probably won't be able to attack with the Golden Sun afterwards.
Yeah, because the issue of just throwing down a Spinal Crush is that if you let them defend with a Mechanoid, take 3 damage, keep a 4-card hand, that's very, very powerful.
Oh, he had the Ancient in the arsenal, so he'll be able to attack. But yeah, go again for 7.
This is really nice here. So he's setting up the Rouse the Ancients into the Golden Sun. Threatening 17 damage on this turn.
Well, he probably doesn't have the resources to play the Golden Sun afterwards. He would need a blue, but he has 2 reds. The Outmuscle and the Spinal Crush are both reds,
yep.
so he doesn't have the resources. But just... So it will be a Titan's Fist, and I guess this is one of the points where Francesco will be able to attack once with an attack from hand and probably attack with the mech afterwards. But once again, it's one of these attacks. When you attack only once with the mech each turn, it doesn't do that much, right?
No, and that's one thing Francesco's going to have to be conscious of leaving enough attacks left to actually close out the game. So each time he attacks the Mechanoid, it's going to have to banish one of those cards. So if we look down, we see there's 6 attacks remaining at this point. Can probably afford on this turn. So he's now in the position where he's looking to set up that 5-card hand. He can put this into the arsenal. Probably can afford to attack at least 1 more time, and then you still have 5 attacks lined up on like a really big turn. So high octane, for those who aren't aware, 1 cast on attack action for Mechanologist, and whenever you boost, you get an additional action point. So what we believe Francesco is looking to play towards here is you play that high octane, you play out multiple boost cards, and then you can attack with Mechanoid. It's not once per turn, it just costs an action. So if you have 3 action points, you're able to attack 3 times with it. Each attack is coming in for 6 with Overpower. Becomes a really, really powerful in-game combo.
It is very powerful, but look at the health on Joakim's side. Even if he manages to attack 3 times, he won't be able to kill him. So I think in this situation, he probably needs at least 4 or 5 attacks to threaten anything. They're still a pretty healthy
When here we see one of those cards trounce. I'm a big Victor fan myself, so I love seeing these trounces come down.
It's always very exciting when you reveal. I mean, this clash mechanic is so cool. Oh, that's a zoom in. So that's, yeah, it looks like it's a draw. Zoom in is 5 and E-Strike is 5 as well.
So it looks like Joakin did choose to reroll that first one.
Yeah, with the gold token.
So it's going to be really important here.
And the second one is lost, actually. So no trance effect.
Wow, so the throttle into the out muscle here.
Yeah.
That's a huge break for Francesco in this spot.
Oh yeah, it would have been devastating.
Yeah, having that additional card on Victor and the Might and the Vigor with the Tunic up would have been absolutely massive. So the fact that even through the reroll, Francesco able to draw that trounce, fantastic for him there. Particularly with the pummel we see in hand.
Oh, yeah, that pummel can be huge. Is there? Do you think he kept the Golden Sun from the? No. Oh yeah, that was the out muscle that he kept in his arsenal.
So this
even he can just choose to pummel the out muscle actually.
Yeah, so really interesting spot here in the game. So Francesco, okay, looking to play a little bit patient. I was going to say had the opportunity to perhaps put the Mechanoid in front of this here and not die to pummel. Going down to 1 life, pretty scary proposition though.
Yeah. Like, you know, at that point that any Golden Sun or Macho Grande, we saw that Joakim is playing Macho Grande as well. So that's something that just destroys you.
And the problem is here, if you play around the pummel now, then you're playing around the pummel later as well. You're kind of locking yourself in. If you put 2 cards in front of this here, it gets a little bit scary because you say, okay, if you pummel me and if I go down to 1, would I have been better off just putting the big block of the Mechanoid in front of this here? Really, really difficult decision, but I'm sure our recent battle-hardened champion is going to make the right one. But just really taking his time here.
I think he's considering blocking with at least 3 cards. Oh, that's 6 blocks from the cards in hand and the mech. He hasn't blocked with the mech yet, I think. So it will be a block. It would be a block for 5.
So considering actually a very big block here,
yeah,
really wants to hold on to the cards in hand.
I think, yeah, that's really good. A good read. He knows that a pummel is probably coming, and that's something that can absolutely destroy him right now. So he needs to play around it. Yeah.
So gonna go ahead and block that.
This is a block for. Oh, that was recharge. So that's a block for 10. Yes.
Okay, I kind of like this from Francesco here. It looked like it may have been the Pulse Wave Harpoon in Arsenal or something, but just identifying that I need to make something happen for me to win this game. Otherwise, I'm just going to sit here and probably eventually die to something like a Macho Grande or a Golden Sun. So going to kick things off with that...
Pulse Wave Harpoon, so... Coming in for 4... Once again, no high octane, so that's just gonna be 1 boost to another boost, and maybe a Mechanoid attack. That's already only 5 attacks left, and that's about what he needs to finish Joakim off. So any attack now with the mech is basically wasted, right?
Yeah, it looks like he just revealed the Macho Grande, having to reveal 1 card to the Pulse Wave Harpoon, not required to defend with it. But now Francesco knows there's a Macho Grande potentially coming. So it looks like doesn't have the ability to threaten the Macho Grande plus pummel. That would be an absolute disaster for Francesco. But does still have that, an out muscle plus pummel play available.
Zoom in for 5 with the boost.
So
you can opt. That's the text on Zoom in is that you can opt as many times as you've boosted, right?
Yeah, I like this approach from Francesco, just trying to get a bit aggressive like we're talking about. Presenting 9 damage here into a Mechanoid attack as well. So we're looking at about 15 damage for the turn. Just sort of saying to your, like, you got to give me some cards or I'm going to get you down into the kill range very quickly. And I think Francesco knows as well that if you get Victor down to, say, 2 cards in hand plus Arsenal, all you're facing down most likely is like 1 big attack. Particularly if you're considering something like pummel, saying like, I know my opponent wants to try and hold on to lots of cards in their hand, so I'm going to really try to take advantage of that and say, if you want to pummel me, you're going down to like sub 10 life this turn. Does still have the Gauntlets of Iron Will and the Tunic available. Perhaps we see the Gauntlets of Iron Will push in at some point.
He still has one block on the shield as well, so he's... Oh, he takes it all from the zoom in, and now that's an attack for 6 with the Nitro Mechanoid.
Yep, and the Gauntlets of Iron Will coming in here, I think very wise. You want to make sure you get the value out of this. You don't want to end up in a spot where they have this big high octane turn and you die with the one block available.
It looks like Joakin is going in for the kill now.
So he does have the Outmuscle and Pummel available. See if Francesco's able to play around this. His life total's really tightening up now.
And that's what we were talking about earlier. Sometimes Maxx can come back from the brink of death and just put you very, very low or even kill you. So now Joakin is at 6.
And this is actually a really nice Rouse the Ancients line available here as well.
Yeah.
Because being able to pitch and play Rouse, revealing 2 cards, you're able to sort of bluff the pummel onto this one or just throw down a second attack, making the blocking math very difficult for Francesco here.
Revealing the Outmuscle and the Macho Grande.
Very, very tough here, right? Because if you choose to play around the pummel on this and, say, block with 3 cards, you could still get pummeled and take 2, and then there's no muscle coming down. If you fully overblock this, you probably take some damage from the Outmuscle. So, quite a difficult one.
So the Nitro Mechanoid has Temper. He only blocked once with it, but now it blocks for 4. If he wants to play around that pummel, he needs to block at least... Yeah, so that's a block for 7 down.
So 7 on 7 currently.
That pummel would be big because he would fall down to 1. Yeah, looks like... And there you go! Pummel plus 4, 1 card is going to be discarded. That's a twin drive. And Francesco Lorenzi is very low.
But I think Francesco at the same time, down to 1 life, very, very scary number to be on. But it looks like this is going to be the... Oh no, it looks... Oh, he has just enough of the time.
Yeah, he can still
very
attack
strong
with it. Gonna have to block with these 2 cards. This is very scary now. I think the life totals haven't been updated, so Francesco should be down to 1.
Yeah, but again, if you're Francesco, this isn't the end of the world, because you're saying, okay, I've still got blocks up in the Mechanoid, I'm still attacking with Overpower, and you're going to need, like, you've used a lot of Go Again cards, you've used a lot of your evasive cards at this point, most of the Golden Suns, a number of Macho Grandes, so Macho Grandes have been pitched, so they have to wait for them to come back. So you do have a good chance to try and steal a win here. You know, 2 sets of Shrinks were used to block previously, multiple Trounces, we're going to see another Trounce here. But once they run out of these blocking cards, we look at the equipment. Yes, there's a block up available on Tunic, the Gauntlet, and the Shield, but that's only 3, that's it. You're on 6 life.
He can only block, he can only block that way once.
This is going to be an absolutely critical Trounce coming up right here. Gold available to reroll.
Oh, he's blocking everything. Yeah, even using 1 card from hand to block.
So I think at this point, just looking through and seeing what of the big power attacks are gone from the deck. So we've seen things like multiple maximum velocities, which are the worst case scenario when you're going into Clash. We've seen multiple red throttles at this point. Because on the other side, if you're playing Victor, you kind of look and go, well, most of my attacks we're looking at, 6, 7 plus. So if I know most of your throttles are gone, I know most of your max velocities are gone, I feel pretty confident in the Clash math here. But we'll see, you never know.
Let's see. This is 1.
When's the first one?
Wins this as well. And look at this. This is the high octane that we keep talking about. So he will draw into it, but next turn.
Yep, so manages to pick up and revealing the Thunk as well, getting the additional Might token. So picked up, what, 2 Vigors, 2 Mights on this turn?
Pretty good. Pretty good deal.
So it did look like Joakim's hand was a little bit weak here. I mean, it did see an Amnesia, but like the Macho Grande, not enough resources to play that. I mean, the Amnesia is coming in. Okay, gonna crack it. Go ahead and crack a gold here.
Yeah, he wants to,
Can you find
a better. Oh, this is big. The Zealous Belting can come in, and then he can attack with the.
Yep, Zealous Belting into
He can
Amnesia.
attack with the Amnesia next. How many might does he have? Is that 1?
Should be
Two?
one from
Two,
the Trounce and one from the
yeah.
Thunk that was revealed.
So that's a very big Zealous Belting for 7.
So he can potentially go 7 into 6 here, if need be.
But since he's down to 1, he needs to block. Yeah, he needs to block with at least 3 cards.
So we'll see. I mean, there is a world where you hold the Macho Grande. Almost certainly not, but to try and push through.
Just to try to finish the game.
But I don't think you really need to at this point.
Oh, he wants to find something better than the Amnesia. And this is pretty good. So this, yeah, because attacking for 7 means... How many times did he block with the Nitro Mechanoid? I can't see the die. Yeah, and that's it. He can only block for 6. And Joakin managed to push so much damage in the early game that it was impossible for Francesco to be comfortable in his mech and to try to set up the big combo turn, unfortunately.
Yeah, because there's sometimes this misconception that Victor's just purely this defensive deck. They just want to sit there and try fatigue you with their block cards, Test of Shrink, Trounce. But I think with the addition of Visit the Goldman Estate, a lot of players...
very good use of this. He played all 3 of them, I think.
And a lot of players have kind of made this transition and say, like, look, we can actually play this deck quite aggressively now. We want to play our Zealous Beltings, our Enlightened Strikes, things like Outmuscle even, and really leverage the incredible value you get from these cards in order to go through and just put the pressure on your opponent. And when they try to take a turn off, or when they try to take your damage, come back, say, I've still got all my defense tools too. I'm still pretty good.
Yeah. And that's the thing. These Victor decks had to adapt to the meta game. New was very threatening, so you couldn't really afford to sit back, to try to defend the whole game and try to come back afterwards. There was no way to win the fatigue matchup in these games, so they had to adapt to get into these very strong offensive position, attack with even play some cards that we've basically never seen in Guardian decks, like Snapdragon Scalers, the Crown of Dominion, which is crazy. But there you go. That's the way it works in this meta game for Victor.
For sure. And it looks like we're going to go ahead and go through to our winners interview, see how our victorious Victor player felt during that game. But don't go anywhere. We'll be back very shortly with more action from our backup game for round 3.
Hello, friends. Brian Gottlieb here with Joakin Gustafsson, who gave me a lovely pronunciation class before we came into this interview. Thank you. I appreciate it. Impressive looking stuff there on Victor. Did you have a lot of experience in the Maxx matchup before sitting down there in the feature match area at the Pro Tour?
Oh, well, I had about 3 games on Talishar before this, and yeah, that was my practice. But I felt like I learned a lot from those 3 games, so I had a bare bones plan of just going balls to the walls, punch them as much as possible, and hope that they don't get out their Mechanoid before they can start, blocking out and presenting value turns with the robot.
And I think executed very well in that matchup. And I have to say, looking at your Victor list, looks like one of the more aggressive Victor lists I've seen. Things like Snapdragon Scalers loaded with Zealous Beltings. Is it fair to say you came ready to be the beatdown this weekend?
Oh yeah. It's the most aggressive Victor list I've ever played, and I'm sacrificing a lot for it. But I really like this idea of just punching hard, go again, and disruption, and just, yeah.
And working well for you thus far, 3-0 in this tournament. What other big finishes do you have? Is this one of your bigger starts to a big tournament like this, or have you ever been in this position before?
So I usually just lose the first couple of games in the Pro Tours.
We call it the submarine around here.
Yeah, didn't really get up to the surface though. Okay. But I won nationals last year, so that was kind of when I started feeling that, yeah, I think I know this game now. I'm ready to take it to the next level.
Awesome, and you've done so thus far this weekend. 3-0. Of course, New and Zen everywhere in this field. Feeling good about those matchups?
New it's a bit iffy. Zen, I like seeing those.
Okay, good to hear. Well, excellent start to the tournament. Wish you the best of luck for the rest of the day. And do not forget the name, Joakin Gustafsson. How did I do? Not so good. Not so. I promise I'm going to keep
2 out of 4.
Okay, 2 of the 4. I'm going to keep working on it. We're going to do better throughout the weekend. Maybe when I see you top 8.
Oh, let's hope.
Good stuff. We're going to send it back to the booth. We'll have more action from Pro Tour Amsterdam in just a moment.
Back in the booth at Pro Tour Amsterdam, I'm Romain, this is Kieran, aka Mr. Classic. We are back for the second feature match of this round 3.
And I know you're pretty excited for this one.
I am pretty excited, I have to tell you. I wasn't supposed to cast that one, but then we changed things around, and I'm very excited that I get to cast this with you. So we'll be able to, I mean, people who know me know why I'm excited usually in these big time tournaments. When I get a chance to cast a Boltyn game, I'm always very, very excited, and this will be a nice one. Let's go to the game, maybe. Yeah, and there you go. On the left, you can see Elly Bird, who's probably
one of the number one Boltyn
probably,
fans
yeah, the best Boltyn player in the world right now, and she's facing Kevin Zanker. He's a very, very good German player as well. I failed to remember when he won the national championship, but I'm pretty sure that he's the German champion. I mean, he's used to going to all these big events. He won a Battle Harden in Belgium last year. He's one of the strongest European players. He's always at the top of the standings. So there you go. And he's playing Levia, which is something I've never seen him play, actually.
And I know all the Boltyn fans out there will be saying MILB, as they say. Man, I love Boltyn.
Yeah.
We'll see if Elly can get it done for the Boltyn fans.
And look at this. So this is the best advertisement for the Boltyn armor deck, because it looks like Elly is playing all of the new equipments. She's playing the helm, she's playing the gauntlets, she's playing the warpath, and she's also playing solar plexus.
Yep.
Which is something that nobody's ever played competitively, of course, because there haven't been many classic constructed tournaments since the Boltyn deck was released at the beginning of July. But this is a very exciting card. It can do some of the most explosive turns that you can do in Flesh and Blood. Basically, if we can take a look at Solar Plexus, it says that for the cost of just banishing a card from your soul, all your yellow cards will cost one less.
Very cool to set up things like Via the Vanguard, right, of course?
Yeah, Art of War as well. And you can also finish the turns with something like a Valiant Thrust sometimes, with a Battlefield Blitz. All these cards are free on the combat chains, which is absolutely insane when it works. It doesn't work all the time, and of course you have a chest equipment that doesn't block at all.
Yep,
but it can be big.
And just looking into the game, it looks like we've led things off with the Mandible Claw. Elly choosing to just put the Warpath, the Wind Grace in right away.
Right away to
get a
Quicken.
Get a Quicken token up. And Kevin just sort of sidestepping a little bit with that Agile wind-up to get the Agility token down.
I think both players will be pretty happy with this first turn, but Elly needs to be able to... Yeah, she absolutely needs, and that's one of the good things about the Warpath, is that you can get the Quicken very early in the game. That's something that you need sometimes to try to avoid using all your soul at the beginning of the game. That's something that can really stop you in your tracks if you don't have enough of the soul, of these cards in your soul. It can be very difficult to come back from this. So in this situation, being able to attack with the Engulfing Light that does have go again right away. Very tough to block when you're playing a deck like Levia, who has
a lot of
attack action cards.
Yeah, it looks like I quite like Elly's approach here, just sort of going turbo soul, right?
Yeah,
3 cards in soul already now.
Yeah, already. And look at this. She has the big Lumina Ascension early, so that's an attack for 4. She can, of course, banish a card from soul to give go again to Raiden. She will get 1 health back from this attack if it hits.
So Kevin on the other side as well, very strong defensive setup. Looks like the Scowling Flesh Bag, the Carrion Husk as well, and then the Apex Bone Breakers and the Scab Skin. So a lot of effective life total available in the equipment there.
You definitely need these. The Carrion Husk is very strong into Boltyn. I know lots of Levia players try to get rid of it and wanted some more efficient equipment in terms of value, like the Savage Sash that was in the KO armor deck. But Carrion Husk has too much value when you need to defend sometimes, without giving the opportunity to your opponent, to your Boltyn opponent, to get the go again. The hero power.
So it looks like that first Luminous swing on the Raiden was cleanly blocked out for 5. And then we got another one coming in for 4 here. So the Apex Bonebreaker used. We've got the Might and Agility token lined up for Kevin on Levia for next turn. Does have access to the Art of War. See if he wants to get aggressive.
It looks like Kevin definitely knows how to approach this matchup. He doesn't want to let Elly stack these cards in her soul. So... But yeah, now the snatch coming at the end of the combat chain is getting very hard to block.
Yeah, really nice for Elly there, just being able to sequence it to get out those equipment blocks on the Lumina attacks and then snatch and look like picking up an Art of War into Arsenal. So we'll see if we see some like Solar Plexus craziness coming up.
Oh, yeah.
Kevin here, access to the Art of War, but probably going to go ahead and say that for
Probably
another
not the best time to do it, right? Just attacking with the Deadwood Rumbler, a blue one, so that's an attack for 6.
And
seven with the might.
It's going to be that out of order discarded here.
Unfortunate.
So Elly off to a pretty good start here, picking up that 3-life lead. We'll be very happy to see some of those big blocks down on the equipment. Obviously, they're going to be very cautious of that Scowling Flesh Flag.
Yeah, that's the thing. You can't really go. Yeah, you can't really go on your combo turn with the V of the Vanguard if you know that the Scowling Flashback is still available. So she'll need to navigate this very carefully to make sure that Kevin maybe is forced to use the Flashback at some point very early in the game.
Definitely keep an eye on the Carrion Husk here as well to see how well Elly's able to pressure out that Carrion Husk.
And just an attack with Mandible Claw, which means that Kevin will end the turn with no arsenal. Yeah, definitely kind of an underwhelming beginning of the game for the German player there.
So Elly here with a 5-card hand, Art of War and Arsenal, really looking to get things going on this turn.
So is that the time where she uses... Oh, but she's playing the Art of War without the Solar Plexus, apparently. Yeah, because the thing is, because Kevin blocked so efficiently last turn, she doesn't have that many cards in Soul. She only has 1, and you need to banish a card from Soul to use the Solar Plexus, which would mean that she wouldn't even be able to give go again to her attacks if she did banish 1 card from Soul with the Plexus.
Okay, so it looks like a Light the Way going to come in for 4 here. Appears Go Again was the mode chosen off the Art of War, so this is 4 Go Again. And just restocking that Soul, back up to 2 cards from Soul already.
Yes.
And Kevin, was able to pick up about a 7-point life lead here. But Elly, plenty of gas left in the tank on this turn.
And this Light the Way will get Go Again because it hits.
So double Go Again. Nice. Unfortunately, you don't get extra action points from that. Oh, and another Lumina coming down.
Wow. But that's the thing in this matchup when you know that your opponent has lots of blocks on their equipment. It's only having 1 Lumina Ascension doesn't do much, right? You should be able to attack for 8, and Kevin can just say, "Okay, I'll take it to the face." He has it looks like a pretty strong turn with the Art of War next.
Yep, so Elly
I think that's what he's doing. Yeah, he's taking 8 there.
So it's going to take 4 on that first swing, and Elly pretty happy, just to pick up another card for Soul, get that life gain going.
Nice.
So still a card available in hand here, but looks like the Raiden's going to come down for another swing for 4. And this one's going to pick up those final sort of additional pieces on the equipment there. So clean block for 5, picking up another Might token.
And not using the card in... Yeah, she's keeping a card in the arsenal. She could have followed it up with an attack, but maybe it's something like a V of the Vanguard or something else that costs resources and that she couldn't play at the end of this one. Oh, the CNC for 7 is very tough to block. She will probably have to crack some of these equipments there.
Yeah, let's see if Elly wants to get a little bit aggressive with the equips here.
And there you go. So the Helm is used, and the Helm is an amazing card. As you know, you can just put a yellow card in your soul, charge a yellow card in your soul, and draw. So it's basically a free card from Soul.
And actually electing to put the V of the Vanguard into Soul there. So not looking to set that up for a bit of a wider turn on this one.
Usually it's better to have it in the arsenal when you want to go with Solar Plexus because you have more flexibility in the cards that you put in your soul with the effect of the V of the Vanguard. But in this situation, looks like it's a Bolt of Courage.
So perhaps representing something like a
Courageous Seal Hand.
So charging a Courageous Seal Hand.
Oh, there you go.
It's going to say maybe wreck me a second one or a Beacon of Victory. So I think Elly needs to make something happen on this turn. You've committed 2 equipments. Your opponent still has that Husk available, and they have a 5-card hand here. Probably wanting to maybe at least throw in a card from hand or the Husk.
But the Husk is, it's getting dangerous now. At 13, the Husk dies on its own, so you need to be very careful with how you block with it.
Yeah, so Carrion Husk,
if you block with it pretty soon.
Yeah, so if you get onto 13 or less life with Carrion Husk, it will die at the start of your turn and starts imposing blood debt damage on you. And so Elly able to follow up with a Raiden swing, but actually get stranded with a card in here off that Bolt of Courage.
Yeah.
Probably not exactly what she was looking for on that turn.
Kevin just playing the Smashback Hellhorn, getting a might and a vigor and an agility, sorry, out of it. And that's the very first of these Blood Rush Bellows turn. We can expect maybe more of them, but this is the first one, coupled with an Art of War. Pretty good, right?
Yeah, so this turn's going to be... Now, this is Kevin saying, look, I'm going to take the tempo back. You use most of your equipment. I've got the Blood Rush Bellow turn-wide buffing my Mandible Claws, my Brute attacks, and I got the Art of War to unlock Go Again if I need it. I mean, I already have the Agility token, so I'm probably just going +1 and going very big, very wide on this turn.
And the Slithering Shadowpede. Perfect pairing with the Art of War, of course. So an attack for 9. Go again. This is big. No, 8. That's 8, right? Only just an 8, yeah.
Yep, so looks like that's just going to come through for 8 Go Again. So the... Oh, right. Smashback Battle turn played on this turn. So the Agility Might, those are saved up for next turn. So Go Again chosen off the Art of War here. Very, very aggressive start to this turn. Coming for 8 Go Again. Still have a resource available. 1 blue unlocks both the claws, coming in for at least 5 each. So things are starting to get a little bit dangerous for Elly. So we're going to see the Mandible Claw come through for 5. Still has resources up for 1 more swing.
And looks like he still has a couple of cards in hand, so might even attack with another one of these. Can he attack with the Beast within it? I can't really see the color on the card left in his hand.
Yeah, so from Elly's perspective, you're probably thinking that coming for 5, at least another 5 off the claw, and maybe 8 plus damage coming on off the final attack.
Yeah.
So potentially threatening up to 18 damage still on this turn.
Oh, I think Elly noticed that he forgot to use one of these resources for the Art of War. Absolutely.
Let's go. Elly going to drop down to 17 here. Yeah. That's the thing, we're saying, might be getting a little bit scary for Elly on this big Blood Rush Art of War turn, but at the same time, Boltyn, she's building up that soul, still haven't seen any Beacon of Victories yet. Could be a, fantastic tempo-changing card.
And yeah, that was a blue Clash of Might, so that's an attack for 8 again. She needs to block. And Elly is already down to 15.
So Elly probably pretty happy, actually, the way the resources worked out. It was only 1 Mandible Claw swing, so not super efficient on that turn. Elly gets to retain a card in hand, card in arsenal, only down 1 life at this point.
And yeah, the only card left was the Spirit of Arena, so she couldn't block with it, had to take lots of damage. And look at this, the second Blood Rush Bellow is coming in now. She didn't have any way to attack.
And that Spirit of Arena particularly bad when you've already used 2 Luminous.
Yeah.
Does it hit the Beast within? Ooh, no. And that's definitely a saving grace for this turn.
Yeah, this turn would have been huge with that pulping, but I think it looks like Kevin's hand is pretty good still.
Yeah, the Agility might set up for this turn as well. So potential for this turn to go quite wide with something like a Dread Screamer, Shadow Realm Horror.
I think there's a CNC as well, so he can just attack for CNC for 7 with Go Again. Oh, it chose to go with the Beast within, presumably to attack with the CNC at the end of the combat chain. So that's a Beast within for 7.
Okay, so an interesting approach there if it's
9.
Going for the Beast within.
Yeah, sorry for the...
I mean, if that is a Command and Conquer, you'd think perhaps naturally you would maybe lead with a Command and Conquer on the breakpoint, so coming for 7. And we're just going to get those equips cleared up and moved to the graveyard where they belong.
That's +2 because of the Blood Rush Bellow, so there will always be a couple of breakpoints on that CNC regardless this turn, and I think that's
because the
what's
CNC's
coming next.
that's not a brute attack, so it's not getting buffed by the Blood Rush.
Right. Yeah, and there's no way to block this one, so she'll take 6 and lose her arsenal.
Okay, so it actually worked out really well for Kevin there.
This is sad. That was a V of the Vanguard, actually. If she had any way to keep these cards, her turn was pretty strong. She had the Battlefield Blitz as well, which could have been the cost would have been reduced by the solar plexus, it was actually a pretty strong turn.
So perhaps a pretty heads-up play for Kevin there, perhaps identifying that Elly was trying to mitigate as much damage as possible. Thinking, if I lead with this Beast Within and she goes head defense for 9, then the CNC's hitting, rather than just going CNC for 7, it getting blocked with 3 cards. I pushed a little bit of damage, but I don't take the critical Arsenal card. So, got to be pretty happy with how that turned out.
This might be one of the games where we need Ethan's input, because it looks like Kevin is playing Eye of Ophidia and Convulsions from the Bellows of Hell. I don't know if that's something that we see in these Levia decks these days, but I haven't seen Eye of Ophidia in a long time, actually.
Okay, so yep, just a bit more sort of deck filtering, being able to set up what you're looking for. And critically with that via the Vanguard gone, there was 1 charged and 1 in graveyard now, so only 1 remaining in the deck.
Yeah. It would be very unfortunate to end the game with the solar plexus on the board without having been able to use it, but it looks like that's the way things are starting to shape up for Elly.
Yep, so the Convulsions coming down here. Can go ahead and
pick
up some cards.
I think he had the 3rd Blood Rush Bellow in hand, but he couldn't use it because of the Convulsions and the Eye of Ophidia in hand. It would have been devastating if he couldn't get the go again on it. So that's just a Graveling Growl.
Still very, very nice there, being able to...
Nice, yeah, that's pretty strong dominated attack for 7.
Yep, just being able to push most likely at least 4 damage here, and then critically setting up that Blood Rush Bellow for next turn. I would not be surprised at all to see Kevin start to get aggressive with the Carrion Husk and the Scowling Fleshbag on this turn and say, look, I think I have a good shot at closing out the game with you on 5 life, and you know, I get to keep a 5-card hand with Blood Rush Bellow. Feel very, very confident at closing from there.
And that's the thing, when you're down to 9 and your opponent attacks for 7, you know that you're playing against a Brute Hero, and that's you're in range of Reckless Swing, so you can't really afford to, Elly can't really afford to go down to 2 there. She needs to block with at least 1 card, as you said. Oh, the Saving Grace is perfect. So that's one of the newest cards as well, the new card from the Boltyn Armory deck. It's a defense reaction that lets you charge, and if you charge with it, the attack gets -2, so that's perfect for these dominated attacks. She'll still take 2.
Yep, and Elly getting a little bit trapped with that card on the previous turn as well into the Command and Conquer.
Yeah.
Okay, so the Courage token picked up here off charging the Banner of Courage. Let's see, is Elly able to make something happen on this turn?
Oh, so that's an E-Strike.
So this is a very tempting Carrion Husk block target here. So that's coming for 6 go again, most likely?
It will be, yeah, no, I think she'll choose to draw because she can get the go again from Boltyn 0 power regardless. She doesn't need to, she only has the buff if she's charged, but she can still, if the attack has more power than its base power, she can still banish a card from Soul to give go again. She doesn't need to have charge to do that.
Okay, and patience from
And
Kevin
there you
here.
go, the Scowling Flashback is used there. I haven't seen the card that was banished, that was intimidated, but it's always very annoying when your turn needs to be changed totally because of that intimidate from the Scowling Flashback.
Yeah, really nice turning off the ability to charge here, but actually holding on to the Beacon of Victory. Very, very nice.
So I guess the wrong card was intimidated. Yeah, there you go. The Beacon of Victory was picked.
Actually choosing not to search off that. I mean, you don't really want to fetch Illumina here. You haven't charged this turn. You're not sort of getting the all the benefits from that. Oh, yeah, and of course having not charged at all, no ability to even search. So not getting the maximum value out of that Beacon of Victory at all.
And now the 3rd Blood Rush Bellow that Kevin chose to keep in his arsenal last turn because of that weird hand that he had. Now he can use it with the full grip.
And critically, one thing to point out here is the Carrion Husk is now gone, it's down to 13 life, so Kevin not getting the value out of that, and perhaps why Elly was prepared to push in that Beacon, even without the search ability.
Oh, that wasn't a full hand, my bad. Yeah, he blocked with a card. But that's still pretty strong turn once again. And that's an attack for 5. Elly is getting very, very low there.
Yep, so the Mandible Claw coming out for 5. Going to be hit by Saving Grace. Very nice clean block on that.
Yeah, but that's still 2 cards from your hand that are gone on this attack, so that will be, yeah. And on this turn, it looks like the resources are coming in perfectly, so that's an attack.
Ooh, and down to
again.
5, maybe one more attack coming through.
Oh, the Boneyard Marauder, it will be too big, yeah, that's 6 leaking.
And that's going to be it.
Wow. Well, when you go Blood Rush Bellow into Blood Rush Bellow into one turn off, then Blood Rush Bellow again, it's very hard to beat these brute decks, right?
Yeah, so Kevin doing a really good job there of just keeping on the pressure over and over again, lining up these Blood Rush Bellows. There are a couple of turns here and there for Elly where it felt she took a little bit of damage. She had that Bolt of Courage turn with the Courageous Steel hand, which unfortunately for her ended up just going nowhere.
Yeah,
ending up
didn't
stuck
draw
with
what
cut
she
in hand.
needed out of it, yeah.
Yep, so committed a number of equipment in to stop the Command and Conquer, which makes a lot of sense. It is a bit of a tempo-based matchup, but I think, unfortunately, just not quite lining up. She wasn't able to use the Solar Plexus for that big Art of War or via the Vanguard turn. But I think really nice play from Kevin, just knowing that I don't want to give you that turn. So I really liked that sort of Beast Within play to maybe draw cards out of the hand, and then being able to blow up that via the Vanguard, which it really felt like Elly was playing towards in that end game.
Yeah, and all these blocks in the early game, we didn't really talk about them, but he blocked very efficiently all the Lumina Ascension attacks, who prevented Elly from loading up also. And at that point, when she had the Art of War turn, she couldn't really pop off with the Solar Plexus. So really, she had no way to use it efficiently. And I think that's really something that Kevin managed very well this game.
Absolutely. I think soul management, when you play into heroes that use things like Prism, for example, and Boltyn, soul management is just critically important. Trying to starve them out from being able to unlock their really big turns, like you mentioned there. And we saw Kevin put so much value on that. He was willing to give up the Snatch to give an extra card in Arsenal. Yeah. He wasn't willing to give you cards in Soul, because when you have cards in Soul, you have flexibility. I think he identified Elly's game plan quite well, looked at the equipment setup, looked how she was prioritizing certain lines of play, and said, this is how I think I'm going to win this game. And hey, it never hurts to draw 3 Blood Rush Bellows either.
There you go. But almost turn after turn after turn. So there you go. Very hard to win these, and that's the way it goes sometimes. Well, that was a nice one anyway. I'm very sad that Boltyn didn't manage to get this one, especially because it was Elly piloting Boltyn. But maybe she'll come back into this one. She's still 2-1, so that's pretty good. You really can't afford to lose more than 3, I guess. So she needs to pretty much win all the way right now.
Still pretty well placed. And we do have more Classic Constructed action coming up very shortly. We're going to go on a quick break. Don't go anywhere. We got round 4 of Pro Tour Amsterdam coming up very soon.
We'll be right back.
here at Pro Tour Amsterdam. I am Brian Gottlieb. That is Pankaj Bhajwani. We are back with more action here, and it has been a banger of a first couple of rounds. We basically saw the entire Armory deck Boltyn on display that last round. Unfortunately, could not get it done in the hands of Elly Bird, but still, that deck has some impressive future ahead of it, I believe.
Definitely, and Elly already showing us some of the power behind some of the new cards. So Saving Graces in particular, and also that entire armor suite. Just being able to make SoAL on demand in the opponent's turn and getting stuff out of it. Like when she charged a Banneret to that Saving Grace, that just looked so incredibly strong.
Really, really good adds to Boltyn. Why don't we take a look at our standings? I want to set the stage for what has been going on thus far. Of course, we are through 3 rounds at this point, and things starting to get, a little distance between folks who are trying to put themselves on top. And I got to say, Pankaj, the first thing I see when I look at this is a very open metagame. Very, very open metagame amongst these top tables.
Definitely. So many different heroes here. I was trying to count how many different heroes there are, and I've already lost track of it. But I have a massive question, and I have no idea how a Fi is up there in 3. I know you were a big fan of Fi, and you said you think it's actually a very strong deck, and I called you a crazy person. But there is a Fi out here undefeated after the first 3 rounds of Classic.
Look, I think Fi's pretty good. I think Fi's pretty good. I don't want to go too far. But I think 3-0 is in range, and that Fi is going to be playing to move to 4-0 in the Classic Constructed rounds this go around. Unfortunately, the name missing there, but we'll try and figure out exactly who that Fi player is and how they have gotten thus far. But instead of looking at Fi's this round, we're going to be looking at a former Pro Tour champion, Pankaj. It is Matthew Foulkes, just far sitting at 3-0, of course, from Europe, from the UK, looking to, again, keep the title in Europe as we're here in Amsterdam. Going to have his work cut out for him as he takes on a Dash.io. Really, really interesting matchup.
I love the Dash.io pick this meta. I think a lot of people have been trying to think of sort of dark horses in this meta. Riptide is one of those that come to mind as well. I think Dash.io is a very, very interesting dark horse because she's one of the few heroes that instead of trying to beat Zen by disrupting him, like what Nu and Victor wants to do, Dash.io says, I'm going to outrace you.
Yeah.
Which is, she's pretty much the only hero that can actually outrace a Zen because while Zen's like, oh, I'm going to traverse and Chi and Art of War, Boom Grenade off the top is Boom Grenade off the top. That can outrace the Zen.
If an opponent is not blocking, there are a few decks that do it better than Dash.io. Why don't we go ahead and head down to our feature match, and we will see if Dash.io is up to the task of taking on a Prism in the hands of a 2-time Pro Tour top 8 competitor, Pro Tour champion as well, Matthew Foulkes. And then we see on the right-hand side, it is Jaap Ijlst is my best guess at that pronunciation. I apologize to you, Jaap, if I've mispronounced, but we will figure that out after this match concludes and get some good pronunciation going. A good deck choice right off the bat with Dash.io challenging the field on a very interesting axis.
I'm super excited to see this Dash.io play, and I was there when this round was announced, and I heard Matthew Foulkes' reaction to be put on stream against a Dash.io, and he wasn't too pleased, to be honest, because mechanologists into Prism, historically, quite mechanologist favored. They have a number of natural poppers in their list. Red Throttle's Maximum Velocities come to mind. Poppers that they're not putting in for Prism, they just have it in the list naturally. Also, Prism with a bunch of no block while Dash.io is trying to, set off Boom Grenades on you. Very, very effective. However, not all doom and gloom for Prism, because on Dash.io's side as well, a whole bunch of no blocks and Prism's Heralds hurt. At the same time, we can expect Matthew Foulkes is going to be on the Rapture plan, which means every time a Herald hits, he can flip an Angel for free. And that ward not only is extra life, it's also saving him from Boom Grenade on hits.
Yeah, very, very useful in this matchup, to be sure. I want to point out another aspect that Dash.io can play very well against Prism. It is the action point economy, of course, able to generate action points seemingly at will sometimes. That's going to be a big deal. ALS far less effective than it typically is against these aggro approaches.
Which is exactly why we can expect Matthew Foulkes to be on a Rapture plan. Vestige's Soul is the sort of plan you want to build up a whole bunch of auras. We saw Vespa do it in round 1 today. He wants to fill out the board with Genesises, Merciful Retributions, etc. But Dash.io can just say, high octane, pistol all your auras down. So, Herald plan is what we can expect to see from Matthew Foulkes.
I think this could be a pretty explosive one, Pankaj. I think both of these decks have the potential to offer some big damage. Of course, lower life totals on both sides. Foulkes starting at a pretty paltry 32 life. Dash.io starting at 36.
Yep, just goes to show. I mean, that's how strong these heroes are. Both operating at somewhat instant speed. Prism a little more so than Dash.io. Dash.io is still instant speed, but on her own turn. But yeah, it just goes to show how explosive these two heroes can be. Got to balance them by making the life totals kind of significantly less than 40, especially on the Prism side. And yep, equipment has been revealed. Matthew Foulkes, as expected, on the Empyrean Rapture, also sporting that Stonewall Gauntlet, opting for the more defensive arm piece versus something like the Goliath Gauntlet that we have seen in Prisms of the past. On Jaap's side, I believe I've seen adaptive plating on the arms piece, Techno Foundry Heart on the chest piece, Balance of Justice in the headpiece. Very, very interesting.
Okay. Looking to play around those draw effects,
Yeah,
the Tomes of Divinity, potentially.
And Herald of
Erudition,
Erudition.
yeah. Assume Achilles Accelerator. Yep, it is Achilles Accelerator down there in the leg slot.
Ooh, starting off an item, probably not exactly the item you want to see turn 0 because you don't have any attacks in the yard yet. But, it's a free pistol counter. Now Spark of Genius, that is something you want to see turn 0.
Great play to kick things off here for Jaap.
And looks like he pitched 2 into it, paid 1 for backup. So we might see a Teklo Pounder here, Brian. Let's see, paid... That's the X's 2 over here. If he's running Teklo Pounders, this could be really, really rough for Matthew Foulkes for the start of this game.
Let's see, what is the search going to reveal? Rustling through the deck. It is, in fact, Teklo Pounder. Good call, Punkage. And that is unchecked aggression. And you saw a little wry smile there from Matt Foulkes. He knows, has his work cut out for him in the face of this Teklo Pounder.
And normally against Prism, if you are going first, you need to be very nervous about spending your action point. However, when you know your opponent's likely not sporting many auras and is on the Herald game plan, Jaap saying, fine, I'm just going to use my action point. What are you going to do? Play a Genesis on me? You probably didn't even side them in. So, pretty safe Teklo Pounder setup here. He's got 2 counters on a pistol, full Teklo Pounder, and the backup protocol already said he is looking to be in a really strong position to start this game off.
Yeah, I quite like getting those counters on the pistol early as well. I think that can give you a lot of strategic options as you proceed through these next few turns.
Oh, and he's got a maximum velocity in his hand. It's natural popper for this Wartune Herald. Of course, 1 floating on Matthew Foulkes' side is able to pay for footsteps should this Herald get popped.
And you see that Max V move to the front. It is going to go ahead and just be put in front of the Herald. As you mentioned, incidental poppers in this matchup. Feels almost free.
Matt Foulkes
So
going
lovingly cared for Phantasmal Footsteps there on the side.
I did not want to bring that up.
Tell one of his prized possessions.
Yep. I don't think it's even sleeved. I think he's just flexing.
He keeps it in his wallet. That is my best guess for where that Phantasmal Footsteps came from.
Okay, ending the turn with a Pierce Reality here. So Jaap probably happy that it wasn't a Herald. But
yeah, breezy turn there for Jaap in my estimation. Just no real threat from Foulkes.
Yeah. Possibly in a bit of a resource light hand, looks like. I see a red backup protocol, and I can't tell the color of the zipper hit, so a little resource light in this hand.
I think we are looking at a full suite of reds here. So let's see how that affects the output. See a Pulse Wave Harpoon available.
One thing to point out as well with the maximum velocity pop is that this backup protocol, it lost the counter now, but it's going to stay around. So what Jaap can do, if he doesn't draw a popper on the following turn, he can just backup protocol it right back and just pop anything. And at 10 power, your Herald of Triumphs, even if you go find a Figment with Halo and everything, it's still getting popped.
It's a really scary spot to be in if you're Foulkes. And I will also point out we see another backup protocol in hand. So if you just want to slow roll that one, play it with a steam counter on it, and pass it forward to the next turn, you could be setting up multiple turns of poppers in a row.
Yep, and you just laugh in the face of the Pierce Reality on that front. I'm just going to pop it. It doesn't matter how big this Herald is. It still has Phantasm. That's not a passing Mirage. It's gonna pop through that Pierce. Pop right through that Pierce. That was weirdly structured.
Foulkes is just going to go ahead and take this hit from the zipper hit. 7 damage on offer.
Taking it all 7.
Yeah, wants to play with some cards here for sure. 4 in hand, 1 in the arsenal.
So you have to imagine he has a plan for this backup protocol. I mean, sometimes, if your back is against a wall, you might be thinking, okay, you force him to backup protocol the Maxx V to pop the first thing. You still have footsteps and send a second thing. That might be what Matthew Foulkes is trying to look for. Because if he just plays one Herald, that gets so easily popped because of the backup protocol.
Chain closes here. What is the follow-up? Will it be an additional attack? Looks like Teklo Foundry Heart going to be the activation. 2 resources. That's not a certainty here. I did see Toma Fyendel in the deck.
Okay.
When Jaap was filtering through it.
So Foundry Heart here serves double purpose. Not only does it, give you the resources, it lets you dig for an item, and looks like
it worked. Paid big dividends. Boom grenade off the top.
Let's see whether he cranks this, because if he cranks this, he can, destroy the aura and also go ahead and send something at face. Looks like he chose to, so 2 action points on Dash.io's side.
Yeah, and now with resources for the zipper hit, still 2 action points available, and that means that Symbiosis shot going to both offer damage and clean up a little bit. You see now why this is so difficult on the Prism side.
Yep. Only a blue boom grenade, though, so the zipper hit representing another 7. However, 7 for a hero that starts at 32, very, very significant. That's almost a quarter of the life.
Damage piling up quickly now on the side of Matthew Foulkes.
Now, Jaap's play is mostly face-up over here. He did boost that zipper hit as well, so 2 action points. Could be 2 Symbiosis shots to the face, more likely 1 to the face and 1 to the pierce reality. So Matthew Foulkes has the information he needs. It's about whether he's going to respect this boom grenade or maybe try and take this opportunity to just use his life as a resource and send damage to the face if possible.
It just feels like such a low number to be at. You're looking at being at around 16, I believe, if this turn plays out the way we think it might. Can you really feel comfortable as Foulkes that you'll have time to get to your more powerful game plans with that kind of life total? And you see now reaching for cards to defend. I felt like earlier in the turn he was planning on just taking everything, coming back with some kind of large offering. But now it seems the tides have shifted a little bit with the addition of that boom grenade and this additional threat from the zipper hit.
I think the backup protocol as well has to be weighing on his mind.
Absolutely.
Just the on-demand pop-up from the Dash.io side. You either keep 4 cards and you play through the first pop-up by using Footsteps and sending another thing, or you block with all 4 cards. Just sending 1 Herald feels like you're just forcing the backup protocol pop.
And maybe a bit of a misstep there from Foulkes. Arclight Sentinel, not great at defending. Does a lot of things. That's not one of them.
Yep.
It's just going to put 6 points of defense in front of this zipper hit.
These yellow angel-y cards looking very similar in Matt Foulkes' hand, apparently.
Step 1 is firing off this first Symbiosis shot. Now Foulkes is ready to get into the action. Phantasmal Footsteps activated. Light of Soul being pitched. Let's see the reveal. It is a Herald. Big hit there.
It's a red.
Oh, but it is a red. Thank you. Thank you.
Unfortunate.
Yeah. Slight miss.
Yep.
Right type, not the right color.
So one advantage that Dash.io has over something like Dash.ie when it comes to Footsteps is that Dash.io doesn't need to close the chain to recharge the pistol. Against Dash.ie, you'll see Prisms pitch the Footsteps, and then because Dash.ie needs to keep closing the chain to refill the gun, you can just keep blocking the Footsteps, having only paid 1 into it. You don't get that against Dash.io, though, because Symbiosis shot just has all those counters on, and you can just keep attacking back-to-back.
Another point of weakness in this matchup. There's just all these little small micro things that really add up to what feels like quite an unfavorable approach. And I have seen walking around top tables thus far, there's so many Prisms floating around. I think Dash.io is such a wise choice for this meta.
Okay, and you have a plan for Zen as well. The new matchup could be a little rough, but I mean, you have explosive power. If the new stumbles, you can totally get that. Jaap right now, at the end of Matthew Foulkes' turn, thinking of this backup protocol. If he doesn't activate it now, he will just lose it at the start of his turn without being able to activate it. So he does.
Backup protocol blue in hand as well. Just lousy with backup protocols here.
Yeah, I don't even think he has a blue attack in his graveyard as a target for that one. Let's see whether he chooses to bring back this, bring back a red. I mean, red zipper hit is solid target for your, your backup protocol. Maybe you don't get the max V thing off, but zipper is still a very, very strong card.
Taking a peek at that graveyard. Reaching for a couple cards here.
Also, I have to point out the passing Mirage that Matthew Foulkes played on his turn. I mean, we spoke about this. When the opponent has red backup protocol with a max V, you either keep enough cards to send pressure past that popper, that known popper, or you just block out and just play a 1-card hand like the passing Mirage. So Matthew Foulkes opting for a more defensive stance right now, saying let this backup protocol go off the board, and then you'll need to naturally draw a popper, because I'm not going to walk into it.
You understand why Jaap is in the tank here. It is either you go ahead and pitch a blue card to get a card from this protocol, and then you head into your turn with no blues in your hand, or you pitch 2 red cards and then have the blue to play with. And he's got to figure out which leaves you in a better scenario. Obviously, double blue makes this so simple, so explosive. Unfortunately, just still a little bit resource light here. Says there is no secret here. You have seen this one.
Yeah, I think Jaap was like, oh, can I just wanted to check what Arclight Sentinel does, and Matthew Foulkes just says, yeah, I accidentally showed it to you, just read it. So, of course, with Achilles Accelerator just on the board, Jaap doesn't need to be too nervous about cards like Arclight Sentinel. Of course, ideally, would like to crank something off the top.
And is going to get this Maxx V back.
Okay.
And I wonder, is this set up for the future? Just an Arsenal card?
I think without a Teklo core on a 4-card hand, there's not many lines. I can't think of a line that would actually let you play the Maxx V, unless maybe a Spark or Genius draw and you get lucky somehow. But, you know, typically maximum velocity on a 4-card hand with a Teklo core, not very possible. So it could be, yeah, probably an Arsenal target for him.
Going to kick things off here with a red boom grenade. That's the big one.
Red stamped boom grenade, too. Jaap's been around the block. He's
no
been
stranger to the mechanologist class.
High-level competitive play, too. I mean, of course, yeah, you might have picked that up in his own draft during Bright Lights meta.
Outpace going to be the follow-up attack here. Of course, threatening that boom grenade cannot be defended by equipment.
Mm-hmm. Outpace with a combination of boom grenade just feels so incredibly strong.
How about a Tekla Pounder thrown into the mix as well, getting a little bit more juice on that outpace.
Yep, and that's a red boom grenade too. So this is coming in for 6, threatening 10 on hit. I mean, you have to point out, Jaap took a bit of an aggressive line here, cranking that boom grenade. He's sort of banking on it hitting right now, because if it doesn't, it'll just go away the start of his next turn, or you can cash it in with adaptive plating. But, he's just telling Matt, you have to give me 6 block, 2 precious heralds, which, you might not have enough heralds in your hand to still be able to send after that. Or you take 10 and you're at 24.
I like this aggressive line on the part of Jaap. There's so many cards that do not block in Foulkes' deck, and you see at least one in hand right now. I do see a Figment.
Mm-hmm.
That Arclight Sentinel chilling in the arsenal as well. I think there's double Figment in this hand. Mm-hmm. So I think this is every defending card Matt Foulkes can offer if he goes ahead and puts 2 cards in front of this.
It just means he has no offense. If he does that, he's just holding 2 Figments past that. That is one of the downsides of Prism. Sometimes you just draw these Figments, which you only want to tutor, but yeah, that can happen. So he's facing down either take 10 and play Heralds, or block 6 and do really nothing much else. Also have to point out, Jaap was open to the Arclight Sentinel when he cranked the boom grenade. He did, there's a priority window there that Matty Foulkes could have done. But typically when you're against Prism and they use Arclight on your turn, you are actually usually pretty happy about it, because it means they aren't putting that much offense on you on their turn. So Jaap probably just saying, you know what, it's fine if you Arclight me in response to the boom grenade.
Yep, I'll just take your hand.
Yeah.
Move on to the next one. Tekla Pounder Salter ready in the future. And Foulkes just is forced to just take here. Massive, massive hit from Jaap.
Still
Followed up, Symbiosis shot.
Just add the Passing Mirage. Still very disciplined.
Oh no, looks like it's going face. Yeah.
Okay.
Jaap wants to get this one over with. And with Maxx V at the ready in Arsenal, you could see why a big hand here could do a lot. Now, you do know about that Arclight Sentinel sitting in the arsenal. That's a pretty big deal to have that information. A bit of a misplay there from Foulkes.
Mm-hmm.
Kicking things off with a War Tune Herald. Going to be immune from any poppers here on the back of that Passing Mirage.
Still plenty of block on the armor available for Jaap. Balance of Justice, Tekla Foundry Heart, Adaptive Plating, all unblemished, all just setting the being able to block. But with the Maxx V in his arsenal, I imagine he's not going to be wanting to block very much with cards from hand or even armor.
Jaap has denied everything from Foulkes thus far.
Mm-hmm.
No soul. No Figments. 12 life. But for the first time, Foulkes is going to find purchase in this match.
Mm-hmm.
Herald connects. That's going to bring Foulkes into the deck. Going to go looking for a Figment. And you see a bit of a ponder. across Foulkes' brow there.
This is quite a bit of value because of the Empyrean Rapture specifically. That was 7 damage to Jaap's face, but Rapture means he gets to flip the Angel for free and effectively gain another 4 life. That's just first 2 cards Matthew Foulkes has played this turn has effectively swung him 11 points of value, including a damage done and a life gained effectively, if he can get the full 4 points of ward.
You know what,
the Angel.
I don't even feel good about that if I'm Matt Foulkes, because I know that there is a max V in Arsenal. And if Jaap is saying, I can afford to give you this much value, what does that mean for what Jaap is going to do on his turn?
Yep, max V, also quite a bit of value on Jaap's side, for sure. One unfortunate thing about drawing these Figments, too, is that means they're not available as tutor targets when your Herald does hit. You almost wonder whether Matthew Foulkes would have liked to tutor out this Figment of Protection that's in his pitch zone.
Seems like the scenario for protection, for sure. And instead, going to go ahead and get Erudition, and that means that Ponder is at the ready. So do we have enough resources here to go ahead and deploy that Arclight Sentinel that's in Arsenal and take full advantage of that Ponder?
Yeah, he would need a blue and a yellow, so that could definitely be it. But Arclight Sentinel against a Mechanologist when they have Achilles Accelerator can be rough. Okay.
Looks like it's going to be a Halo activation here.
So a critical thing that this play does is it brings him up to 2 soul, which means he's able to flip the Figment of Erudition and also attack with it and drawing cards off of it. Whereas previously, because he only had 1 soul, he wouldn't have been able to flip the Figment and also get the attack effect from the Angel. So that could be potentially why he's choosing to pop the Halo here. Just go up to the 2nd soul and then draw some cards from Soraya and maybe find an out.
Yeah, presumably pick up a little bit more value from that Figment, assuming he didn't draw the one he was hoping to find. That's always the risk when you're in this scenario.
Yep. So okay, Prism triggers again because the Herald did go to Soul from Halo of Illumination. So let's see what Figment he finds now. I mean, you have to wonder that Figment of Protection is pitch zone. You have to wonder whether he's annoyed. You have to imagine he'd be happier with a Spectral Shield rather than a Courage token.
I think there's no question.
Figment of War.
It's the slam dunk pick if it's still in the deck. Forced to make some slightly suboptimal choices here. It's going to be Figment of War, the search.
Getting a Courage token. There's a few too many tokens and board state pieces. Manage them a little. Looks like he's going ahead and flipping Soraya for free of the Empyrean Rapture. Spends a soul for it and still has 1 more soul to attack with. It looks like we're going to go ahead and shortcut that a little. Oh my, he drew another Figment from the Halo. That's a Figment of Triumph. Oh, he must not be happy about that.
Well, does get to refresh a bit. 2 new cards here.
2 new cards and 4 damage coming in as well. ALS in Arsenal. We know of at least 1 of the Figment in his hand. 2 new fresh cards drawn here for Matthew Foulkes.
What are you looking for on the draw here if you're Foulkes? Are you looking to continue offensive onslaught, or do you have to just go ahead and find resources to deploy that Arclight Sentinel, get value out of the Ponder? Where's your priority if you're drawing?
I think enough resources. Yeah, blues to go ahead and deploy the Arclight Sentinel. You almost have to wonder whether his out is play the Arclight, force the Achilles Accelerator, play a second Arclight at some point, and you make them have a high octane, or their turn is just they just end their turn.
Yep, I think that makes a lot of sense.
So Jaap at this point thinking about the 4 attack on Soraya. I think he's deciding whether he wants to block that, because that's one of the things that Prism puts you. That's one of the dilemmas Prism puts you under, where if you take too much damage and they Arclight you can get a little blown out.
Balance of Justice getting applied here. Going to do a little bit of defending. You can understand why this offers potentially another card, and there is the Arclight Sentinel. But Balance of Justice is active, and that means a 6-card hand for the Dash IO going into this turn.
Also, he drew back into the Light of Soul. Prism shuffles so much that, that definitely happens. We saw it happen round 1 today as well. So that also coming back. This time he did hit Herald of Protection of the top. That's very, very good for him. But that's a lot of Figments.
So many Figments in the pitch zone. I assume there is another one to get.
Yeah, I'd like
not much choice here, I believe.
Probably Ravages, maybe. Yep, looks like it's Figment of Ravages.
Okay.
Coming out, dealing 1 Arcane.
And there we see the Balance of Justice activation.
You know how we spoke about how maximum velocity on a 4-card hand with no arsenal is a bit hard?
Yeah.
I think maximum velocity on a 6-card hand is very, very doable.
It gets a lot easier, yeah. I'm expecting fireworks from Jaap on this turn. We have that Teklo Pounder still with a counter on it as well, increasing the damage output ever so slightly.
So critically, to be able to activate your accelerator, you do need to boost, which means your Teklo Pounder charge would be used up because you need to boost into Arclight Sentinel, unless Jaap can get lucky and get a crank item off the top. And then if he gets an extra action point that way, then he can just Symbiosis shot the Arclight Sentinel and save the Teklo Pounder charge. So that's something he's hoping for. Yet another thing that Balance of Justice does, right? It lets you draw the top card of your deck and take a look at look at a fresh one.
It looks like it's just going to be 0 to 60. And that is going to go ahead and take out that Arclight Sentinel.
Yep. And use the last Teklo Pounder charge as well.
Yep, and they did catch that. Clear that Teklo Pounder charge.
Yep.
And now it is time for Achilles Accelerator to do its thing. Sidestepping the Arclight Sentinel. Plenty more boost shenanigans to come on this turn. It is T-Bone.
Going to force an equipment from Folks, but you can just put Footsteps without, paying into it if you really want to. But another thing that this T-Bone is doing is threatening Soraya. If you just don't block this, then your Soraya is going to absorb it, going to jump in front of the T-Bone saying, protect the president or whatever the thing is, and just, go ahead and die. So Folks incentivized to block the T-Bone, but when you know there's a Max V coming, you might just need to say, I just have to let the Soraya go.
Yeah, you want to figure out how to get some efficiency out of this turn on the defensive side. It's going to be the Footsteps pulled forward here. Alongside a block as well.
Yep.
Herald of Triumph comes down, blocks for 3.
Choosing not to pay into Footsteps looks like it. Might as well just don't bother doing that.
Well, the good news is that probably portents a hand that defends well. No need for Footsteps. No need to spend resources on this turn. Hopefully a lot of blocks coming, but the damage output may be so high.
I would be shocked if Soraya survives this turn. Of course, Jaap also has the option to just send an attack into the Soraya, which is something you can do once a Halo is gone. Before the Halo is gone, you could get blown out if they, use the Halo and Ravages ping themselves, and the Angel dies in response to the attack. But without the Halo, you can attack the Soraya if you wish to. Jaap, this time they're just saying, nah, zip it to the face.
Loaded up with blues on this turn. All the resources you need to do whatever you want. We still have Dash.io, has not been used for the turn. We still have Teklo Foundry Heart, has not been used for the turn. So several options available still for Jaap.
And this is the third boost. Even though the first boost was at the Arclight Sentinel, with that 0 to 60, it is still the third boost. So maximum velocity is live, and he has the resources to pay for it as well. Although, to your point about the Teklo Foundry Heart, we might see him make a similar play as he did earlier, where you just Foundry Heart to just dig to potentially find an item.
Of course, some small risk of potentially hitting a non-mech card. I believe Tome is in the deck. I don't have the deck list in front of me, but just on my quick viewing on the search, that is my present belief.
There's also a risk that you just hit a power card. We saw him actually Teklo Foundry Heart a high octane away, which is a very, very key critical card.
Twin Drive as well can also be quite important. We saw that one boosted away, so yeah. It is time for the Teklo Foundry Heart, though. This is going to go ahead and clear out 2 cards from the top of the deck. High Octane once more, and a T-Bone, okay. One of those I'm happy with, one of those I'm not, but 3 resources at the ready now, critically.
So that means he can pay for a 0-cost item off the top and the maximum velocity as well, if he had found the 0-cost item. So he's taking a moment to think. Perhaps doing a bit of calculation. Is it possible for Folks to defend the Soraya if the maximum velocity goes to face? Theoretically possible, but he won't be able to attack with the Soraya if he does it. So I wonder if that's what Jaap is thinking about.
Yeah, things going to get even worse for Foulkes here. It is a 0 to 60 as well. Clearing out the heist, still with the opportunity to go ahead and get lucky off the top. But no, it is just going to be Max V seemingly closing things out here.
Yep.
Turn could still extend.
Yeah. Boomgren up the top is still very much live.
Yep.
It wasn't clear where the 0 to 60 was going, whether it was going to the face of the Angel directly.
Either way, same outcome.
Yep.
And there is an item. It is the Teklo core off the top. That's going to set Jaap up well for a future turn as well. And Foulkes going to fall down to just 8. Very little meaningful board at this point. Does have Passing Mirage, a couple of Figments, but just not influencing these turns. And now we have that Teklo core online. I believe we have, it's like Throttle, Max V, T-Bone.
Can that play Max V? It might be just a little bit short because the Throttle is a 2 cost. Might be a little bit short, but...
Yeah, I think we're going to have to pitch the Max V here.
Oh.
That's going to present another Teklo core. And this is on Foulkes' turn, I'm assuming. Yep, and that's going to give plenty of resources as we head into this turn. 4 resources already at the ready for Jaap.
Incredible just sequencing for Jaap over here. Now, of course, the Teklo cores do actually present an opportunity window to the Prism because it does say start of action phase. So kind of vulnerable to ALS, especially since the Achilles accelerators are gone. So a bit of a risk there. Looks like Matty Foulkes did not find that ALS.
T-Bone once again drawing in that Phantasmal Footsteps. Looks like Foulkes did go ahead and pitch into it this time, preventing a little bit of damage. Just good, clean damage. Throttle comes in next. 2 cards demanded on the block. And the follow-up is Pulse Wave Harpoon. A little bit of disruption mixed in as well.
Not able to force that card out of Matty Foulkes' hand, though, since it isn't an action. So, but now that Jaap knows that it's there, you almost wonder whether he'll just choose not to attack with a pistol if Matty Foulkes doesn't block
I think
this
so.
Pulse Wave.
I think you force the inefficiency if you want Foulkes to actually get paid on that all you got.
Exactly. So Matty Foulkes doesn't block this, you just say, okay, pass, and you just keep your pistol counter.
Jaap really able to benefit from some information in this game. I think knowledge has been absolute power. And I love that it's so thematically appropriate with Dash.io, right? Dash.io is all about that knowledge, all about what you can learn off the top of your deck, port in the future a little bit.
Matty Foulkes showing us some of the efficiency that Prism can have. You know, pitch 1 into Footsteps, 2 floating a flip a Figment, block 4. That's, you know, five block from 1 card, basically, Footsteps and a Figment. So, kind of some efficient lines coming out of this Prism deck over here.
Yep, good value derived there. The other thing that the Jaap can, of course, do on this turn is use a Symbiosis Shot counter to clean out Passing Mirage, potentially, if you just still want to close off the window of that all you got doing anything without just doing a full pass here.
Also, Jaap was very, very rewarded for his aggressive digging. You know, we've seen him do several plays like this. You just activate the Foundry Heart just to dig, and, you know, the previous turn did a 0 to 60 as well, just to dig 1 further as well, and was rewarded with that Teklo core, which really enabled this amazing, amazing turn over here. 3 red boost cards, on them Pulse Wave Harpoon as well.
We're going to do some cleanup now. Looks like a Teklo Foundry Heart activation at the end here. Means more resources, giving us a shot to hit item off the top.
Yeah, Jaap just recognizing this game isn't really going to go very long. So he's just aggressively Teklo Foundry Hearting, like, any opportunity he gets, not because he needs the resources, just because he wants to dig further with Dash.io.
Love the deliberateness of Jaap here. Look, you're playing for 4-0 at the Pro Tour. Is just going to shove in the Symbiosis Shot here, and I think this is going face.
Looks like it. Telling my dear folks, he's probably like, oh, I'm going to need to deal with that eventually anyway. It's fine. Draw your random card. What are the odds that you can actually use it?
It's probably another Figment. What Foulkes has been through this game. Looking like a Soul Shield here. This is happening on Foulkes' turn.
Yep. So Blue Herald of Protection coming in for 6 of the Courage. No Phantasm because of the Passing Mirage.
Not bad. Finally, that Tome of Fyendel does reveal itself. It's in Jaap's hand at this point. Couple of boost cards.
With double Teklo Core as well. Hard to imagine that he's going to want to block on this turn, but Herald of Protection, I mean, this blue one, again, we spoke about how if this hits, it's +4 life for Matthew Foulkes and +1 from a Spectral Shield as well. So kind of 11 points of value being threatened by Matthew Foulkes over here.
So hard. Like, you've been so disciplined in this game. You are clearly on the front foot. And I get the urge to just be like, I'm going to blast through with the last bit of damage here. But at the same time, you know how much this represents if you go ahead and let this go. And are you just supposed to content yourself with playing a smaller turn and continue to just offer problematic threats for folks to deal with?
Jaap taking a moment to think about this. It's been such an exciting game so far.
And we do see some cards being reached for here.
Looks like the fridge coming in. Jaap saying, I do not want you to gain 5 life from this Herald of Protection.
I like this call a lot. I think this is very, very disciplined. It'd be very easy to be like, I'm the aggressor here. I'm supposed to end this game. I'm just going to keep firing. But I think recognize value where it's present. Make sound defensive choices no matter the state of the game. And this is still a fine turn. With Foulkes at 6 life, you are representing plenty of damage on this particular salvo.
Outpace, start of the turn for Jaap over here. And that is such a scary moment. When they start outpace, coming in at a break point, you have to wonder if a boom grenade,
off
comes
the
off
top.
the top.
Yep.
You have to deal with that somehow.
It's omnipresent in your mind for the rest of this game, for sure.
Yep. Looks like no reactions from Jaap, so Matthew Foulkes definitely happy to see that. Would have been forced to flip a Figment, potentially, if that boom grenade came in.
Next follow-up here is going to be the Tekla Foundry Heart. Break the chain. Max V gone again, as well as that boom grenade.
So 1 off from the boom grenade.
Cleared off the top.
If he can find a crank item off the top over here, he could just play that Tome of Fendel that's in his hand.
High Octane now gone. Yeah, crank item would be massive here.
Also, that's the 3rd High Octane just gone to the banish zone for Jaap over here.
Look, it's so funny. I feel like we're in a very similar position once more, where I'm like, are there enough good cards taken out of Jaap's deck where you can start to think about fatiguing him? Like, has he used too many resources at this point? I think the answer is probably no. I think there's still just enough gas in the tank that will be able to close things by damage.
Yeah, not only gas in the tank, but also lack of defensiveness on the Prism side. Just there's enough no blocks and the pistols
get caught at some point.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Speaking of getting caught, Jaap over here caught with 2 boom grenades in his hand. That's just, you play a high variance bursty deck like Dash IO, and when you boom grenade off the top, you feel like a god. But when you draw that boom grenade, you just question why you're playing this deck. So,
Yep. Does not feel as powerful when it's in your hand.
Yep.
There are 2 of them on offer, though, and I think this does a nice job of creating quasi-breakpoints, actually, and we are going to see one of them deployed.
Jaap, of course, rewarded again for his aggressive digging on the previous turn with the Tekla core off the top.
Second boom grenade.
Yep, just sending it, saying you have to block all my breakpoints, and one of them is an outpace. You can't even use your armor.
But a fail here. There is that Tome of Fyendel off the top.
And that is the risk you run when you play these cards. However, if he finds a crank item off the top, he could be bailed out.
That would be quite a bailout. And it looks like no. Looks like we are just going to move to the next turn. So a bit of a break here for Foulkes. And look, uphill battle, unquestionably. I've seen Prisms come back from worse. I'm just going to say that right now. They absolutely can turn a game on a dime.
Elder of Protection coming for 7. No Phantasm over here. Once again, threatening +5 life. 1 from a Spectral Shield, 4 from the ward of whatever Figment he flips after that.
Yeah, and again, a massive value play gonna hit here. Head to the soul, create that Spectral Shield, and additional search, looking for the best possible Figment for this scenario.
Quite a bit of a break for Matthew Foulkes there. However, for Jaap now, I believe I see another Tome of Fyendel in his hand, which means there's no way he can miss a boost, because there's 1 Tome of Fyendel in Arsenal, 1 in his hand, and 1 already boosted away, which means the rest of his deck is all Mechanologist. So his boost won't miss again, but he has a bit of an uphill battle here to climb. This time, Figment of Protection coming out as well from Matthew Foulkes. That's yet another 1 life. So that was a +6 life that he just gained from the Herald of Protection hitting, all of the back of the Tome of Fandel being boosted away on the previous turn.
Pretty good turn here from Foulkes.
Mm-hmm.
I think this is how you could potentially get back into it if you're on his side.
Yep.
Lots of ward available here.
Yeah, and if, oh man, Tectal Core as well, the priority window. Looks like they've moved past it, so no Arclight Sentinel in response to that. It's good news if you're a fan of Jaap over here.
Another fairly powerful card. Twin Drive heading to the bin, although with the number of Max Vs and high octanes that have already hit the bin as well.
Yeah.
I'm not even sure Twin Drive is all that powerful anymore.
Yeah, you need like a backup protocol to get back the one Max V in your yard and have the Twin Drive. It's a bit much. You might honestly be happy to see that go.
So instead, it's just going to be breakpoint here, just 0 to 60. But as you said, Ponkich, every single one of these, terrifying. You let that one damage leak, you can get blown up by a boom grenade.
Yep.
You have 6 ward out there in the arena right now.
Yeah, breakpoints become a lot less impressive when your opponent has shields and ward 4 as well. So Jaap still looking for crank items off the top to play these Tomes of Fandel that he has. But
one card and a spectral shield being committed here. Uses the resources, found a boom grenade off the top, and that's big in terms of action points here.
Yep. Now he can play the Tome of Fandel, get those action points, and go wide enough to potentially trigger this boom grenade.
This hand has the potential to get real explosive, Ponkich, but I just want to say that deck's getting thin. You know you're always facing this clock when you're playing Dash IO, and if you go ahead and Tome of Fandel here, I think you really need to demand that you close the game this turn. And it is Tome of Fandel from Arsenal coming with that life gain as well.
We commended Jaap on his aggressive digging earlier and how he got paid off for he found those items from the aggressive digging.
Spark of Genius? Question mark? No, looks like a heist. Spark of Genius, heist were the draws.
Yeah. So with only one action point remaining, you would have to spark for a crankable item. Something like a backup protocol could bail him out, find him exactly what he needs, especially once you get to this thin deck size. You'd be overloaded on resources and fewer red cards. So a Spark of Genius for red backup protocol could bail you out. And that's what he's doing, just checking, finding possible targets for backup protocols.
This hand appears to be very resource rich, so I think that Spark of Genius could really unlock with the help of backup protocols and checking to make sure any Spark targets would still be in the deck at this point.
And one very good way to ensure your red boom grenade hits is if you manage to resolve a maximum velocity on that turn. So the Spark of Genius, you have to wonder, Jaap is thinking we can resolve a maximum velocity off of it.
Gonna kick things off here with a heist. There's a red heist, gonna be boosted. We know we're safe at this point.
Very, very scary on hit is this heist. However, Matthew Foulkes already insulated from it just from what's on the board. There's Ward 5 on the board right now. So heist will not be hitting here.
Going to have to choose very carefully where to apply this ward, where to apply cards from hand. Every decision in the Prism seat so critical. You need to get every point of value out of your hero to make up for that lower life total. The no blocks you deal with. There's a lot of power in Prism. There's a lot of hurdles. It is time for that Spark of Genius.
Matthew Foulkes ended up deciding to let go of that Ward 5.
And it is going to get backup protocol red. Knew it was on top. Already used the Dash IO ability, has to go search for it this way.
And, having used the Dash IO ability means that that other Tome of Fandel in his hand, you have to wonder if that's just going to be a resource card this turn.
Feels like a resource card, for sure.
Draw from the Spark and just draws into a zipper hit. Can't tell what color that is, but...
I don't know that there's a bad color here, Ponkich. I feel like we're reaching the point where Max V very much in range. Regardless of what we find here, should we have the right combination of resources. We do still have Tekla Foundry Heart at the ready, a resource already floating. Looks like a heist was the additional draw.
So, it depends what color that zipper hit is.
Maybe it doesn't need to be that complicated. Maybe you just go ahead and get these breakpoints over and over. And now with that ward cleared, that's going to potentially offer enough.
Soul Shield on Matthew Foulkes' hand, I believe, gonna be pretty effective at dealing with something that is heist. But is that 2 no blocks I see, or just 1? I definitely see an Angelic Wrath. Okay, now the other card blocks 3, but if Jaap manages to pull off the maximum velocity here, we'd probably just see game, not only because of the boom grenade, but
I
because
don't even think you have to go that far. You can just go zipper hit into go get a 0 to 60, and I think that's problematic for Foulkes. I don't know how you clear that.
Goes and activates Foundry Heart. 2 floating, that's just nice for backup protocol. Let's see what he picks up with it. Has boosted 3 times this turn.
Yeah, but it is the max velocity. We do have the resources for it. Zipper hit, going to get that one back.
And Matthew Foulkes just seeing his life flash before his eyes right now.
He says, "Yep, those are 3 boost cards if I've ever seen them."
Mm-hmm. Stone 1 Gauntlet. Rapture doesn't block unless you pay into it. 3 block. Boom grenade as well. Even
I
this,
just don't see
you have to block 10 completely.
I don't see it. I think the numbers are too big.
14 damage being presented here.
And that's going to do it. That's going to get the handshake from Matthew Foulkes. And Jaap has taken down the Pro Tour champion, Pro Tour top 8 competitor, one of the absolute greats of Flesh and Blood. Matthew Foulkes falls to Dash.io down here in the feature match. And that means Dash.io is going to be one of our 4-0 decks.
Incredibly exciting. I mean, Matthew Foulkes also navigated that as well as he could have, the Arclight Center and stuff. He tried to, find his spots, didn't quite get there. Still X1, not the end of the road for the ex-UK national champion, but Dash.io, undefeated. What an incredible dark horse pick in this Zen meta, in this new meta, showing us I can show up and beat the decks that are trying to target the meta, decks like this Prism.
I'm going to break it down for you, Pankaj. I have knowledge of the decks that have ascended to 4-0. Amongst them, there's a lot of news.
Okay.
There's a lot of Zens. Those matchups, whatever. Maybe they're good, maybe they're not. They're kind of your 50-50s, but there's a lot of illusionists. There's 3 Prisms and there's 3 Enigmas. And if you're in the Dash.io seat and you're playing into those 2, part the Mistveil heroes, Nu and Zen, and you feel like you're in a good spot, and then you have these illusionists to prey on as well, I don't know. I kind of like to be the Dash.io sitting at these top tables right now.
Completely agree. I mean, also Dash.io is an incredibly fun deck as well.
Yeah.
After everything, you have so many decisions to make as well. You're tutoring a deck with Sparkle Genius. You always get to check the top of your deck, get to do fancy action point shenanigans as well. Incredibly fun deck. Solid pick for his meta as well, as you point out. Looking to be in a very strong spot in our current undefeated bracket. Moving into a draft portion for the day.
Why don't we go ahead and hear from our winner himself. We do have an interview with Erica Forslov coming up for you. Do not go anywhere.
Hello and welcome. I'm here with Jaap, who just took it down against the former Pro Tour champion Matthew Foulkes in a very tight game with Dash.io. How did that game feel for you?
It was a very exciting game. He played very well. It was close to the end. I thought I was ahead, and then I bricked on Soma, and I gave him just enough leeway to make it very, very close. So props to him. It's a very close matchup, and this time I got lucky and got the win.
Yeah, we really saw that deck of yours getting very, very thin there at the end, so you were really scraping for your last bits there to get the finish line. How does the Prism matchup feel for you?
The Prism matchup in general is quite 50-50. It really helps if in one of your early turns you find a maximum velocity. It's a great popper that works whatever trick they have. And if you can present a protocol, then it threatens that you get it back and do it over and over again, so it really makes the Prism struggle. So I was fortunate enough to have those 2 cards at the beginning of the game.
Awesome. Now we're going into the draft portion next. How do you feel about going into draft now after playing 4 rounds of CC?
It's always switching it up. I have to change the mindset, but I love this draft format, to be honest. It is quite deep, quite interesting, and I just hope nobody loves Enigma as much as I do.
Love to hear it. Thank you so much. We are cutting back to the games. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly.
Leaves turn, and the grove rots. Great mother of life, the crown you left does not fit. They look to me in disgust, as if I sowed your decay. The monster, forging our future. Why not the rose? She doesn't deserve such a burden. And I know it well. What beauty lies in death?
The world sings a new melody, Your Grace. All but Florian, it seems. Fresh faces fill the gardens, and sweet scents are carried on a cool breeze. Time, it shifts and changes the rhythm of the wild, a cycle our people have never known. And so it returns, wilting branches to unveil forgotten life.
And they said I couldn't be a wayfarer. I was born for this! Race you to Candlehold, silly.
Patience, Aurora. Now is not the time for play. The ace of scribes.
My name's Osilio, and I'm an ancient arcane loser. None of the prophecy said we couldn't have a little fun. Whoa, I haven't seen this many people since the Everfest.
A storm is gathering, young Spark. Your ancestors may have had the foresight to delay it, but the changes to which you bear witness are the rumblings of their return.
You really believe that?
It is etched into the very runes that grant your strength. For if I am awake, then so now are the ones of old.
Ancients, life-givers of our eternity, our purgatory. The fallen are the fields
from which the future grows.
to the booth here from round 5 at Pro Tour Amsterdam. I am Brian Gottlieb. This is Pankaj Bhajwani. We just saw Dash.io move to 4-0, joined by a host of other undefeated players at this stage. I want to go ahead and take a look at our standings before we head into our draft rounds. This is telling us the story of our tournament. What you are going to see is still a diverse array of heroes occupying these top slots, but at the same time, I think our big guns are starting to get a little bit more of that space. And if we go ahead and start at the top, you see Tommaso, Viscido, and Merkel Dolce, both from Italia. Both Italian players coming and sitting atop the standings at 4 points apiece. A new and Azalea there. Then we go to Francesco. Giorgio, of course, won that heavy hitters limited calling back in the UK. Still committed to KO. Not going anywhere on KO, and KO picking up a 4-0. We just saw Jaap go ahead and move to 4-0. We have Iaali, our former world's runner-up, sitting at 4-0 on Prism. That's going to be our featured drafter. That's who we're watching when we go down and see our featured pod. Also, world's runner-up, it's Shing 4-0 thus far, playing new, backed up by another new in the form of David Lee. And then things get really interesting in terms of these enigmas. And, you know, Pankaj, you and I talked a lot about this metagame. I'm big on Illusionist in this metagame. But Prism is the one that feels like it's good. It's got that okay Zen matchup. It's punishing everyone else. On the Enigma side, have they actually figured out how to go ahead and stop this Zen menace? Do folks like Colin Tang, Jean-Luc Zorko, who are both sitting at 4-0 on Enigma, have they figured out the secret sauce? Or is it just a case of good matchups?
I think they're choosing to prey on the matchups that have shown up to beat the Zens. So we speak about how Prism has an okay matchup in a Zen, but similarly, Prism into something like New, even Prism into something like Victor, is potentially losable. Whereas Enigma into New and Victor, they feel way more comfortable than a Prism might feel in that seat, but they give up that Zen matchup. That Zen matchup is, they're way lower than 50-50 that the Prism has. So it seems like a lot of these Enigma players have chosen to show up and say, I'm going to target everything else that's showing up to target the Zens. Also Prism. I would say a lot of Enigmas definitely feel like they're favored into Prism. Of course, we are talking about Illusionist players here. They tend to think they're always favored. You know, it is one of the famous 90-90 matchups, if you will. But I think the stats show that Enigma is favored in that matchup. So Enigma showing up saying, people are going to be on Victor. People are going to be on New. People are going to be on Prism. I'm going to show up and prey on all of those. And I think that's exactly what we're seeing here with 2 undefeated Enigmas as we go into our draft round.
Seems pretty solid strategy thus far. Speaking of Illusionist, how could you talk Illusionist without Guy Cohen? Of course, famously piloted Dromai throughout her entire lifespan, sitting at 4-0. And how about another famous Illusionist, Fino Black at 4-0 as well on Prism. So 3 Prisms occupying these 4-0 slots thus far.
And those are our top 3 undefeated decks so far. We have 6 undefeated News, 4 undefeated Zens, and 3 undefeated Prisms. This is the top 3 big baddies of this metagame. At least that's what seems to be forming as we move into, as we move to just the end of day 1, pretty much.
Let's highlight a few of these one-offs, because there are a bunch of one-offs as well. Heroes with individually sterling performances. Joakin Gustafsson, who I'm still working on the pronunciation with. We're going to do it all weekend long because he's at 4-0 right now, not taking any losses, playing Victor. And you and I kind of, hemmed and hawed a little bit around Victor, but Joakim showing it has what it takes to compete in this metagame. How about a little Levia action? I know Mansant's furiously looking for that deck list. Is it Ballbreaker Levia? We need to know. I'm getting a head shake from him. You know he already scouted it. Looks like no Ballbreakers there, but it is a 4-0 Levia thus far in the metagame.
And coming back to Guardian real quick, not Victor, but Bravo. OG, welcome to Wraith Bravo over here, being piloted by Joel Grizel. I want to say, Foreign Bravo, you have to wonder, is that the fabled Fatigue Bravo list that some people were theorizing could exist and could win in this metagame? But that's kind of all I saw from that. Everyone's saying, in theory, it could.
A lot of theory, but you know what, Pankaj? Yeah. I can tell you this is theory in practice. That is, in fact, a Fatigue Bravo defeated Matt Rogers last round on Contract New, which is another thing that we may get to talk about as the day goes on. But Joel Grizel was able to move to 4-0 on Fatigue Bravo. How about a Dash? Dash showed up kind of in the middle of national season, started terrorizing some of these Zens and their fragile equipment suite. And we do see our first 4-0 dash in the hands of Alexandra Castanheira from Brazil. Brazilians always lurking at these top tables. Every single one of these events, you see a big Brazilian contingent just right there in the thick of things. Then we can talk about a lone Riptide. Lone Riptide up there on the top tables. Not the Riptide being played by Pablo Pintor, who is in fact playing Riptide. But this one is Jitin Lee on Riptide. So that wraps up our undefeated heroes thus far. And I have to say, Pankaj, despite some definite standouts, some definite focal points of this metagame, really satisfied with the diversity here.
Absolutely. I could see any one of these heroes. I could see all this hero diversity that we see here showing up similarly in top 8, and any one of these heroes also winning the entire event.
Well, that bodes well for future OP, and I know you will be out there competing. Of course, you're coming off of a recent big win in a battle-hardened. Pankaj, the only one who can still cast and win. I just lose all the time. I don't even try and play events.
No, I'm washed now, actually. That's why I'm in the booth here.
I do have to give a shout-out, though, to Casanova Cast as well, who also has done the caster, the same combination you did, where you cast one day and then you win the event the next day. Very, very hard combination to pull off. But let's take a look at that OP schedule and see what we will be looking at as we move across the country and across the world. Of course, our next stop is at Gen Con, and this is a big one, Pankaj. This is the debut of First Strike, and I know you were in the crowd when I was doing my keynote yesterday. This is our de facto intro product going forward. This is how we want you to go ahead and learn Flesh and Blood. It's a nice, somewhat stripped down, but still highlighting the beautiful things about Flesh and Blood. A really, really nice out-of-the-box play experience, and you'll be getting your first look at that at Gen Con.
And the name as well, First Strike, I just love how it evokes the feeling of this is your first introduction to this amazing game of ours. Pick up the First Strike decks, learn how to play the game, go ahead, maybe upgrade them to CC versions, or maybe just pick up some Armory decks instead to get into the CC meta. But yeah, these First Strike decks, I am so looking forward to what this is going to do to grow our community.
A lot of great intro products making their way around the scene now. Of course, we're going to be playing more CC when we head to Melbourne for a Battle Hardened. Looking forward to that one. And then a big one down in Brazil, Sao Paulo, getting a Classic Constructed event. I know those Brazilian players, they are so vocal in their support for their community. I'm so happy to see a Battle Hardened make its way down to Sao Paulo.
Definitely expect to see a really, really big showing over there. And the weekend after that, Calling Manila, CC Calling Manila, happening August 16th to 18th over here. We've seen some really fantastic players in that region, players from around the region also moving to traveling over there for these callings. You know, we can expect many members of Blue Pitch showing up, for example, many Singaporeans showing up as well. I'm going to be tuning into that for sure.
That Manila scene is awesome. They're so passionate, so devoted. Their turnouts, their attendance, just always through the roof. And they're always talking about what they're doing to get new players into the game. They're such a loving, welcoming community. Nothing but props to my friends out in Manila. Totally deserve this calling. Can't wait to see how that goes. How about some more Learn to Play action? We'll head to LDXP in Los Angeles. Going to have that beautiful Learn to Play booth on display. Then we're going back to Japan for another Battle Hardened. Love every time we can serve our newfound Japanese friends. Flesh and Blood absolutely taking off over in the Japanese market. And we'll have a Battle Hardened in Osaka. It's a bit of a warm-up before we head over there for Worlds, Pankaj.
It's a bit of a precursor to what's going to happen in World Championships. It's going to have Worlds Calling and Battle Hardened at the same time. But let's not get ahead of ourselves, because that same weekend, we have a Battle Hardened in San Diego, August 24th to 25th, another CC Battle Hardened as well. And again, that same weekend, Gamescom, Learn to Play event, August 21st to 25th. Yes, another location where, you know, players can come out, learn how to play the game via those First Strike decks that you were talking about.
Yeah, and after that, how about Seattle? I know, Pankaj, that's your hometown. You got to be looking forward to PAX West and the Learn to Play events going on out there. Have you ever made it to PAX West in your time you've been in Seattle?
Nope, not yet. But when I see this, that makes me want to go out there.
Yeah, definitely worth checking out. Then we head to Lisbon for our Battle Hardened out there. Another CC Battle Hardened on August 31st through September 1st. And then this is the big one, Pankaj. This is the one you will not stop bothering me about. It is the world premiere of Rosetta down there in Tampa Bay, September 6th through 8th. And look, folks, I'm just stating the facts. World premiere, Part the Mistveil, sold out. I do not want you to miss your opportunity to participate in this event. And it's so exciting to do this kind of nouveau approach to these world premieres where you will not know a bunch of these cards when you sit down to play the world premiere. A large portion of those Majestics, of those legendaries, they will not be spoiled during preview season. And you're going to have to go there to the world premiere to see them for the very first time in action.
We've been speaking quite a bit about all these events so far, and we're not even just a month, like we're slightly over a month out from today. That is just how many events we have coming up. I'm just so incredibly excited. Now, after the world premiere in Tampa Bay, we have September 20th to September 22nd, calling in Sydney. This will be Rosetta sealed deck with a Rosetta booster draft on either day 2 or the top 8.
Yeah, how about a scoop, Pankaj? Because I don't know if this has officially been said anywhere yet. Maybe it has, maybe it hasn't. But I will confirm for you, 8 packs, 30 card limit for the Rosetta sealed format. Ooh. And I know that was a point that a lot of players were very vocal. They wanted to see stick around from part of the Mistveil season. That will be sticking around as part of Rosetta Limited.
That is amazing. I think that is one of the changes that happened to MSC that really made a lot of people sort of turn their perspective on Flesh and Blood Limited. You know, you hear lots of comments before that, but the 8 packs, 30 sealed, just makes sealed deck feel so much better. Now that calling Sydney, you have to expect players would feel very similarly there as well. And following that weekend, we have September 27th to September 29th, Battle Hardened in Tokyo, once again going back to Japan for another Classic Constructed Battle Hardened.
How about a trip to France after that? Calling Lyon going on, Classic Constructed one more time. Battle Hardened going on the same weekend in Milwaukee back in the States, and then a Battle Hardened the weekend following in Washington, D.C.
That's 3 CC Battle Hardens on the same weekend, the 27th to 29th September. Going to be jam-packed. Going to be just an amazing time to be a Flesh and Blood fan.
Yeah, Brody Spurlock is clearing his schedule of doing nothing but playing Flesh and Blood anyway. So actually, he'll be completely fine. He'll make it with no issue. And then there's the big one, Pankaj, the moment we've all been waiting for. It is the World Championship in Osaka. For me, this represents the culmination of a TCG journey that I have been on for basically my entire life. I started playing TCGs with the goal of one day winning a qualifier to be able to go to an event in Japan. You know, I was a kid with not a lot of money, not a lot of means to make that kind of trip happen. This was my path. This was how I was going to get there. I never did. I never made that trip. And now I get to make it as a member of the coverage team for Flesh and Blood. I'm so excited to make that trip over to Osaka and have my first visit to Japan. And I'm also excited of what this means for Flesh and Blood's journey as well, because we will be starting our celebration of the 5th anniversary of Flesh and Blood. And it has come so quickly. I can't believe we've already been through 5 amazing years of this game. Of course, October 11th, 2019 was the release of Welcome to Wraith. It's when this game first made its indelible stamp on the TCG industry. And what better way to kick it off with the core of any TCG, a booster pack, a 5th anniversary booster pack, only available in Osaka. And no matter how many times you ask Pankaj, I will not tell you what's inside. You're just not getting it out of me.
I know you're not going to tell me what in this packs, but I'm so looking forward to crack some of these open myself. I mean, I can only imagine, I don't know, Welcome to Wraith, you know, maybe some Welcome to Wraith promo stuff in there. Just I could keep guessing forever. All I know is I want to just go ahead to Osaka and crack open some of these packs for myself.
Well, you could keep guessing, and I could keep sitting here silently and not telling you. There will, of course, be so many other ways to participate in our 5th anniversary celebration at local game stores around the world, at other events. This is just our kickoff, our start of our acknowledgement of our 5th anniversary, and I so hope you all will come along and be there with us. But now, I want you to come along with us for some draft. We are ready to go ahead and take a look at our featured drafter. And as mentioned, it is going to be Chris Iaali down there in our featured draft slot, looking to navigate some Part the Mistveil packs.
Coming through the pack over here, just moving some key pieces to the front over here. So I believe I saw that the Transcend card in this pack was a grain that tips the scale. He's looking like he's considering some of the Illusionist cards. Now, in Part the Mistveil, it is actually fairly easy to send a signal because of the very typical split of the class commons of being 2/2/2 usually. So you can very easily send a signal, but sometimes you just want to pick the best card in the pack, which may not be one of those commons. So let's see how Chris Iaali navigates.
There's another option beyond sending a signal. It's about staying open. Right? You can go ahead and just take good Mystic cards. And we've seen that strategy employed to great success in events like U.S. Nationals just the mono blue deck, if you will. But it looks like the pick here is going to be a Spectre instead, going to try and get into that Enigma lane as soon as possible is Chris Iaali.
Red Waxing Spectre sending a signal and picking a very, very strong card as well. So he's somewhat well set up to have a very strong Enigma deck. Looks like there's still 2 Illusionist commons in this pack as well.
Good sign. Good sign for Chris Iaali.
Yep. But also red Tiger Form Incantation, very strong Zen common as well. I think a trap that some less experienced draft players might fall into is getting married to their first pick. So he picked a Red Waxing Spectre pick 1. That does not mean he has to be an Enigma. If
no, plenty of room to stay open here.
Exactly. If you see something like a red Tiger Form Incantation, could pivot to Zen or something. Maybe just pick it up and be open. Could be either Enigma or Zen.
Yeah, Drop in the Ocean available as well. That's a very, very good Transcend card in Enigma. Looks like we have a Kakoi as well. Skyhold Kakoi. Not my favorite of the Kakois. I tend to want to use that slot for something a little bit more impactful. But still, those are very, very powerful cards. But it is just going to be the Chi card here. Drop in the Ocean, the pick for Chris Iaali.
Yep, setup. Still seems to be in the Enigma lane.
I would say so. I think, these Transcend cards have such varying degrees of efficiency depending on which hero you're in. Passover, the one you want to slam if you're in new, for sure.
Yet another red Tiger Form Incantation over here.
Yeah, some signs, but
2 common Illusionist cards.
There's just good cards here. There's frankly just good cards all over this pack. Very powerful pack. Very powerful Transcend card. Have some ninja equipment available as well, and the Mask of Wes and Whiskers.
Yeah. This Illusionist commons, though, I bet he wishes it was the reverse colors. You kind of want blue Vengeful Apparition and red Waxing Spectre. These are kind of the wrong colors. Perhaps why he's considering the second tenet of Chi tied here instead.
Look, those second tenants, nothing to scoff at. Very, very good foundation of Enigma strategy. You need to be able to offer damage, and that is ultimately going to be the pick here. Second tenant goes ahead and joins the pile.
Yep, blue block 3. Definitely what you want to see in Enigma. However, does affect your new matchup to some extent as well. And if you're drafting Enigma, you want to make sure you have a very, very good new matchup. Cards like second tenet of Chi, if you cannot side them out because of a blue ratio, could offer you some problems when you're against a new.
I have to say, Pankaj, reviewing this pack, I'm quite confused by the signals I've seen across these first few picks. It looked like Zen may be wide open in the form of those 2 Tiger Form Incantation reds. Now Zen looking a little drier. New looking quite good. Maybe players just looking to fill out their Transcend suite, looking to fill out their equipment.
Yep, or possibly even just
staying open.
Staying open.
Yeah.
A couple of options here for Chris Iaali here. Had the blue Battlefront Bastion, which he ended up picking, but also the blue Vengeful Apparition. Just a blue 3-block aura that you're also happy to play because the effect can be very, very strong. Instant speed out of, Sigil of Solitude, for example.
Yeah, I think I agree with the Bastion pick here. I think it is just one of the most powerful options. Like I said, it is critical that you were able to offer big attacks as Enigma.
Looking at the next pick over here. Blue Waxing Spectre, definitely not something you want to see. But these Emissaries of Moon as well. You speak about sending big attacks. Doing something like a Waxing Spectre, attacking with it, and ending with a 0 for 4. It's not a massive attack, but it's still very, very strong.
No, I think 0 for 4 is such a critical type line in this format. It is so, so good to be able to stash a card like that in your arsenal and just get a little bit more juice on the end of your combat chain. This one, Skybody Kakoi, gets a little bit higher in my estimation. I could consider that pick as well.
Yep. A lot of players seem to have come around to not really liking the other chess pieces that are available in this format because they are pretty restrictive. You have to be at 1 life before you can get its effect. But so Chris Iaali choosing just the Kakoi over there. It's looking very, very well set up to have a very, very strong Enigma deck. Battlefront Bastions and some other big blue attacks like second tenet of Chi. It's exactly what you want in Enigma. Battlefront Bastion helping you deal with the pesky, breakpoints from daggers from Nu or even Kakara into a Tiger from Zen.
I would also note, too, I don't think he wants to be. I don't think his intention is to be. But Chris is open at this point. He could absolutely get into a different hero at this stage.
Definitely. The only class card he's picked so far is that Red Waxing Spectre.
100%. And you see him arranging, seeing what's being taken out of the pack.
Still 2 Illusionist commons over here. Sigil of Solitude and the Vengeful Aberration. Looks like he picked up
I believe a second tenant.
Second tenant
of Tide.
I think it was Tide. Yeah. So now second tenant of Chi Tide. I mean, we picked 2 of the second tenants. You have to wonder, like, the new matchup can get a little risky if you're running too many of these second tenants. Also, big blue attacks like Balefront Bastion. A new steals that from you can get a little rough. Whereas, a blue Vengeful Apparition doesn't really matter if a new takes that from you.
How about Blue Blanche? That's a card I don't mind having in my deck whatsoever. It looks like Truth's Retold also available.
Mm-hmm. First tenant of Chi Tide as well.
Okay. Nice solid blue 3 block. Yeah, I like that pick.
So many tenants in Chris's deck right now. And to your point, again, he just hasn't picked that many class cards so far. However, the Mystic cards he has picked definitely lean towards Enigma more so than like the blue Zen list, for example.
Droplet available here. Should you be looking for more blue offensive output? 3 visits. Okay. Look, I want to say you could slam that as an illusionist. It's a little speculative.
Yeah. This format definitely has some very, very strong Majestics. Mirror Guy, Justinic. 3 visits, not quite in that same category.
I do think Chris is reasonably well set up to take advantage of it, and did ultimately make the 3 visits pick here. So that card will make the deck almost certainly.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, these blues are not exactly what you want to see in Enigma. You don't really want to be playing a blue Waning Vengeance. When you just play it for Ward 1 can be a little tricky, but in the end it is a blue. Maybe you might opt for the Moon Chakra instead if you at least get the Transcend Hyrule block.
Yeah, I like the flexibility of the Moon Chakra a little bit better.
Mm-hmm.
Agree with Chris's pick there.
And so far, he has 1 Transcend card in the form of that Drop in the Ocean. So gonna need to pick a couple more up.
I think he only saw 1 more, if I recall correctly. I think the only other one to come around was that Passover, which he did not take, which is interesting. Says a lot about the priorities players are now placing on these cards. Looks like red Vengeful Apparition coming around. Okay.
Yep.
But you need cards to fill out your deck. It's all good.
Yep. And if you're filling out a deck with 3 blocks, you're still happy to do so. And you once again, that pack had 2 Illusionist commons in, and of course, both those commons weren't very high priority picks. Yellow Solitary Companion, red Vengeful Aberration, but still, you still see 2 of your class cards this late in the draft.
Yep.
You have to be feeling fairly good.
And look at this, 1 card of each class, as well as the generic. You get the sense that players have found their lanes, cards being distributed equitably, setting up well for a 3-3-2 split amongst our players.
This is the sort of draft you expect to see at something like a Pro Tour.
Yep, nice and clean.
Yep. People reading the signals, people sending the signals, and, receiving them correctly as well.
Rising Tide and Single-Minded Determination available late in the pack. Iaali is going to go ahead and take the Illusionist card here. Single-Minded Determination added to the pile.
Blue one as well. Not too sad about that.
Yeah, blue 3 blocks. They go a long way. They go a very long way. Blue count is very high thus far. That's a great thing. Some vulnerability against new. Blue Waxing Spectre. These are all filler level cards, but the good thing is you are getting them, and that means you haven't gotten yourself in a scenario where you're there with just a host of other Illusionists, 4 Enigmas or anything like that at the table. I think there's a pretty safe bet. I would guarantee we're working with no more than 3 Illusionists, and a possibility of 2 Illusionists still very much in play given how that pack broke out. I think, frankly, just kind of a weaker spread of Illusionist cards available throughout those packs. That's my read on what was happening there. And, that's part of drafting. There's variance, and you never know when the powerful Illusionist cards are going to come.
And sometimes that actually sets you up to be in a very good position later on. Because in the first pack, maybe not too many people decided to be Enigma because of the weakness of the Illusionist cards. But that means it's just maybe 2 Enigmas at the table. And then you can just go ahead, and then when the good Illusionist cards open up later on, it's too late for other people to pivot, but you're already in the class.
After 1 pack, Ponkage, give me a rating on Chris Iaali's draft. How are you feeling if you're in his seat thus far out of 10?
I think I'd be feeling very, very good. Definitely, he has read his seat incredibly well. He's in the class he wants to be. And, Enigma is also a very, very strong hero to be in this draft format. So I'm feeling very good.
Preserve Tradition, Big Blue Sky available. We are going to need some more Transcend for sure. And I don't know if we're at the point where we have to prioritize first picking something like a Preserve Tradition, but I don't think it's outside the realm of possibility.
Although Red Sigil of Solitude, I love this card.
Nice card, yeah.
So much. You spoke about how 0 for 4 is a very important type line. And the reverse side, it is very difficult to block 4 damage in this format. Typically involves either your either one of your equipment pieces, or if you have a Spectral Shield somewhere, which you don't really want to give up as Enigma. So the Red Sigil of Solitude, I'm a big fan of the card, and it combos very well with Blue Vengeful Apparitions as well.
That it does. Already have the chess piece available on offer here. It's not going to be an equipment pick for Iaali, but it is just going to be the Transcend card prioritized here. I think that's smart. You do not want to find yourself lacking as you go into pack 3. You have to give up maybe the chance at a bomb, which could get passed to you in that scenario.
Even something like a Red Spectral Manifestations. He's opting to let the Sigil of Solitude go for the Transcend card, which, you know, given with his high number of blues so far, definitely could be the right call there.
Waning Vengeance, Single-Minded Determination pulled to the front of the pack.
Maul in this pack as well. Maul in draft, maybe, you know, not incredible, but if you're suddenly, you know, there are not too many combat tricks in this format, so having access to something like that could just suddenly blow your opponent out.
Another Transcend card on offer here with that Stir the Pot. Aqualapse.
And a Red Waning Vengeance as well. Just make sure he's making sure he's got the commons in order. Just try and get a read of what's going on in the rest of the table. Looking like he's deciding between Aqualapse and Waning Vengeance here so far. Aqualapse can be quite important in Enigma sometimes. He's gone for the Red Waning Vengeance instead.
Yeah, gonna hold out a little bit, I think, on that equipment. And I kind of like that read, given the possibility of 2 Illusionists was still very live based on my read in the last pack. You could just get a late piece passed to you. And I think staying open to that possibility makes a little bit more sense to me here.
Evasive Leap.
Yeah, I'd love to see a red Evasive Leap.
Yep, could be very, very strong in Enigma.
Wounding Blow, also very good. Yeah, some options here. None of the Illusionist class, interestingly. I don't really see any standout Illusionist cards.
Yeah, Yellow Waxing Spectre is just okay.
This is interesting, because this pack feels mined for Illusionist cards, frankly. Again, maybe just weak. Maybe just a weak breakdown.
Yeah, I think there's a blue Waning Vengeance at the back there, so still has 2 Illusionist cards in the pack, I believe. Yeah,
you are correct.
Yep.
Okay.
So, yeah, but these red generics look really, really good. Evasive Leap and Wounding Blow both. Solid pickups.
I think I'm leaning Wounding Blow here, actually. And I'm curious where Iaali goes, and then I'll tell you why I'm feeling that way.
Okay, I was going to say I'm leaning Leap, but all right, but you tell me why.
I just felt like at this stage, Iaali is not really playing any kind of game plan around protecting an aura. He's never trying to set up protect the queen type scenarios, never really trying to keep, it's just about value, right? You get the value on the turn, and then you move to attacks. And I think in those scenarios, the 0-4 can be quite critical. I don't think it was a mistake. I'm not saying that. I just think there were merits to both picks in that scenario.
Yeah, I agree. Perhaps he's thinking along the lines of, I just want to point out Arousing Wave still in this pack over here. That tells you something about the state of Nu at the rest of the table. But it could be the sort of situation where he feels like he doesn't have enough of those ward cards. You know, he's like a red Waiting Vengeance and a red Waxing Spectre so far. So perhaps the Evasive Leap is more towards a sign of, I don't have too many ward cards. I need to be able to protect them.
More defensive options. Okay, yeah. I think the argument works both ways.
Yeah, there's merits for both, for sure.
Battlefront Bastion Blue again available. It's so hard for me to pass this card. It's so powerful.
Yeah. Just both on defense and on offense, too, to be honest.
Yeah, and it is going to be the pick here for Iaali. I wouldn't mind a power card or two, Ponkage. I feel like this deck is solid. I have no real qualms with it. It doesn't seem flawed in any way, but where are those power spikes?
A red Spectral Manifestations or a red Astral Etchings is something Iaali is really, really looking for at this point.
I agree with you.
Round off this deck. No Chi card in this pack either, so this is probably kind of slim pickings in this pack, to be honest.
Yeah, first Tenant, potentially.
Yeah.
Spillover.
Blue Wounding Blow even, potentially, honestly. Just the blue block.
Blue block 3. Totally fine. It feels like some pretty mediocre options here.
Definitely. It's kind of the first time Iaali has felt that. I feel like up until so far, he's, had choices, kind of felt good about every one of his picks. But this is probably the first time he's kind of like, might need to settle for something.
It just feels like he's jamming a lot of like 6s and 7s into his deck. Like just 6s and 7s, one pick after another. This time, though, maybe a bit of a 3 in the form of a blue Wounding Blow. Totally playable card, probably makes the deck. Blue block 3, but
and
not really of any strategic importance.
Minor edge over the first 10 of Chi Wind over there, because if you're going to give new one of your blues, you'd rather give them a blue Wounding Blow than that other card. So
I would agree with that assessment.
very, very minor over there. And looking through this pack as well. Again, not too many amazing picks in here.
Yeah. Now I am pretty confident it is new in the 2 drafter seat, because that red hiss coming that late is a massive sign that new is getting underdrafted somewhere. Or, you could always have a cluster of news on a certain position on the table.
But that arousing wave as well.
Yep. There's been several signs of quite strong assassin cards making it through.
First 10 of Chi Moon there, the pick for Iaali. So yet another blue block 3, and what you said earlier, the blue count currently very, very high. It just keeps getting higher, Brian. Also, yet again another red hiss in this pack.
Wow.
But 2 solid red auras in this pack. They're no spectral manifestations, they're no waxing specters, but they're solid. Solitary Companion, Haunting Spectre, both, they're good. They're just solid red auras.
Yeah, I could see leaning towards Solitary Companion here just to get some virtual go again type setups in your deck. Get some counters on your Spectral Shields. You're not really set up to do that quite yet with Iaali's deck. He is going to go ahead and make that pick.
Yeah, he's lacking go again on his aura so far, which is a problem Enigmas can run into this draft, which is why when the Aqualapse was coming around, I think he was considering it as well. Sometimes you just have to go wide. Sometimes, you had the tempo, but if you don't have to go again to capitalize on it, it can get pretty rough. And yeah, like you said, not enough ways to get counters on a Spectral Shield so far. Not even that many ways to make Spectral Shields, to be honest.
Yep.
He has 2 Chi cards, and just Solitary Companion so far to make Spectral Shields. Speaking of making Spectral Shields, that was a blue Spectral Manifestations, a pick for Iaali. Almost have to wonder whether he's feeling a bit of that desperation.
That feels like a desperation pick. You just need some way to go ahead and produce these type of game states, and I think Spectral Manifestations has to enter the deck at that stage. As much as I actually dislike blue Spectral Manifestations, I think it is quite often a liability. But if you have none of this mode of playing the game, you become a very linear, predictable deck.
Yep. If you don't have enough ways to go wide,
get crushed in the mirror.
Yeah.
Wash Away enters the deck now. And again, we're always seeing illusionist cards in these packs. I'm just not seeing great ones right now.
Yeah, the power has been lacking a little. I mean, there was the red Solitary Companion and red Haunting Spectre in that pack, which is probably the strongest red auras we have seen so far, aside from the pack 1, pick 1 Waxing Spectre.
Yeah, again, 2 new cards still left in the pack, including blue pick to pieces.
Only 2 options for Iaali here.
Yeah,
Rising Tide is
Rising Tide.
This is looking close to being somewhere around 20 blues in this deck. It's a little high on the blue count, but there's still 1 more pack.
How about a choice of a couple more blues, Ponkage? It is going to be either a blue Waning Vengeance or a blue Rising Tide.
Not amazing picks either way. For the Waning Vengeance. Could be, you almost wonder whether he's doing that so he can just make more shields as well.
Could buy that. I will say, given the base that has been established, okay, I like that pick. That's a pretty good value pick to get this late. Essence of Ancestry Body coming through to Chris's deck.
Yep, red block 3.
Also has some extra utility against things like Zen that look to get aggressive.
2 dead picks here. Oh, new. Yep.
Yeah,
you
take
called
that
it
pick to pieces.
You called it about new. On this side of the table for Iaali has been very, very open. Arousing wave, 2 red hisses.
I'm interested to see what the pass back is like now, because this feels to me like a very clumped table. I think that there are multiple drafters of the same type right next to each other. It would not shock me if Chris has an Enigma drafter immediately on his left.
Taking a look at what he's drafted so far over here. The 3 visits, though, you know, we speak about the 20 blues you might potentially have. 3 visits exactly the sort of card you want if you're in that position. So,
kind of doing it. Kind of doing it with the 3 visits thus far.
And you almost have to wonder, maybe that's the sort of game plan you move towards. You just move towards getting a juiced up three visits and winning that way. Because that can often be the case in the MSG draft format. You just find 1 or 2, you know, quote unquote bombs and you just play around it. You know, in Zen it looks like you just recur the same red Chi Unleashed potentially with Preserved Traditions or with the hat. In Enigma it could be, you know, Manifestations of Mirror Guy if you find it. But maybe Chris Iaali can cook something up with the 3 visits as well, especially if he finds that Truth Retolds, in that we saw being passed around earlier, recur back at 3 visits, maybe that's a win condition.
It's time we acknowledge another very serious flaw in Chris Iaali's deck. Equipment. Just completely lacking equipment.
Just that one chess piece.
And it's so funny, like, as we've progressed through this draft, I've just been like, that's fine, fine pick. And now I look at the deck and I'm like, what are we doing here?
Yeah,
I just don't see a cohesive deck yet.
It's all just okay. Ooh, Red Waxing Spectre in his pack 3 pick 1. Could be what he needs.
Big step in the right direction for sure.
Yep, he's also pulling up the Ashlar Etchings and the headpiece as well. This
Thinking about what's tabling, because he needs to table good stuff in this pack. It's critical for Chris Iaali to find good tables.
Definitely. And these are all strong options. You have to wonder, yellow Ashlar Etchings could potentially be tabled, I think. Red Waxing Spectre unlikely to be tabled, but he might just be feeling too desperate to get, you know, one of these, more of these equipment pieces, because that is one of the sticking points of Enigma as well.
Yeah, he's got to take the Spectre, though, because what are those equipment pieces even protecting at this point if he doesn't end up with more valuable wards to defend?
True. 3 visits, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, that's probably your best bet.
Yeah.
But I like the pick here. I think Waxing Spectre was the clear pick. And I think we need a couple more packs like that for Chris Iaali for this deck to come together. And look, I believe this deck can come together fast. We get 5 or 6 good picks in a row. I think we're looking at a very, very solid deck. But pressure is absolutely on for Chris Iaali at this stage.
If you get like an Uphold Tradition or something in the next couple of picks and you get another one of those Keikois in one of the other slots, you are sitting pretty. Not the chess piece, though. That's not what you want.
Again, one more time. Drop in the ocean again. I feel like that's come around a few times. Vengeful Apparition is the red here. Haze Shelter as another potential red.
Yellow Bastion. I mean, Battlefront Bastion, the color of it almost doesn't matter.
I agree. It is incredibly powerful, but not only are we short on equipment, I also think we're actually a little short on Transcend cards as well, so I could see this drop in the ocean being very high priority.
Yep.
There's just a lot of pieces we need right now.
I mean, we spoke about how his deck currently isn't really making shields or not making +1 counters to capitalize on tempo if he gets it, so I'm with you on the Transcend card potentially being the pick over here.
Looks like debating between these 2 cards.
It's a tough pick.
Even the Haze Shelter making its way forward, but it is ultimately going to be the yellow Battlefield Bastion. Okay.
A bit unfortunate for Chris there that that equipment piece in that pack was just a chest one, which he already has. Just one equipment piece, not where you want to be as Enigma. You really need that equipment to help you against those breakpoints that something like Zen would send it to you, or even Nu with the little daggers.
Yeah, 100%.
Yellow Waxing Spectre here.
Evasive Leap again.
Stir the pot.
Okay.
Attune of Cosmic Vibrations.
Well, do we have 3 Chi cards now? I don't think we do. I think we only have 2.
I think you're thinking of Cosmic Awakening.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Yeah. I had a moment with the art there.
Yeah. But Stir the Pot could be an essential Chi card that he needs. Spectral Manifestations. I mean, if you have an extra Transcend and you can actually activate it, it's kind of the same as the Spectral Manifestations, to be honest.
Fair enough.
So this one a bit of a weaker pack. For Chris, at least.
Yeah, given his needs. You know, we were very hyped about Evasive Leap before, but it just feels like the needs are too pressing, and it is just going to be a Stir the Pot added for a little bit more Transcend. And now I wonder, if you recall back to the finals of the Calling Tokyo, Michael Fung versus OO. Ultimately, OO takes that down. But we saw Michael Fung navigate through those games with a strategy of essentially just playing to an empty deck and going ahead and making multiple spectral shields across multiple turns and just trying to wear an opponent out that way. I think it was really good for week 1. I think players figured out how to adapt to it in future weeks. But I almost feel like Chris is going retro here and playing those kind of long games where he is just going to get a deck full of 3 cheese at some point, look to create a spectral shield on multiple turns and use those to beat his opponent to death as after he's run them out of threats. He feels very defensive minded at this stage. Problem with that, again, not to be a broken record, 1 equipment.
Yeah.
Really, really hard to execute that plan without a better equipment suite.
And these past 2 packs have just been, that equipment slot has just been empty. These other players are just, picking his equipment pieces as well. Not great for Iaali over here as he faces down a potential, yet another Battlefront Bastion pick. There's quite a few Battlefronts in his list, which is really, really good. Honestly, he's quite set up to potentially just do a Protect the Queen type scenario. You spoke about how defensive he is. He might not have the equipment to cover breakpoints, but Battlefront Bastions can sometimes be that piece that you need to cover up his breakpoints.
I think that's 100% true. I think...
Uphold
there we go. That was a huge get for Chris.
That is the fact that it's still here after all this time is quite wild.
But this is kind of the scenario I talked about, Pankaj, where somebody already has their arm slot filled, they have other needs, and maybe you can get away with it late. And I think Chris really got rewarded here for gambling a little bit on that arm slot with this late Uphold tradition.
Still considering everything else in the pack, but I have to imagine he's just snap picking Uphold at this point. He's just keeping track of what else is in the pack, maybe thinking of what he could potentially table. But I don't really see a world where he doesn't take this card.
It feels like exactly what was needed in this scenario. This card does so much for Enigmas. It creates pivot turns out of nowhere, more defense available to you.
It makes your 3 visits have go again.
It's a really, really important thing to have access to.
That was quite... I mean, the quality of the deck just shot up so much from that one single card.
I agree. When you're dealing with these sip-sips, these start and play, stay in plays, having the right one can totally change your game plan, change how you're able to approach matchups.
Yeah. It's double duty. We spoke about how he needs to find more of those +1 counters and needs to find more equipment pieces. Uphold Tradition is both of those in one, and as you said, starts in play, stays in play. Still quite a number of Illusionist cards in this pack. Red Evasive Leap again. Gonna be the pick here for Iaali.
It feels like another good late pickup. Pretty happy to see that card at this stage of the draft.
I think with Uphold Tradition and, the couple of Waxing Spectres and the 3 visits, even the red Waning Vengeance, I think he's very, very set up to do the Protect the Queen type scenario, especially a couple of Evasive Leaps as well, and the 4 or 5 Battlefront Bastions. At this point, he's comfortable enough to deal with combat tricks and breakpoints that you could probably go for just have one big aura, pump it up, Uphold Tradition, and just deal with breakpoints after that, and just overwhelm the opponent with that same red aura coming in again and again.
Undertow Stilettos still present in this pack. Unquestionably knew the place to be.
Yellow Hiss as well. I mean, also pretty solid.
There's a blue block 3 in the form of Single-Minded Determination available. That is going to be the pick from Iaali.
So at this point, Chris probably looking for, ideally either headpiece or leg piece. Going to be very, very low probability that he finds one of those at this point. And as I say that, is a truth retold right in his back.
Well, what do you know, Pankaj? How about truths retold? And as I said, there was a world where Chris's deck could get dramatically better very quickly. I think we just saw that happen across these last few picks.
Yeah, we saw that happen literally live right here. Truth retold could be exactly what he needs. I mean, now you can recur 3 visits.
Yeah. I think there's like a very real 3 visits deck available at this point. I think Iaali has absolutely found a way to get into the deck built around that mythic.
Man, he started this pack not having +1 counters, only having 1 chess piece and a Keikoi, and now he has picked up a red Waxing Spectre, a Battlefront Bastion, another Transcend card, and 2 amazing equipment pieces for his deck.
Drop in the Ocean Tables. We were thinking about picking that one back in the day. Very, very nice to see that come back around.
Yep. And multiple drop in the oceans as well. They just work very well together. You know, you can just double transcend your opponents and get value on both those transcends instead of doing weird things like giving their opponents a deck go again or grazing a previous chain link. Double drop in the ocean, great for double transcending.
I was a hater just a few picks ago, Pankaj. I was not believing in the deck Chris Iaali has drafted. Things have changed very, very quickly.
Yep. Starting with the uphold tradition out of nowhere and then the evasive leap.
And what did we say? We said there were going to have to be some very good tables. I think those are occurring. I also think just very good cards came in the absolute last moment as well.
And here we see kind of the opposite. We spoke about how new seemed pretty open. This pack, though, some very decent illusionist cards.
Yeah, I'm happy to see that Red Haze Shelter this late. I think that's a fine add to our deck.
He has the blue count he needs to support all these auras, the stuff like the Haze Shelter, the Waxing Specters, the 3 visits.
Just gets to take the first 10 of Chi here. Again, blue 3 block. Going to have some options when it comes time for deck construction.
And critically sideboarding as well.
That matters a lot, especially against new. You sideboard so much in this format. It's so critical.
Given that he started Enigma and didn't need to pivot at all, he didn't pivot to something else, he has the full 42 cards to build his deck. And we spoke about how many blues he has. It looks like he might be able to cut some of those big blues that can be very, very liabilities. There can be liabilities against new.
Red single-minded determination rounds things out. I think you're exactly right, Pankaj. I don't think he missed an in-class pick. I think it literally just all 42 cards are live in this scenario.
Yep. I think that was just the one, the pick to pieces. I think that's the only,
you're right. One pick to pieces. And nice hate draft. That's exactly the card I'd like to take away. So, two more illusionist cards. This was a clump draft for sure. The layout just makes it very clear.
Took a blue Waning Vengeance there.
Yeah, and rounds things out with one more blue illusionist card. So, for Chris Iaali, it was a tough road. It was a bit of a struggle at some points, and I promise you there were moments where he was absolutely sweating. He did not know if this deck was going to come together, but I think in the end, rewarded for his patience, rewarded for some very tough picks, rewarded for some gambles, frankly, in the drafting process, and I think a good, solid 7.5, 8 out of 10 deck here.
Definitely. Pack 2 was what looked really sus, kind of suspicious for Chris Iaali. The Pack 2, and as you correctly point out, it looked like all the Enigma players were to the left of Chris Iaali.
Well, why don't we find out, Pankaj? It sounds like we do have a draft breakdown available, and let's see how this table played out. And it was a bit of separation there between Iaali and the next illusionist, but there was one just a couple seats down on the left. A couple seats after that was Jaap Ijlst, also on Enigma. But Chris Iaali, I would say, found one of the better seats, and it was just a 2-new draft. And so interesting, one of those news is the fellow world's runner-up to Chris Iaali. It is Shing Tsang with a probably very impressive new draft, given the cards that were being passed through to Chris.
Also, Shing, Hong Kong national champion, currently won his national championships a few weeks ago, sporting new in CC, choosing to be on new as well in the draft for today. And coming back to Chris Iaali's seat, you can see that to his right, there were 3 non-Enigma players to his right, which is why Pack 1 and Pack 3 looked really, really good for him. He found that uphold tradition and the truth retold in that Pack 3 over here. But why Pack 2 was a little more suspicious because Colin Tang from Malaysia over there, Enigma very, very close to him to the left of Chris Iaali.
Just want to point out that beautiful, diverse spread of nations across our top table here. You see folks from Malaysia, of course, the 2 Italians at the table, a couple of folks from the USA. We have Shing Tsang representing Hong Kong, Francesco Giorgio from the United Kingdom. Just a beautiful, beautiful swath of Europe, North America, APAC, covering all of those regions with this feature pod.
You have to just love it, especially coming off of the national season. You just came off the season where everyone was fighting to be the best player in the country, and now they come in just a month later
battle against the
to
best
Amsterdam,
in the world.
and now you battle against all the other national champions. It is absolutely incredible. I cannot wait to get into our draft games.
Yeah, and it's just going to be a few moments. We're going to get those draft games set up for you, and we'll be back in just a few more minutes with some more Flesh and Blood. Do not go anywhere.
Welcome back to Pro Tour Amsterdam, guys. I'm Romain, this is Erika, and we are back for round 5. So this is the first round of draft. You've all seen Christopher Iaali's deck. We talked about it with Pennec just before we went into the booth, and it looks like he has a pretty strong deck.
It's pretty solid. We went through the whole draft, so you got to see the whole ordeal, so you know exactly what's in there.
So we'll go to the players shortly, but first I want to talk to you about something that I'm getting very excited about. Yeah, and this is the skirmish season. So season 9 of skirmish is starting August 24th. It goes up until September 8th. And look at this. Look at Blaze Firemine on the right. This is one of the prizes that you can get if you compete in this skirmish season. I love the format in Blitz right now. So it can either be a Blitz or Living Legend. Stores can choose whichever format they prefer, but the Blitz format right now is very exciting. I know lots of people have different opinions on Blitz, but this is the first time where I feel very comfortable in my Shiana pick, in my Shiana deck. It's very finely tuned, so I'm very excited about being able to compete in this one.
It's going to be the spiciest Chiana deck France has ever seen.
Definitely. Let's take a look at the prizes, by the way, for this skirmish season. Look at this. So you can get a Cold Foil Blaze Firemind for the winner of the event. But the other prizes, the participation prizes, of course, are extremely cool looking. Lighting form and
really beautiful.
Yeah, linked to the first strike decks, of course. You can see the lightning action and the earth attack action, earth form. And of course, for the top 4, the channel Mountain Heroic in Cold Fall. Haven't seen this one yet. Haven't seen this one in a long time, the channel Mount Heroic. Very excited to get back to Arya and to take a look into these very cool environments. So there you go. If you compete in Skirmish Season 9, you can also get the Just Unique playmat, by the way. Look at this.
It's very pretty.
Cool
Very brutal, very grim.
I know lots of people want to get their hands on Blaze Firemine. So
yeah, I'm expecting high competition coming in for this skirmish season this time around, and also adding Living Legends on top of that. It's going to be some very spicy.
Oh yeah.
We have the Battle Hardened Living Legend also now on Sunday, so a little bit of a pre-saw on how this meta is going to shake out.
Yeah, we can take a look about into the meta and see if some of these ninja decks like Zen is actually the best deck in the format right now.
Would be interesting to see.
Probably a pretty strong deck. Let's take a look at these players. So Christopher Iaali will be playing versus Jaap. Ijlst, I don't know if I pronounce it right, but there you go. That's what you have. And this will be an Enigma mirror.
Very interesting. I love playing Enigma in this draft format. It's one of the heroes that I try to specialize myself in and try to draft really, really well. But it's really, really hard to draft Enigma. There are some really good cards that are very favorable. Then the Enigma mirror. It's one of my biggest pet peeves because it's one of the trickiest matchups I've ever seen in a limited format before.
Yeah. And you know that as soon as there's 3 or 4 Enigmas at the table, your deck might be a little on the weak side. So it's very difficult. If you can get access to these Waxing Spectres very early, and you know that you're free to go on Enigma, that's definitely a good sign to jump on it. But sometimes you get these weird decks on at the end of pack 2 and 3, and it tends to be very difficult.
I think one of the premium things that you need to think about when you're drafting Enigma is getting those 3 blocks in, because a lot of your instants that are very powerful, like the Haze Shelter that we see here, are instants and they don't block for anything, and so they're really, really hard to protect. So you really need to beef up your deck with those critical 3 blocks, which there are quite a few of in this format, but there are also quite a lot of 2 blocks. So getting that amount of 3 blocks that you want to get in order to protect your Spectrals from the opponent's attacks so that they can stay around for multiple turns, so you get extra value out of those, is probably one of the trickier situations with Enigma.
Definitely. What do you think in this situation? Do you prefer to start or to let your opponent start? Because look at this. You can get
you can get exactly this. When your opponent also is sitting on those
waning
instants.
vengeance on your opponent's turn, and there's not much you can do about it.
Exactly. So we see that Jaap decided to just pass his turn after playing the Haze Shelter with an action point still remaining, and that's when Chris decided to just like, hey, you know what? I have my own tricks up my sleeve.
I have a waning vengeance, and he can probably protect it, and there you go.
almost.
Oh no, he couldn't protect it. It was only a he only had a 3 block. So at least he gets the shield out of it, which is pretty good value. Oh,
Another shield.
Well, there you go. Yeah, Jaap is laughing actually.
Yeah. You thought you had him there, but no. I have another trick up my sleeve.
Yeah, that's a pretty
own
strong turn.
Pretty good.
Yeah, when you get all this value on your opponent's turn, that's actually very, very strong.
So what makes the Enigma mirror very tricky is that board control is what it's all about, and it's your words against your opponent's word. And it's always about that how much of my board state can I protect realistically, and how much can I overthrow my opponent, because you need to keep your cards in order to have some offensive power, and also keeping your table as hot as possible with as many spectras or auras as possible to keep that offensive up and running. It's basically a game of reverse chess, where you start with a board with 0 pieces and you build your pieces up, and the winner is typically the one who has the most pieces on the board compared to chess.
And this first haste shelter attack will be very annoying to defend. It demands at least 2 cards unless you want to get rid of one of these equipment pieces very early in the game. But look, it looks like Jaap is considering blocking with 2 cards indeed.
Yeah, Jaap has a very impressive equipment suite. Now, we don't know what it is, because Cloaked is a new ability in the Party Mistveil format, that card starts face down, and you don't know what it is until you flip them open with one or another ability. Now, how much is
the same on Chris's side? He doesn't know if he has any way to give a +1 counter on this Hell Shelter and maybe give it go again. That's always something that you need to consider. So it's
those gloves can be very offensive. You think you're going to clean block something, and then there's a +1 come. Yes.
And there you go. So here is the Apple tradition, getting this +1 counter on the Hell Shelter and +1. I think that was a pretty nice block, because regardless of what he did, it would have demanded lots of resources. So even he loses the Hell Shelter, but that's it. It would have been very difficult to protect. And that's something that I find personally really hard to do when I'm playing Enigma, is when do you choose? You need to pick your battles. You need to pick when you can actually afford to block your opponent out and try to protect your auras. And sometimes you know that they're going to die anyway, and you need to decide not to even try to block and not lose too much value out of it.
Yeah, just keep your hand and try to bring back the offensive with the cards that you have in hand, instead of trying to overprotect your wars. Now, think that Christopher had so many cards left at his disposal. There was probably a trick up his sleeve to give this Hayshell to go again.
Yeah, it
that
looks
he needed.
like he has a Transcend card, a Drop in the Ocean. Is that the Rising Tide? Yes.
With the first Tenet of She Moon pre-fronting it, like a lot of these new Mystic cards is very fun to delve into.
Yeah.
Not very fun when you're facing a nude though, and they start ripping those pieces out of your banner zone and play them against you.
And play them, against you. That's really annoying, but that's the way these matchups go. Well, in this situation, I mean, there's always a rock paper scissors in this format. So when you're playing against new as Enigma, you're probably feeling pretty good.
And now with Opal tradition as well on Christopher's side, who's going to have a ward as well at his disposal. So Christopher's board is looking really solid right now.
This Spectral Manifestation, though, is pretty nice. Means that this Spectral Shield will attack for 4.
It's such a nice way to get a Spectral Shield up and running. And with the 3 counters on it, they can be very offensive. Like a 0 for 4.
Threat, definitely.
Yeah. They don't ward for as much though. They still only award 1. And a Wounded Blow for 4. Now these are one of my favorite cards in this set. It blocks for 3, it comes in for 4, it costs 0. It does all the tricks that you want.
Definitely. It's really a flexible card. Any of these heroes can play it efficiently. It's a really nice card. And the nice welcome back of these Wounding Blow that I think it was released in probably Welcome to Wraith.
Probably, yeah.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly if it was Welcome to Wraith or maybe
I'm
Monarch.
pretty sure Welcome to
Wraith.
One of those classics.
Aesthetically, it's aesthetically looks like it may be a Crucible or maybe one of the generics in Monarch. Look like it, but it's probably a Welcome to Wraith card. Yeah, and there you have it. Needs to use the Keiko, the Skybody Keiko, to block.
To protect one of his spectrals at least.
Yeah. He wants to keep these spectral shields that have the +1 counter and the Haze Shelter, of course.
But now Iaali is only having the headpiece left at his disposal. And Jaap is sitting on his full equipment suite, but he's already taken quite a lot of damage so far. And the board state is on favor for Mr. Gustafsson.
As you said, it's a chess game where you put the pieces on the board progressively. So in this matchup, I mean, in this game of reverse chess, looks like Christopher is ahead so far.
That's what I'm going to call the Enigma mirror from here on out. It's just reverse chess.
There you go. The official nickname.
Yep.
And even just a spectral shield attack for 2 like this one is making Jaap consider his blocks really patiently and really thoroughly.
Yes, 2 go again. Chris still has a lot of cards left at his disposal, both in arsenal and in hand. He has his Hell Shelters coming in for 5 if he pitches a blue card.
Yeah, and that's something that he can do as an instant. I mean, he can do at any point, so you never know if it attacks for 1 or for 5.
Indeed.
For 2 or for 5.
Well, he needs to pitch something in order to attack with it, so that is probably a blue.
Let's see.
Yeah, it's coming in for 5, so that's a blue. So much value on this little Haze Shelter, thanks to Apple
he's managed
Tradition.
to protect it very well so far, and if it stays on the board any longer, it might be an issue for Jaap, which is probably why he wants to keep as many cards as possible. Oh, the 3 visits is coming. This is definitely a
3
very strong
times the number of blue cards. It's coming in for 6.
This is big.
It's not the most defensive card that we have at our disposal, but on the offensive, my God.
Yeah, and this, like, look at this. In this situation, it attacks for 6. Of course, it costs a lot, but it can be huge.
It's
and
also
in
the
any
same with
case,
those.
if he wants to protect a very big attack, he can just pitch maybe 2 blues, find a way to pitch 2 blues, and have ward 6, which is very, very big in this format.
Definitely. You also have the Rage Spectre that also attacks for 6, but on your own turn, it only blocks for 1. So it has a very, very high aggressive mode, so to say.
Yeah.
Not a very good defensive one. So 3 visits is also playing bit in that. Of course, you can pitch blues on your own turn in order to pump it up a bit. It's a little bit trickier, though.
Jaap doesn't look too happy about it. He didn't expect the 3 visits.
It's really good. There's some really good Majestics in this set. And those can create some really spicy turns, like the one we see right now. We have a 5 plus a 2 plus a 6.
Yeah, there are some cards in this format that can totally destroy you when you play them, like the 10,000 year reunion, for example, that can devastate any opponent.
Can be really, really hard to get above and beyond.
But he kept everything, so he's very low. He's down to 7, but he must have a plan now.
Yeah, there must be a way for him to try and clap back from this.
I don't think we've seen the card that's in his arsenal, so it's still a big mystery. Oh, he's down to 1 now? Yeah.
He took the full 6 there.
Oh, yeah, he took... Yeah, I thought it was updated, so he's down to 1. Wow.
It's a tidal surge, right?
Yeah, but he doesn't have go again on the surge so far. So he...
So there's a trick here.
There must be a trick, but he looks so devastated. I don't even know what can be up his sleeve to... It doesn't look like he has a path well traveled.
No, I'm missing the preserved tradition there, yeah.
A preserved tradition, sorry. Huppel tradition is the equipment, so that's a preserved tradition. But
it's coming in for 5 in the current state, so... I mean, he can add the preserved tradition and oh yeah, that's maybe the trick. He just wants to play the preserved tradition and giving this a +2. But I mean, Christopher must be smelling blood in the water here.
He will get the +2 and be able to create a shield with the chi, but that's not amazing.
But Christopher seems to be respecting this one.
Definitely. And look, he doesn't have any equipment left. So in a way, there's a pretty good chance that Jaap is virtually at 4. He's not at 1. He still has at least 2 or 3 ward on his equipment, I guess.
Yeah, getting the Spectral Manifestation back into his deck. Thank you to the Preserved Tradition. We have played the blue, so we're going to transcend. There's Tidal Surge now coming in for 7.
which is a pretty good deal. And now, oh, he gets go again with the boots.
Oh yeah, the boots.
Yeah.
Totally forgot about those. The Mystic Equipment Pay 1. Exactly.
So these gets go again. I think we've seen. Yeah, there's a droplet in his hand now that will attack for 4. I think.
Now this is exactly what Jaap needed in order to claw back into this game. Some party tricks in order to stumble Christopher a little bit, losing some of his effective wards unless he can find a way to protect them. There is the headpiece though. That helps. Basically doing a preserved tradition of himself.
Yeah, used to put on the bottom of his deck. I think he used Watching Spectre. Yeah, so that gives +1 ward. Now he'll be able to attack with the Spectral Seal. I mean, the plan is not necessarily to drop Christopher's life, but just to get rid of all these very annoying auras on each side of the board. So if we can at least get rid of the Health Shelter and the Spectral Shield that has +1, he'll be very happy with it.
Yeah, the 3 visits is going to block 3 there since we have a blue in the tank. Or in the pitcher.
So that's 4 on the droplet.
Pretty good turnaround here for Jaap.
Yeah.
Sometimes you use draw those hands, it doesn't do a lot of damage, but Jaap was able to, you know, find the exact right hand that he needed at this point in time in order to capitalize a little bit and try to hunt down those.
Still not out of the woods, but at least if he can get rid of these auras, he's going to be pretty...
Yeah, because Chris is only 1 card left in hand.
Does he have a way to prevent anything there?
Yeah, maximum you can block is 3 if we have a 3 block in hand, but they're still going to lose just the Spectral Shade. They're going to keep the Haze Shelter, but it's going to cost you 1 to attack with the Haze Shelter, so you can't. So it's a really tricky proposition there.
And he said, okay.
We cut our losses there on the Haze Shelter.
Yeah.
Probably the wisest. And now we're down to 1v1 on the Spectral game plan here. But Jaap is looking a bit on the 1 life versus Christopher's respectable 20 back. It's going to be an uphill battle. Speaking of battle, we have a Bastion.
I think it's a blue battle from Bastion.
Ah, that's not great.
No.
It protects a Spectral Shield. Quite okay. Now Enigma enables us to play our Spectral Shields for free, at least the first one, which is very useful.
Yeah, that's the thing. If you can protect your Spectral Shield for the whole game, you'll be able to have so much value out of it. You can attack for 0 every single turn. So that's the reason, of course, why he decided to get rid of the Haze Shelter rather than anything else. Drop his end and...
Getting some value. I mean, he got to attack with it twice. It was quite good.
Yeah, that's pretty good already. I think he's probably gonna be getting rid of the Aqualapse and the Spectral Shield. Yeah, there you go.
Respectable.
And looks like Christopher doesn't have a follow-up.
Imagine a 0 for 4 coming in there.
Spectral Manifestation, but that's the blue version, so it's not as exciting as the previous one.
Unfortunately, but what are you
only
gonna
an
do?
attack for 2, and I think he'll be able to follow it up probably with the Battlefront Bastion, I'll say. So,
but it looks like you have an emissary, so you might not be able to pitch for that one.
And Christopher has his own Battlefront Bastion, so it will prevent the next 1 damage on the next attack.
So it blocks for 2 and prevents the next one. Can be quite nifty against Zen, for example.
Pretty good on
and the Tiger.
Against New also sometimes if New plans to on attacking twice when with the Mist Blades, you can block all 2 of the Mist Blades with only 1 card, which is pretty good.
Oh, I love these emissary cards.
Yeah.
The emissary Moon.
This is Emissary of Moon, of course. So
lets you draw a card if you dispose a card of your own on the bottom.
Still attacks for 4, so.
I mean, Chris has so much life total at his disposal.
Yeah, but as you have a 3 block in hand, that's the thing. If he wants to protect that Spectral Shield, he needs to have one. Yeah, and he doesn't.
So we're just going to take
Or maybe he has a very offensive hand.
Oh yeah, the Spectral Shield coming in for 3, so the prevent effect went on there.
Mhm.
Right. And now... Ooh, this Waxing
Oh,
Spectre
the Waxing Spectre is
one of the
gonna
most
be
powerful
coming
cards.
very hard, yeah. This is one of the signals, right? If you get past the Waxing Spectre, you know that you can get into...
Then the gates are
into
open.
Enigma, yeah.
Exactly.
This is your seat as Enigma. So, an attack for 4 with Go Again. He still has 1 card in hand and 1 card in arsenal. It has to be very frightening for Jaap right now.
Yeah. Can we protect this Spectral Shield? I think not.
I mean, if he comes back from this one, it will be one of the biggest comebacks ever. He's been at 1 for so long now.
Ooh. An Essence of Ancestry.
Essence of Ancestry.
Doesn't
body,
have... It's not an
yeah.
instant. So it's only gonna come in and Ward 2, which is still a good finisher. To protect your Wax Inspector is gonna be...
Yeah, and I mean, the ability on the card on the defensive side is nothing to scoff at either.
No.
Yeah, sometimes if your opponent decides to come with a big red attack, you can just prevent it altogether. So it forces your opponent to make sometimes some inefficient attacks. Spectral Shield coming for 3. This is a big Spectral Shield.
It's chunky. But this Essence of Ancestry is also really good in the Zen because they typically also have a lot of those red cards that you can then prevent if you knock it out. But you can't control any other illusionist auras in order to get that effect. So it's a bit of an hurdle to have to walk through in order to get that effect out of it.
But if it stays on the board, you're happy. If it leaves the board and you don't have any auras left when it leaves, you're pretty happy about it also.
Yeah.
Might not be Enigma, the Enigma Mirror might not be the best matchup for that card, but it's still pretty strong. It costs 0, it has Ward 2, so you're happy about having it on the board.
Are we giving it +1?
Oh, yeah.
With the grains that tips the scale.
I think he expected to lose only the Essence of Ancestry, but he'll lose the Waxing Spectre. I have to lose the Waxing Spectre, I guess.
Indeed, unless he has...
But no Transcend.
Unfortunate.
And no, because he didn't play a blue card. Oh, okay. So it chose to lose both of them.
Just playing out a Haunting Spectre, another great finisher, warding for 4.
Oh yeah.
Again with the trick that if you don't control any other illusionist auras, you get a Spectral Shield.
With a +1 counter, so a Spectral Shield that has automatic Go Again, which is pretty strong, of course, as we've seen so far in this game.
Oh, and this is going to be a big
first
turn for
Tenet of Chi
Christopher.
Wind and the second Tenet of Chi tied.
What a great segue. First and second.
This is how you draft a deck, kids.
Now, do
Get
you have the
Tenets of
Transcend or
Chi,
not?
Yeah. And now he really has to consider, like, is that a bluff, or will he have any way to transcend and get that +2 on the second Tenet of Chi?
I love these little party tricks that you can see on these various cards. Like these cards that are checking constantly if you have transcended or not can just basically create yourself some attack reaction type of effects on these cards.
And I love the art on all of these as well.
Yeah, very beautiful.
They look gorgeous. Tomasz Jędrusek is one of the best artists in this game.
We're gonna see the transcend.
Yeah. So he has to give the -1. What you can do with Droplet of the Ocean sometimes is you can use it if you want to transcend after the attack. You can do it after the damage resolution to transcend anyway. But now if he wants to get the +1, he needs to transcend before the resolution of damages. So instead of having +2, it will have just +1 basically. So it's an attack for 6. Still has Go Again because of the first Tenet of Chi.
Yes. So we're staring down a 6 power attack all of a sudden.
Yeah.
And we're only blocking 2? Or 3?
That was a block for 2, I think. Oh no, I think this one blocks for 3 actually.
I'm pretty sure.
It looks like you'll have to use the Waxing Inspector, the Winning Vengeance defensively. Yeah.
Yeah, the Transcend card doesn't block for as much, so you need sometimes to use all the tricks up your sleeve in order to protect yourself from damage. But this Wax Inspector is going to create another Spectral Shield, so we have quite a good defensive.
Oh, and he ends the turn with a Battlefront Bastion, so it's not the red one, but still it's 6, and there's only 1 card left in Jaap's hand.
Yeah, he's going to protect himself for 6 with the things that he has on board, but
he might lose his whole board there. He'll stay alive, but he won't have anything left to attack with. On the other hand, Christopher doesn't have a board either. He attacked with the Mystic attacks and with the Battlefront Bastion, so he doesn't have any aura left on the board either.
These generic attacks are also super premium in the Enigma deck, so you can help protect your auras, and or you can also play them on the offensive when you have the tempo.
But I don't know if you've noticed, but it looks like we've reached the point of the game where Christopher is looking at the number of cards he has left, and that might be one of the ways this game resolves, by fatiguing the opponent. So he needs to consider how many cards he has left and how many cards his opponent has left in his deck.
Yeah, thinking how he wants to utilize his last card here.
Oh, so pitching. Oh, nice. So he's using the headpiece to draw a card.
And he gets to block with it.
He gets the... Is that a ward or is that a block?
It's a block.
I think it's a block, yeah. It's a Blade Black 1 on the Aqua Seeing Shell.
So quite a nifty way to get 1 extra block on the fly, basically.
Yeah, for sure.
We will be creating another Spectral Shield. It's not going to get the +1 because we already have Illusionist Auras on board, but
and this
a pretty good turnover here for Jaap.
Going to the graveyard, by the way. Oh, there you go. Thank you, Jaap.
It's like he heard you. Magic.
My voice can carry over
There's
the
so many
whole venue.
bastions in this game. Have you thought about that? Every single hand that they draw is like a bastion in every single hand.
No red ones, notably, but at least a couple of yellows and blues, yeah.
Not the most aggressive turn we've ever seen.
No, but that's, I mean, he needs to set up something, right? Oh, another Waxing Spectre. Is that a red one again?
Definitely.
Wow.
Pretty good pickup here from Christopher.
Definitely. So that's an attack for 4. Go again. And Jaap has done everything that he could to defend himself, but now he's getting really close to the edge.
Yeah.
How much ward does he have left on the board? So that's 3, 4, 5, right?
Think so.
Oh, another Bastion. There you go. An attack for 6.
How annoying.
Has some ways to protect himself, but it'll probably be left with no cards. Again, might not even have a board. So that's 3, 4. Yeah, he can probably... He'll survive for sure, but he won't have much to come back with.
Yes, the chest piece still uncloaked for us, but it probably is not the one where you can, if you're on 1, you can flip it in order to...
To get a chi?
Exactly.
He probably would have used...
Probably would have been used at this point, yeah.
much before,
It's probably the block one, or prevent one.
The Sky Body Keikoi?
Yeah. So we'll see if that is gonna...
So the spillover only blocks for 2, so you'll have to lose probably the Spectral Shield, but that's really not something that you want to lose. You can attack with it for free, so that's...
You really want to keep that one at this point in the game.
This has been such a great game. I mean, there you go. They're both looking at the number of cards that I have left. And I mean, from the way this game has progressed, I'm pretty sure that Jaap has less cards. He has had to use a lot of them to defend without doing anything. Yeah. Oh, so he's using the drop in the ocean just to get the -1. Won't be able to transcend with it, but at least
gets to keep the
protects
spectral
the
shield.
spectral shield, which is pretty good.
Pretty important.
Yeah.
But Christopher is still sitting on the tempo at this point.
Oh, a full grip with the Waxing Spectre on the board.
And another one coming in.
Yeah. I wouldn't be very happy about my my position right now if I were Jaap. So 4 go again with the Waxing Spectre.
Such a good card.
I love it. I mean, that's one of the ways that that's one of the reasons why I could play Enigma all the time. I'm not as proficient when I'm playing Enigma, but when I can force her in draft, I'm very happy about being able to. If I get the smallest signal, I just draft her. Just to be able to play into these nice lines. Just look at this. Waxing Spectre into Spectral Shield. Very efficient.
Looks like
That's
a blue
the
Waxing
blue
Spectre,
Waxing
right?
Spectre, yeah.
But it's still gonna require some cards.
Well, yeah. At this point, Jaap is down to 1, so he needs at least.
I wasn't able to
card.
attack with it. It didn't have a floating for it.
Oh, yeah, because that's only Cosmo
That's
only
true.
reduces the first. I mean, that's the hero power on Enigma, but Enigma only reduces the cost of the first Spectral Shield attack.
Exactly. Yeah.
Oh, so there might be a way to get rid of at least one of these auras.
Ooh.
Rising Tide. So that's an attack for 5.
That's gonna help. Christopher sitting on a couple. Is it 3 non-blocks? Yeah, we
Oh,
have
yeah.
send cards and a wax.
Looks like it. I mean, he knew that they were coming because he transcended early and he used some of them only to pitch. When he had the haste shelter on the board, I remember that he used these to pitch. He used the... Wow. So he definitely might lose a couple of these.
So Wax Inspector
these
Red
auras.
has ward 3. We have ward 1 on the Wax Inspector Blue. 1 on the Spectral Shield.
Yeah.
He could play out.
He has another Waxing Spectre though, so... Oh no, that's Waning Vengeance.
Waning Vengeance, yeah.
Uh-huh.
So he could play that one out in order to protect more of his board here.
Yeah, but Stir the Pot and Preserve is... I think the other one is Preserve Tradition, so that's not really good. But at least he's getting a Spectral Shield out of the Waning Vengeance. Did he forget about it? Oh no, he was supposed to get rid of it and the other one came in, so...
Exactly.
Yeah.
So now we're going to attack
the
for 5.
Waxing Spectre is still on the board, so...
In total. We're Wax Inspector
Yeah.
for 4 into the Spectral Shield for 1, so it's going to present 5 total here. This hand does not block amazingly, unfortunately.
That's the good thing, though. When you're playing Enigma, you know that all these chi cards, when they come back to you, at least you can block one with it. You can prevent one by creating a Spectral Shield. And yeah, that's what he's doing right now.
Yeah.
Like when you're playing Zen, for example, or Nu, when your chi come back, there's not much that they can do with them. And with Nu, you can activate your hero power, of course, but with Zen, like you can't really block with them, so...
And Jaap is sitting quite comfortably because now he is able to play this Bastion probably.
But is there any point, like, maybe Christopher stops trying to keep his auras on the board and just tries to preserve some cards? Oh, the Battlefront Bastion.
Yellow.
Yeah.
No, it's a blue.
It's a blue one, yeah. It's really hard to see from here. Okay, so he can protect it. How many cards are left in Jaap's deck? Oh, that's only 5 cards, so...
So this is next to last hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, so many Bastions. Both of these players, they really, really prioritize that in the draft section coming into this
I mean,
one.
this is definitely one of the best cards that you can have in this format. So
sure.
as long as you see some Battlefront Bastions, you draft them.
The blues one are a little bit...
Probably not the best, but if you can get some...
Especially against new, oh my god.
Giving them a free 5 power attack is probably not the best plan.
Oh no, Jaap is losing his precious spectral shield. But what can you do?
Yeah, and they're laughing at it because there's not much that he can do now. Just a spectral manifestation.
But oh, we get a new one.
Spectral shield for 4. Yeah, it's a bigger one. There you go.
That was worth.
Oh, Moon Chakra with the stirred pot.
Ooh, able to
will
prevent
be able to prevent 3.
Can you please shuffle and cut my
shuffle
2
my
cards?
2 cards.
Not used to you every day.
Okay, making a spectral shield.
Yeah, we're playing for time here. We only have 2 minutes left on the clock now.
Yeah,
and that's the game.
Handshake. Very well played by Christopher. I mean, we know this guy is good, but when you're playing like that, and I mean, he was at 20 for most of the game. It was really impressive.
Very impressive indeed.
That was a nice one.
But it's
Oh,
got
I
such a good
almost got
start
out of the
there
frame.
at the start. It was got such a good start there. Like when you get those instants and you're not able to go first, and you're like, well, I'm just gonna present my own cards on your turn, and then I'm just gonna take it from there. And that's exactly what we saw Christopher was able to pull off here.
Very impressive. So we saw so much of these waxing spectre attacks. I don't know. I mean, I'm pretty sure that he has a 3-0 deck definitely in his hand. So let's
really strong. And the 3 visit. Oh my god.
We'll see what happens with the rest of this draft. Of course, I think we'll follow Christopher all the way through this draft. So that will be very interesting.
Let's see how it goes.
We'll go to the interview with Kieran actually and see what Christopher has to say about his first win.
Hello everyone, I'm Mr. Classic. I'm here with Chris, no stranger to the big stage, a world champion finalist. Just want to ask you a couple of questions about the event today and your game you just had. So first up, for part of the Mistveil Draft, did you have a particular hero that you wanted to draft going in, or did you want to stay sort of a little bit open and see what happened?
For sure. Yeah, usually, funny enough, I try to avoid drafting Enigma, but I am usually keen to staying open and reading signals if I can. But just the way this draft ended up, I locked in Enigma pretty early.
Yep, some pretty good early picks with the Waxing Spectre and the drop in the ocean. Pretty nice to start things off. I have to ask, in that game, I saw you're up 20 life to 1 after that epic 3 visits turn. And then as that happens in these games, it started to get a little bit closer, We started to get a little bit nervous once he started to claw that game back and get a bit of tempo.
Yeah, momentum was definitely shifting into his favor. I was a little worried, but I knew that the bottom of my deck was going to be pretty strong compared to his, just because I had already transcended and put a winning vengeance back on the bottom. So I just knew that I needed to keep his side of the board under control, and then things would be okay in the end.
Awesome. Just one final question. What are you playing for Classic Constructed today and why?
I'm playing Prism, Awakener Soul in Classic Constructed, and I'm not too confident in it, but my teammate Austin Somers had done really well with it at US Nationals. And he had been giving me a lot of tips, and we've been practicing it a lot, and it's been going well so far.
Well, I love Prism. Seems like a good pick. Well, thank you very much, Chris. Good luck, and more coverage from Pro Tour Amsterdam coming up very soon.
Back in the booth at Proto Amsterdam, we had the first game of this round 5 of the first round of draft was crazy. Christopher Iaali went 20-1 for the great portion of the game, and then managed slightly to get back into it, but in the end it was too much.
Too much damage, but it wasn't one of those Enigma games where one of the players just had a massive board and was able to overthrow their opponent. It was a bit more like a back and forth game. They had a lot of attacks going on, more than the aura, so it was a very interesting game.
We have, of course, a second match for you guys, and it will be a nice one because that's Nu versus Zen, and from what we've seen, there's only a couple of Nus at this table. So pretty exciting one. It is Shing Tsang on the left versus Tommaso Viscido on the right. Very, very good Italian player. I see him all the time at the top tables at the Italian tournaments. I've seen him also in Warsaw. He had a pretty nice placement also. We saw him at the time. He was part of the Emperor's team from home.
So very interesting matchup here. We have Zen versus Nu. Now Nu likes to play a lot of combat tricks, likes to take their opponents by surprise by playing all of these attack reactions to go over the top, cheesing a bit with like pretending to maybe come in with more, and then your opponent has to decide whether to overblock or not, depending on what the on-hit is effective for. And we see that on display right here and there.
Perfectly set up, because that's a hiss, not something that you can really play around in this situation. So that's 3 damage on this one. And the go again with the slither on top. Oh,
finding the blue on top.
And
also the blue from the earlier block.
Yeah. Sometimes you try to not block with the blues as much as possible, but if the top of your deck doesn't agree with you, sometimes you just lose blue cards or give blue cards to Nu just for free.
Yeah, really interesting play, or really brilliant play, I would say, for Shing. Starting with the beckoning Mistblade, and his opponent blocking with a blue that he then decided to close the chain before coming in with the bonds. So that he was able to get the extra banish there from the blue now laying in the graveyard. It's a very nice play by Shing. Now Zen, of course, is trying his best to just output as much damage as humanly possible. He has the Stride of Reprisals to his disposal, being able to block and get that Tiger.
That's what I wanted to mention.
Turns.
Definitely a very strong card in this limited. And it starts with the harmony of the hand, so that creates a Tiger in his hand.
Yeah, Harmony of the Hunt is one of the premium cards, I would say, because then you can get that Tiger, and you can get it buffed by the Kakara and have some really nice turnarounds.
Of course, then we've seen in Constructed as how strong the deck is, but would you say it's also the best deck in Limited as well, or is that like is that easy to? Is Nu an actual counter that takes it makes it? Sorry. I'm losing my English there. That keeps it in check.
I mean, Nu can present some interesting counterplays with both the Siren's Call and the like, but it's a lot harder to find those powerful Majestics in the sealed format, of course, or in the limited format. But one of your disposals that you can go for is to try, as we see Shing successfully going at here, try to banish as many blues as possible to basically do what Zen does against him, more or less. And I have been doing a really, really good start on that end with all of the blues that it has in its banish so far already. Yeah. But from a damage point,
most of these cards, sorry I cut you off, but most of these blue cards have go again as well. Exactly, so that's really something that can come back to haunt you.
They're not super powerful, but they have go again, which is crucial. Now, Nu doesn't have a lot of ways to find good power turns in terms of her own cards, but yeah, finding these generics, like we see the Gravekeeping, can really help buff up your turns quite a lot. And also great mana curve here with the Beckoning Mistblade costing 2 into Gravekeeper costing 1. Very good utilization of resources.
And to be really efficient, it's the same as in CC, right? Zen needs as many cards as possible in his hand, so it looks like Tommaso is taking things slow. He's happy to block early, with some of these cards that are not as efficient in offense, and just attacking with Tiger, taming Kakara, and the Nimble Strike.
Not having the nimbleism.
I think he has the nimbleism in hand, actually.
And that's unfortunate.
Yeah.
Now I love the addition of the nimble strike and nimbleism in this set because you can really see those wheels sometimes, and you're like, is nobody committing to these nimble strikes and nimbleism? Then I'm gonna do that.
I'll do it.
It's really good in both Zen and Nu, I would say.
Yeah, when you can get an attack for 5 go again, it's always very, very strong in this.
It's not as good in Enigma since the nimbleism doesn't buff your auras, but in both Nu and Zen, you're very happy to see those nimbleism buffing up their attacks. Now the sequencing is the hard part, like getting your nimbleisms before your nimble strikes.
Yeah, sometimes your deck doesn't agree with you, and you're drawing the nimble strikes first, and you're.
I do that all the time. I hate it.
This card would be a bit too strong if it wasn't played that way, if the sequencing wasn't a bit complicated. So there you go. But Nimble Strike is still a pretty strong card. I'm actually playing it now in Blitz when I'm playing Braya, and I've been having lots of success with this deck list. I love it. Just an attack for 5 go again. It's so big.
It's a lot. Now, Nu can also do quite a lot with her attack reaction. Sometimes you can just get an attack for 10 out of nowhere.
So this will be... Is there any way to give go again? Oh yeah, he can guess with the stilettos, but this is basically the only way to give go again to a Bones of Memory. Or unless he has a Slither in hand.
No, that's the hiss that creates the slithers, right?
So there's no...
There's no yeah. So unless he wants to...
Oh, there's a hiss.
Oh, there's a hiss.
Oh, there you go.
Shing hiding it from you.
Oh.
But it's a very red hand, though.
Bite.
Maybe he's just happy to attack with his Venomous Bite and just arsenaling the hiss here.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much he can do if he gets go again on that one, so good enough.
So many pick the pieces here as well from Shing. He just pitched one and then draws into 2 more.
But
really
there you go, it looks like Tommaso kept his whole hand, so Companion of the Claw to start the turn.
Ooh, Cosmic.
Yeah.
I never remember the full name of those, but it's a beautiful addition, and I'm very cool.
And the artwork on that card is amazing. All these cosmic cards, Traverse the Universe, Cosmic Awakening, all these cards look amazing. This is attuned with Cosmic Vibrations.
There you go.
So Companion of the Claw into Untamed. So this will be a pretty strong, a pretty big tiger.
Yeah, buffing it quite a lot here. Companion of the Tiger is not my favorite card because it costs 2, attacks for 4. It's not great, but...
Oh, so not even buffing it with the Kakara. So, there you go. He ends the combat chain with a Battlefront Bastion.
Now, he was in the same pod as the other Enigma players that we saw earlier, and he also was able to find some bastions of his own here.
How many Battlefront Bastions were there in this draft? This is
I want to know.
So many of them. They're already looking at their deck sizes.
Are you decking soon? No, okay.
No? Okay.
Let's see.
This is the thing in this situation. When you force your opponent to block with their own hands, sometimes you can't really make full use of your strides of reprisal at the moment when you need them the most.
No. But that's why Harmony of the Hunt is so good.
There you go, you get a tiger.
Deciding not to transcend here.
Yeah, unless he has a second one, but he hasn't transcended yet. And of course, that Zen hero power so strong and limited.
Definitely.
When you can get the Chi Unleashed out of nowhere. Obviously, one of the strongest moves, most aggressive moves that you can make in this limited format.
A little expensive.
It is a bit expensive, but it's an attack for 2. It's a 2 for 7.
Yeah.
A 7 for 2.
If you have the tiger, which you probably do.
Yeah.
With the Zen ability, getting that tiger from activating Zen, it's. So powerful.
There's a tiger. Oh,
Pouncing
and the
key, also
pouncing
really good
key,
finisher.
Yeah. Keeps a card in his arsenal for next turn, but it looks like Shing kept a lot of cards there. Yeah.
So many reactions here. Shing was able to pop up.
Yeah, his deck looks actually very strong.
But it's only 2 Zens. No, sorry, 2 News
Two
in
news,
this spot.
yeah,
So
probably has a strong deck. Oh, there you go. So now he can block with the Stride of Reprisal. And Desires of Flesh.
and this is a good one to find those attack actions on top, hopefully, if this connects. But it's a blue one. It didn't get the +2 or +1 from the beckoning on here. Or go again. But I believe Tommaso understands that this is not a simple Desire of Flesh for 1.
It never is.
But Shing only has 1 card in arsenal and 1 card in hand. 1 floating.
He's a bit concerned about the number of blue cards that he has in his arsenal. In his banish, sorry.
I would be too.
Yeah. I think he has at least 4 attacks. 4 blue attacks. Yeah, there
Yeah,
you go.
that's
So
a hiss.
He can transcend now if he has a transcend card in hand. Oh, the Battle from Bastion, the blue one.
Oh, that's gonna hurt. Whenever we get there, that's gonna hurt.
Oh, so no transcend?
Just another one.
Impulsive Desire for 3. Wow, another blue card in the banished. He needs to finish this game very fast because at any point Shing-Sen can find just one way to transcend and then he's off to the races.
I would be very scared if I was in Tommaso's position, knowing what was in my banished.
So the incantation creates a tiger and buffs it, and the Kaka buffs the tiger, so that's a big tiger for 4. A nasty cat.
Yeah, Shing saying, I know.
And the fact-finding mission for 6. I love these big generic attacks at the end of the combat chain when you're playing as Zen.
Yeah.
Always very unexpected. You never know if you're going to get a She Unleashed or just one of these Battlefront Bastion or fact-finding mission. Always very strong.
And also the only, like, revealing your arsenal or any of your cloaked equipment can be really useful.
And Shing deciding to get down to 1 there. I think, does he have double trend? Oh. And he has the path well traveled, so he'll be able to get go again on the droplet, attacking for 4.
Oh, this is so
and then
good.
he's transcending, and he'll be able to attack with the whole banish zone on Tommaso's side, which looks pretty beefy right now. I think he's going to be able to attack at least with 5 attacks.
And this droplet is going to get buffed by 2.
Yeah.
So it's now coming for 4.
So it's 4 go again.
Now.
Is there another one? Oh, I think
one
so.
on the top.
Yeah. Oh my God. So
yeah,
now comes the
yourself.
sequencing. Yeah. So first Tenet of Chi into Biting Breeze.
It's only going to come in for 1,
yeah,
but you draw a card.
You draw a card out of it. It's absolutely crazy. This whole turn will be insane. Okay, so stay tuned. We'll try to... This might be one of the biggest turns that we've seen today. Bigger than even actual Zen full power turns.
Shing is like, watch me cook.
Another one. Yeah, I mean, might as well laugh about it, Tommaso. And you know, yeah, the Battle from Bastion is coming at the end of this one too.
Like, it's so
Flex
powerful.
class for 2.
It's so powerful to be able to play your opponent's cards and you don't have to pay for them. So this Battle for Bastion that you typically have to pitch in quite a lot in order to get through, now is all of a sudden a 0 for 5. It's
0 for 5, crazy
crazy.
card. Shouldn't exist, right?
Who made this?
Please ban this. Is there a dev nearby that we can talk about it?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he gets a tiger out of it. Pretty nice.
Yeah, but it doesn't do
And
much
no,
except for
it
buffing this
activates the
breed
breed anger, though. He needed the breed anger, yeah.
Go again.
To
That
get
is
the go again for the breed anger. Nice. It looks like Tsang is pretty used to these game states and being able to create these situations. Oh, attacking with the Mistblade again.
Yeah, capitalizing on the card that he drew.
Yeah, and if it hits, he gets to go again on maybe something like the Battle from Bastion, actually.
Yeah, I think Shing sees the Rebels on the wall
Yeah,
here.
there you go. Wow.
Very, very well played by Shing. Huge
Look at
capitalization
this.
there on the start
Yeah,
turn.
I mean, that combat chain was huge.
You think you can zen? Watch me zen.
Yeah, this is how you zen. I'm the best zen at this table.
But it's only blues, but it's great. So
This
yeah.
was very, very impressive indeed. So we'll take a short break. The guys will be right. I think Erika will be right back with round 6. We'll still follow Christopher Iaali's path to maybe
victory?
maybe 7-0 today.
Maybe.
It should be very impressive, and which
We'll need to
will
see.
put him in pretty nice spot for tomorrow and for the top 8 maybe. So don't go too far. We'll be right back at Proto Amsterdam.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Pro Tour Amsterdam. We've got a game coming up in round 6 of draft, and we've had some absolutely epic games on coverage so far. I'm really looking forward to this one coming up in a second. But before we jump into that, should we have a look at the standings, see who's performing, who's dropping down, Okay, sorry, my apologies. We'll come back with some standings very shortly. So we're going to continue on and cover Christopher Iaali's journey so far. Yep. So no stranger to the big stage, a world champion finalist.
Yep.
See if he can sort of continue on that run. I think it's always nice to try sort of get that 6-1, 7-0 push going into day 2, you think?
Definitely. I mean, it gives you a very good, powerful confidence boost that you feel very good, confident going into it. Probably don't want to feel too confident going into day 2. You're still into it. There's still so many games to go through, so you don't want to lose your way onto the standings when you go to the last days of the day. But I mean, it's always good to be undefeated on day 1, right?
Absolutely. All right, it looks like the game is ready, so we're just going to jump right into the action. Okay, so we have Christopher Iaali on Enigma against David Lee on Nu. We've got a USA mirror match battle. Well, not the heroes, but the nationalities.
Imagine traveling all this way to Europe and still facing your landsmen.
So I'm really excited to see this one because this is one of those matchups where it depends on the players that you ask how it goes. Traditionally, Enigma can be seen as a bit of a difficult matchup for Nu, I feel, because your daggers, they cost 2 resources. You're going to have to try and clear through the wards. What are some of the cards you're going to look for in this matchup on the Nu side that you would like to draft if you were playing against Enigma?
So when you play against an Enigma, you always want those pick the pieces. You want so many pick the pieces as you're able to get. It's probably a very premium pick for you if you're on the Nu side of things. And it's probably the things that Chris is going to try his best to play around, not being able to capitalize a lot on his board states. Maybe try to have maximum 2 auras out at any point in time just to try and dodge the effects of the pick the pieces that is going to basically be anti-ward by all the imagination.
Yeah, because you kind of don't want to present this sort of giant board that can just be cleared by one big pick the pieces into all the attack reacts in the world. You want to be able to have that rebuild option. It looks like we're just going to kick things right off with a Solitary Companion.
Starting off pretty good here with a Ward 3 and the Aura, or the Spectral Shield Aura.
Yep, so I suppose just the one card play, but getting that Spectral Shield set up is very nice just to be able to eat one of these Beckoning Mistblades.
Yeah, and also when you're starting, you always have to think through if you want to present some attacks on your opponents towards your opponent and let them filter towards their first turn, because that can also be a contemplation that you need to take into consideration how much you think that you can push through to get some ship damage through. Quite hard with Enigma, it doesn't have that many party tricks, but if you're on Nu side of things and starting, you can probably ship some damage through in an easy way if you have those combat tricks that can push your attacks over that is hard to block.
Yeah, so it looks like the Beckoning Mistblade is just going to pick up that Spectral Shield here, and we're going to follow up with the Bonds of Memory coming in from David. And we're going to see our first attack reaction of the game, the Venomous Bite. Likely with a Fang Strike coming down on top of that, that will be pushing this up to 5.
Indeed.
And that's going to be able to, unless there's any tricks, clear away that Solitary Companion. We'll see.
Oh, Moon Chakra though. Into a Preserved Tradition.
Ooh, actually,
we don't have any legal targets.
Yeah, slight misstep there. Probably thinking you could Moontracker and Transcend, but as you mentioned, no targets for the Preserved Tradition.
Unfortunate there. But we did have other ways to come through it. One of the few defense reactions that we have at our disposal with the Wash Away.
Yep, so actually forced to pitch towards the Wash Away there. That is, you got to think that's not the way Christopher wanted that turn to go, to be sequenced, but sometimes, if there's small misplay, you just got to keep your composure, move on. It's been a long day of flesh and blood.
Yeah, definitely. Tournament fatigue is a real thing.
Yep, so Chris is just going to go ahead and pitch that Preserved Tradition to come in for 3 with the Solitary Companion. And just having a quick look at the equipment here, while David lines up his block, we see the Arousing Wave and the Undertow Stilettos over on David's side. 2 very nice pieces of equipment to have.
Very premium. I mean, there's only 2 Nus in this pod, so we would expect them to both have the full equipment suite, unless someone hate-picked something along the way, again, from any of these Nus in the pod. But also we see 3 cloaked equipment on the Chris Iaali side of things. We already know what those is, as we've seen him play previously, but hopefully David does not.
Yeah, and we'll keep things in suspense for our viewers. And so, okay, so just going to defend. David perhaps looking to get a little bit aggressive here. kind of like this idea. I'm interested in your thoughts, Erica. So when you're playing on new, when they only have like a small board, so say one card that has water in it, is this where you look to get a little bit aggressive as new, like that this block would indicate with the Undertow Stilettos?
Yeah, surely. I mean, always being able to go wide on your opponent is always presenting a lot of trickiness in terms of how they're going to block. If you can't go tall, you probably want to go wide, as we see here with the Water the Seeds. It's a great kickoff. We also can go quite a bit wide with the Beckoning Mistblade. So if you have a full card hand or a full hand at your disposal that you can pitch into those Beckoning Mistblades, then you can present some really tricky situations for Enigma specifically because they're so tricky to block.
So Chris actually choosing to commit a card here, was curious if he might look to give up that Solitary Companion into the Water of the Seeds, but actually looks to be potentially wanting to keep this alive. So we have the Beckoning Mistblade coming in for 2 here because of the Water of the Seeds. So potentially if Chris has a 2 block, he's thinking, well, I was pretty happy to throw away a couple of cards here.
Yeah, if it doesn't have any of these powerful like Waxing Spectres we've seen quite a lot of,
yep,
then it's probably better off blocking off this turn and try to pull into those Waxing Spectres later on.
Also might want to keep that Solitary Companion just for an on-hit or a little bit of insurance against an attack reaction on the side of David, something that Nu is very well known for.
Decide to cash it in here, though.
Okay, then coming in for the Gravekeeping in, there actually are some good blue targets, and they're going to pick up the Wash Away. I mean, not the best aggressive target, but when you activate Nu, just having that option defensively, being able to play that is pretty nice.
It's quite cool that you can do that as well.
Yeah,
utilizing your opponent's defense reactions in that way.
It's a fun little trick. And Chris going to take 5 damage there, and now we see why. Pitching that Battlefront Bastion Blue to come in with a Waxing Spectre, a card you just mentioned, is one of the powerhouses in the Enigma toolkit.
Yeah, whenever you see that in draft, you're super happy to just head first into Enigma in your pod and just be like, yeah, I know, I understand. The Enigma is open.
Yep.
One of the premium picks inside of the Enigma, apart from the Majestics, of course.
Now, David here, now it starts to become like a little bit more tricky on when to block and when to hold your hand, because I feel this is a card that you want to do absolute best to clear as quickly as possible on the side of David.
Definitely, and that's where the Beckoning Mistblade is going to be very, very handy, because they're super awkward to block from Christopher's side of things. So if he has 2 blues to his disposal, he's very happy to probably present those Beckoning Mistblades to try and pitch through some pokes.
Yeah, I did spot out a Blanche in David's hand. Couldn't quite catch the color there, but that could be a card to watch out for too.
Definitely.
The on-hit, very annoying to play against, I think, for all 3 classes in this set.
A very premium rare, I would say. Blanche having an on-hit that basically shuts down your colors.
Yeah.
Is quite good in a set where a lot of things expect colors to happen, like the Vax Inspector, for example. If you pitch a blue card, stuff happens.
And good luck transcending.
And that too. So it's a very powerful card in this set.
So David really taking his time on this decision here.
He's just going to take it.
Yeah, and I like this because I think, as you were pointing out, a really nice play pattern here is being able to go Beckoning Mistblade into Beckoning Mistblade, these 2 annoying instances of 1 damage, and then present something else, like maybe an attack with an attack reaction backup bluffing, or just 1 big attack.
Yeah, basically presenting the question, how much do you want to capitalize to keep this Wax Inspector alive?
Okay, kicking things off with the
Bonds of Memory?
Bonds of Memory looks like, yeah, and one thing to keep in mind is the Undertow Stilettos, so this could be a whole lot of things. We could see something like Hiss, into a Slither, a Path Well Traveled, but just having the boots online here makes this decision just that much harder for Chris, I feel.
Yeah, Hiss is one of the trickiest cards to play around, because if you're expecting something to come tall, then yeah, I can block 6, but if you have a Hiss, yeah, there's going to be something more coming up on this.
Okay, choosing just to defend for 3 here. Also the Arousing Wave, just sort of hanging heavy over the game.
Ooh.
So an Intimate Inducement going to be played here.
I love this card. Ooh, he saw the 3 visit on top.
Okay, so actually committing the Undertow Stilettos here. And one thing to keep in mind is all these cards that Chris, these stealth cards that David are playing that Chris is defending, these cards are getting banished, so that's sort of stocking up the banish zone later on as well.
Yeah, capitalizing on the Skybody Kakoi here to cover up this Bonds of Memory, not letting that hit come through.
I'm going to follow up with the Impulsive Desire here, which is actually a pretty good one against Enigma, who tends to run probably more instants than most.
Ooh, and the Battlefront Bastions. We saw so many Battlefront Bastions inside this pod.
Oh, well, and the Tide Chakra comes down to push this up to 6. Oh, and the Evasive Leap is there to cover it up. So Chris is just saying he really wants to hold on to this Waxing Spectre. And he's prepared to, give up some equipment.
Whatever it takes.
Yep.
And he has the right tricks to do exactly that. This Evasive Leap is coming in clutch here for Christopher.
So the Waxing Spectre going to swing in for 4 here, 2 resources available. Now, I feel if you're Chris, are you pretty happy with how that turn cycle just went?
Definitely. I mean, everything just went your way in terms of I still have cards in my hand that I can push on this offensive. I still get to capitalize on my Wax Inspector coming in for 4.
And how about a second copy of Waxing Spectre? So
pretty good.
Not actually being able to get an attack with that one. It is a blue one, so perhaps it's something he's willing to give up. And we just see the fact-finding mission red being played down here. 1 resource available, so potentially threatening the Fang Strike off the arms here, the Arousing Wave.
Yeah, I hate to be in that position to stare down a fact-finding mission, but we have some good blocking capacity here. We have the 3 visits as well.
So it looks like there's a couple of Battlefront Bastions, not very good at blocking together, but, by themselves, pretty solid.
It's one of the things that I sometimes forget about, that the Battlefront Bastions has to block on their own in terms to get the Prevent 1 effect active.
I made that mistake plenty of times at the office. So
Here I would know.
So Chris just weighing up here. I think it's that constant dance on Enigma, isn't it? Like, when do I protect the board and when do I give it up? So choosing to just lay down a 3 block currently looks like he'll be giving up that Waxing Spectre, red, and is happy to do so.
But that is what is so good with these auras. They're so good on the offensive, but they can also help cover up some life totals on yourself when you use them to ward.
Yep, just going to go ahead and pitch that Battlefront Bastion, and again, like you mentioned, just the density of these, having so many of them, they're so great at blocking Beckoning Mistveil in particular. You block the first dagger, you kind of shut off the damage on the next one, or just leaving up that additional prevention, carrying on to another link. Just going to come in for 2 here, followed up by, you know what, another Battlefront Bastion for 6.
All the Battlefronts in the world. I've never seen so many Battlefront Bastions in a pod ever.
Yeah. So actually quite a lot of big attacks here. Are we at the point in the game yet where both players are starting to consider fatigue and number of cards remaining?
Probably. We banished quite a few from Christopher Iaali's deck at this point in time.
And I think that 3 visits is something we're going to have to keep an eye out for later on in the game.
Definitely. If we're David, we're probably making sure to keep track of the pitch stack there. Yeah, we're just going to give up that Wax Inspector. No questions asked.
Ooh, and Persuasive Prognosis. Let's see if there's any follow-up to go along with this. Yeah. One of the Majestics from Part the Mistveil. A very popular one for all the new players out there.
Also in Classic Constructed, of course.
Mm-hmm. So you have just this little attack for 1, but again, that Arousing Wave is just making it very, very annoying if, potentially you're thinking I want to flip up a Keikoi or like any sort of Ward 1 card. And also floating the 1 resource, potentially threatening an attack reaction here. Are we going to see one?
Oh, Tide Chakra.
And that's the second copy of Tide Chakra that's come down.
David really loving those.
Yep, so currently pushing 1 over. Wasn't able to line this up with the Transcend, but still, hey, 1 damage is 1 damage, plus the on-hit from Persuasive Prognosis. Very nice here.
Yeah, the game plan here from David seems to be trying to get this on-hits as much as possible to just banish as many cards as possible. You can't really play those as new. Of course, you can play out those blue auras at your disposal, but they're not great.
Yep, we see
you can't attack with them. So
yeah, we see a bit of a chuckle from David there as in response to the hit trigger, Christopher's said, you know what, I'm just going to play down 2 auras. So still managing to banish, it looks like an Essence of Ancestry off the top there. So, chipping away cards from the deck. And the thing is, for Enigma as well, like, yes, Chris was able to get down 2 auras, but it feels quite relevant to me that he wasn't able to attack with them the turn that he played. Is that something that you're generally looking to do?
Definitely. But I mean, if the only playables are to basically dispose of your hand on your opponent's turn to neglect some on-hit effects or to get some more value out of them, absolutely, that's the way to go. That's why it's so powerful to have these instants at your disposal. It creates so many different lines and possibilities to you. So you can definitely use these now to have a more defensive capability instead. And hopefully, if you can keep those around, it can be very powerful.
So the Intimate Inducement being pitched here to get the Beckoning Mistveil in for 1. Are we going to see an equipment used Yeah, so it is the truth retold here. I really like this play because you have the Ward 1 to stop the dagger, and you're also getting that blue into your pitch zone for things like the Waning Vengeance.
Getting some cards back in your deck.
Yeah, also very important as well. And there's just meaning as well that you're able to have 2 resources available for other plays, and also if your Waning Vengeance dies, you're now just ensuring that you're getting that Spectral Shield.
And now you have that blue, exactly, so the Waning Vengeance is going to have extra value on top of that as well.
It looks like there's a Haze Shelter in Christopher's hand here, so he could be looking to set that up towards the end of the turn, potentially as another equipment face down, if that's an Uphold Tradition, for example. Maybe looking to get very aggressive and flip that up.
And another evasive as well. Chris has really prioritized those D-reacts.
The man has all the defensive tools, doesn't he?
Definitely. Feels like he has all the bells and whistles, both the aggressive, lovely cards that are the Wax Inspector, so many red ones that he was able to pick up, despite being 3 Enigmas in the pool.
Oh, and actually, just going to go ahead and give up that Waning Vengeance just to a dagger, and David says, you know what, if you're going to do that, I'm going to come in for 6 with his Nimblism and Ardent Desire Body. And the Spectral Shield here just protecting against that Arousing Wave. We'll see if David actually wants to do that. No, he wants to hold that up. Which I really like, because as soon as you give up the Arousing Wave, that threat is no longer hanging over their head the entire game.
And the Spectral Shield doesn't have Go Again, so it doesn't have the little counter that is required in order to get the Go Again. But we have tricks to solve that problem.
Yeah. I did wonder if he's going to look to get aggressive with the Haze Shelter, which I believe he has in hand, but this just lines up so nice if you're able to attack with 2 and to attack for 4.
Yeah.
Just start putting like a bit of that life total pressure on David.
Definitely capitalizing a little bit on your offensive value. Uphold Tradition being so good at doing exactly that. Presenting an aura that doesn't on face value have Go Again, just being able to like flip the Uphold Tradition, give it that +1 counter, and all of a sudden it does Go Again.
I'm just going to follow up that Spectral Shield attack with an attack for 4 of the Wax Inspector here. And critically as well, Erica, I feel the Uphold Tradition just being able to blank out the first Beckoning Mistblade must feel pretty good for Chris here.
Definitely. I'm super happy to see an Uphold Tradition in my Enigma deck. It's such a powerful card.
Now, you mentioned pick the pieces earlier when we were talking about cards that New would like to have here. As we move into sort of the mid to late game, it feels that Chris is starting to establish a bit of a board presence. Is this where you think David needs to start really breaking through before it gets a bit overwhelming?
Perhaps, but I still like those 2 wards available. You could still capitalize a lot more on those pick the pieces if there was more board available. I said 1 to 2 board auras is probably where you want to sit as an Enigma against the New, so you don't over capitalize on those auras that is then gonna block for basically 0 as soon as you get presented with that pick the pieces that is gonna be hard to block. So. But still, having these Beckoning Mistblades is also going to be very hard to block.
Yep, and Christopher choosing to give up the Uphold Tradition into that first Beckoning Mistblade here. Ooh, and we got Drop in the Ocean to preserve Tradition. Now we're getting the Transcend, and getting the -1 onto that Beckoning Mistblade, just fully blanking out that attack. Very, very nice for Chris here, and getting double Transcend. He's going to be able to start utilizing that hero ability to build more and more board presence now.
And getting that Bastion back into his deck as well, just capitalizing a little bit on getting those cards back into his disposal that he can use again later to withdraw the game a little bit longer.
Yep. Now the flip side of this is David does know that Chris has 2 no blocks in hand. Are we going to see an attack reaction here? There are 2 resources floating. Ooh, it looks like a yellow Venomous Bite.
It's going to be a +3 with the Fang Strike.
So pumping up to 6. Currently this is threatening the Waxing Spectre. We'll see if Chris is pretty happy. He may be happy just giving that up here. He does have the option to sort of make a shield end of turn with the hero ability. Do the same on his turn. Actually, okay, we're going to see the Arousing Wave.
Wow.
David looking to get very aggressive on this turn.
You know what? I want those wards gone, and I want them gone bad.
Yeah. And I actually quite like this play because he has identified that Chris in this spot is going to go, look, end of turn, make a shield. My turn, also create another Spectral Shield. You kind of don't want to be facing down 3 of those, because then you start giving the really good efficiency pitch a blue attacky for 6. David identifying that and saying, I'm not going to give you that. So
really capitalizing on those Fang Strike, the Arousing Wave coming in clutch here.
It still has that cloaked head available. So we'll see if that changes the math for Chris here if he wants to. Okay, nope, just going to choose to go ahead and attack for 2.
Yeah, still playing patiently, not overcrowding the board with the various auras, not that he was able to this turn, but playing really patiently, making sure that he only protects the auras that means the most to him in order to present some offensive capabilities here to put Nu on the defensive, hopefully.
Yep, and the defensive power of Chris's deck is actually starting to go down. We're seeing a lot of Chi, a lot of Transcend cards pitched, but I think one big thing to keep an eye on is that 3 visits that we saw pitched earlier. Really wanting to line that up with all the blues.
Definitely. That can be a really spiky turn.
One thing I've seen, Erica, that David's put a lot of emphasis on this game is trying to get in those double attacks with the Beckoning Mistblade every turn.
Yeah.
Now, to me, I quite like it because it feels like fatigue is so relevant. Is this one of the reasons he's trying to do that, making sure he ekes out every point of value in his deck?
Yeah, and also making some awkward situations for Christopher, because blocking 1 is really awkward unless you have those equipment that blocks for exactly 1, or if you have like the Bastions that can block for 2 and 1, so you can basically protect yourself from both daggers with only 1 attack.
I hate blocking for 1. Even when I should, I'm like, I don't want to do it. I don't want to give you that satisfaction.
Just do it.
Okay, so we see a Bonds of Attraction looks like coming down. 1 resource floating, very much repping an attack reaction here. Christopher does have that 1 Spectral Shield available, 4 cards in hand.
And he has some Mystic cards that Nu would love to play with.
And also the Bonds of Attraction, very nice because you get to banish the top card and a card from their graveyard. So, David, I'm sure, has taken a look at their graveyard previously, looking for some nice targets here.
See what he can find. And an Intimate Inducement again. Being able to look at the top and see basically and orchestrate what it is that they would like to block with.
Yeah, so really valuing the banish here. Oh, it actually picks up the Waxing Spectre.
Oh, that's huge.
That is a really nice find here.
Not what Christopher wanted to see here.
And was that a... Oh, it looks like a Winding Blow blue banished as well, but again, it's a blue. It's nice.
It's a 0/4 2. So, doesn't have go again, but there are ways to fix that. If you're new and playing them.
And actually choosing to banish the Waxing Spectre from the graveyard as well, the blue Waxing Spectre. So he's going to go ahead and gain a life there. Really, really nice tempo swing from David there. Being able to pull out a card from deck which blocks for 0 because it's Waxing Spectre, which is fantastic there.
Oh, we see the 3 visits now.
Okay, so the 3 visits come down. That's going to swing for 6 pitching 2 of the Battlefront Bastions. Man, I think on David's side as well, he'll be eyeing up those Battlefronts saying, I want to banish those. So, I mean, pretty good on offense coming through for 6, but it actually gets quite difficult to protect getting those blue cards into pitch, so we'll see. I mean, I have to imagine Chris would have loved to make this for 9, perhaps making a Spectral Shield first off the hero ability, then coming in for it. But maybe just understanding at this point in the game, I've got to start pushing more damage.
And this is the pivot point.
Yep, if we look at the cards remaining in deck, David has about 4, by my count, Christopher somewhere around 4 to 6-ish.
Interesting that they're still pretty much on par, considering how much David has been able to banish at this point.
I guess David with the additional cards in hand, maybe make that math a little different, yeah.
True. You know what? I'm just going to take it.
Okay, and David just saying, no problem, I'll drop all the way down to 2.
Because that's one of the tricky situations that you end up in these games, where you're presented with these auras, they're still going to stay on board. If you use your cards to block, then what are you going to do in order to get rid of those auras in the end? So sometimes the right way to do is just take that damage and cut your losses and try to present as much offensive power as possible in order to get rid of them.
Yep, even choosing to pitch the blue, big blue sky. So did have the defense reaction available there and saying, yeah, I'm just going to go for it. And I like this here, like put some pressure on the 3 visits. Don't just let it sit there on board, trying to get push through it with a 2-card hand. Probably know at this point that Christopher quite likely has something like a Chi or a non-block card in hand.
And now also in a situation where Christopher doesn't have any equipment available to him, so there's no like one of those prevent 1 block cards available to him anymore. So these Beckoning Mistblade is going to be even harder to play around now from Christopher.
Okay, yep, so 4 cards left in deck for Chris and 4 cards in hand. So it looks like they're pretty much dead even on cards left in deck.
Interesting.
And there is, like, just spotted out the grain that tips the scale in David's hand. That could be huge in this matchup.
Also being able to push your Beckoning Mistblades.
Yes, the Battlefront Bastion is sitting there in Chris's hand. Must be pretty tempting to put in front to block here.
Definitely. Yeah, Christopher is having a think here.
really, really critical decision point, because you look at the life totals and go, hey, I'm up 10-2, but I feel that's not the metric at this point in the game. It's about, do I have the cards left in deck to close out this game?
But also, you really want to play those yellow bastions.
Yeah.
But at the same time, you also want to really keep this 3-visit. The problem is that with the 3-visit, you probably want to have at least 1 or 2 blue cards in order for the 3-visits to make a dent of some way.
Oh, and the drop in the ocean just being played out without Transcend, it looks like. Just saying, I mean, hey, it's a card deck that defends for 1. It keeps up my 3 visits for 1 more turn.
He's going to give that Transcend card away.
And Desires of Flesh.
No, Desires of Flesh, never mind.
So Desires of Flesh here, I mean, 3 cards in hand, you are really repping the attack reaction here.
Yeah, we have the full shebang.
And just the blue hiss coming down, so... Okay, no, the Grain Tip's going to follow this up as well, so coming down for 3. Now, if Chris has something is able to pitch to his hero ability here to get that 3 visits up to Ward 3, that would be a pretty nice turn for him.
Definitely. But at the same time, we do have the go again. We do have the Transcend card available to us. New activation seems to be on the horizon here.
Yeah, I mean, the new activation, really good here. We saw at least Waxing Spectre, plenty of other cards in the graveyard as well. Hasn't managed to banish out those blue bastions, but like they're coming at some point.
Yeah, but if this Desire of Flesh hits, then we might actually be able to find one of those.
So Christopher just using the hero ability to get the clean block out there, and here comes the Blanche we were talking about earlier in the game, coming through for 6.
Now Christoph is sitting at 10. He could comfortably take this Blanche. The question is, do we want to take this on hit? Yes,
yeah, very happy. Said, look, I'm going to drop down to 5. And I like this play. Your opponent's on 2. Like, if you have a chi or any sort of attack, you most likely just don't care about this on hit. So you say, sure, like, I'm going to come back, try strip ideally 2-3 cards from you.
Exactly.
We'll go from there.
With this Bastion, it's pretty good.
The Battlefront Bastion pushing through for 6. This is going to say, hey, give me 2 cards, at least.
Let's see what we can do here.
I think a lot of it is going to come down to, like, if David's going to be able to line up the new hero ability to get rid of those blue bastions, because that is such a good endgame for him if he can line those up.
Definitely. But it looks like Chris has 4 cards left in deck. With that Vax Inspector, he's going to probably draw into those 2 bastions that he has left there.
Yeah, so he must be getting down to something at least a couple of chi and some Battlefront bastions down there.
Yeah. Now David is thinking, what are my outs?
Yeah, because David has a chi coming up. I mean, he has 2 cards left in deck, so we know that for sure. So defending this out for 6 here. And what are we going to see from...
Art of Desire.
Oh, and it looks like he has the Transcend card in hand as well. Maybe a Stir the Pot.
But it doesn't have go again.
It doesn't have go again, but this might be threatening a Bastion or threatening something. Basically, I think just threatening the card off the top of the deck is what matters here.
Yeah, it's just a Stir the Pot. You're just going to shuffle those 2 cards.
So might want to just activate New here in order to, banish a card off the top.
Yeah, go for a game where you try to deck your opponent out is also a way to do it.
And what we mentioned earlier as well, what's really cool is now he has Chi remaining in deck, but he might be able to pitch them on his own turn to get things like the Wash Away, the Waxing Spectre. I mean, he can actually play the Waxing Spectre out, which is kind of cool here.
Ooh, grabs the Chi.
Yep, so there we see the Bastions actually in hand. And I think Christopher very aware of where this game is going and doesn't want to leave those remaining in deck if at all possible.
Yeah. Yeah, 2 Chi.
Okay, so I actually elected not to play out the Waxing Spectre there. I mean, fair enough, you can always do it on your own turn if you're planning to defend here. In fact, actually, with Wash Away, it might even be better that way to get the full value. That would be a pretty sick play. So now we're going to have another little look at the targets.
Yeah, very interesting from news perspective to see if there's anything we can actually do here. But we have quite a few Mystic non-attacks here. Not going to do a whole lot on their own.
Yep, sure would really like to line those up with a couple of blue attacks as well.
Yeah, Christopher, luckily, sitting on those blue bastions in hand.
But I really like this from Chris here, because it looks like he has 2 cards left in deck, so he's going to drop that Battlefront Bastion and never leave it exposed, essentially.
Very smart heads-up play
This is
here.
going to come down to the wire. This is really cool. So David with 3 cards left in hand here. Christopher Iaali
Presenting lethal.
presenting lethal. Once he draws up, no cards left in deck from either side.
But if he can only block 3, this might be it.
So Chris really eyeing up that wash away. And can he pair that up with the Waxing Spectre to maybe survive here?
Is that the play around we're going for here?
Yep, so he's dropping the Waxing Spectre. That is Ward 1.
We just want to stay alive, and we're doing everything in our power to do it. And the defense reaction, of course.
Yeah, and then the wash away is going to get
There you go.
Going to get the bonus here. Yeah, exactly. So this was really cool. So that's why he didn't play the Waxing Spectre last turn, because he knew the wash away was there from right at the start of the game. So I'm going to play the Waxing Spectre, make sure I can pump this up.
Exactly. Very heads-up play here by David.
And no go again on that Battlefront Bastion, and there's actually another blue Waxing Spectre as well. Really, really good here. So
I'm
now
going to put up a wall.
So now David has access to the Chi in hand as well. Let's see what he wants to make happen with this. So we know there's at least a blue Wounding Blow, a number of other cards that he skimmed through very quickly, so it's hard to get an eye on, but we're about to probably see in a bit more detail.
Yeah, there's no cards left in deck, so there's not going to be any banishes happening there, but yeah. First Tenant of She here.
So it looks like first Tenant of Chi Wind into first Tenant of Chi Tide. So go again and +2. So going to come in just a casual 4 go again on the Wounding Blow.
It is something. Chris is looking what it could be a possible follow-up here.
It looked like there might have been like one more blue aura in there as well.
Yeah.
So we know David has big blue sky in hand as well, so he's going to be able to follow this one up with a Beckoning Mistblade at least.
It's not much, but it's something.
Yep, so interesting, not choosing to lead with a Beckoning. Okay, so coming in for... What a crazy endgame. This is why people love...
Flesh and Blood.
Yeah, I love Flesh and Blood generally. Love part of the Mistveil Draft. Games like this, like holding the Waxing Spectre to get that wash away, crazy
These are
stuff.
so tight.
And coming in for 1. So Christopher Iaali now, he's down to, I believe, what, a Battlefront Bastion, a Chi.
Mm.
And that might be it. Maybe one more card.
He can play Spectral Manifestation, but he already has auras on board, so it doesn't do much.
He's like, actually, let me have one more look.
You know what?
Yeah, because that looks like a single-minded determination.
Exactly.
Spectral I mean, this makes a Spectral Shield. That's great.
Does it, though?
It just doesn't get the counters, so yeah.
Oh, it doesn't get the counters, right.
So yeah, this Manifestation will get the shield and single-minded determination. So now he's up to
So
ward.
now we have a wall.
He's to ward like 5.
wall. And Chris Iaali be like, okay.
So creates the Spectral... So this is getting crazy close. So the shield for 2... That could take out 2 wards. But David Lee does... Yeah, but David Lee does have the big blue sky, plus multiple chi here. But the question is going to become, are there any targets left for his new hero ability? And are his daggers going to be able to get there?
That might be the out we're going for here.
Yep, so choosing to give up the single-minded determination, the Ward 2 is eaten up by the Spectral Shield. So we have Ward 3 available on board. So the big blue sky, I mean, if David wants to, he could get that up to 3 if he wants to pitch a chi.
Probably Bastion is only going to come in for 4. There's a blue. Oh, we do have the haste shelter in the arsenal. But he's going to be able to block 3. He's going to be able to take 1 and still keep his whole hand.
Yeah, now it appears, and actually this doesn't have go again, so you're absolutely right. So David could choose to go to 1 here and go dagger, dagger to clear those, but is he going to win the end game? This game could not be any closer.
I mean, the Bastion is going to cover up the daggers quite comfortably, but that is also one of your most offensive cards that you have left at your disposal. So you don't want to block with that one, probably.
Yeah, but actually 1 card left in deck for Christopher here. I mean, maybe it's consideration for David if he wants to banish that last card.
Yeah. Minds are spinning. as we try to find an out.
So
2 minutes left on the clock.
Yeah, both players deep in the tank at this point.
Definitely.
This is such a tight end game.
Imagine being 6 rounds into a day, and this is the mind flip you have to go through in order to pull up a win.
I don't know about you, Erica, but I'm glad I'm casting and not playing this game. This is a tough one.
I'm pretty happy with that too.
So, looks like David's considering using New here to banish that last card. Also pumps up the big blue sky to get that up to 3 defense. And critically hitting that chi to stop the double chi endgame. Very, very important.
Very heads-up play here.
Now, the downside to this thing is that you can't dagger twice on this turn. So, I mean, actually, you could let all your stuff die and go to 1.
Yeah. I think that's what we're going for here.
Yep, so 3 will die, drop down to 1.
Creating a new one. Before ending his turn.
Okay, so the Battlefront Bastion, is this when it comes into blocks? It's very, very good here.
Is that what it comes down to? 50 seconds left on the clock, though. It's going to be tight. We're going to have to end this game sooner or later.
And it looks like Christopher might just have just enough to get that. Is there anything left for him? Anything left for David in the... Oh, there's another single-minded determination. Okay, actually choosing to commit that down instead of the second dagger here.
Interesting.
So it does mean Christopher Iaali is going to be able to attack for 2 into 2 into 4.
Pretty good.
And that may just be enough.
Pretty good. Especially when you don't have a hand that blocks for stuff, then that is going to be it.
Yep, and he gets the fist bump. And wow, yeah, we see Christopher just chuckling away to himself there.
What a game, what a game.
That is just one of those games that goes to show, I think, the importance of reps and practice and knowing, like, absolutely everything that your deck can do. Every single little point of value there from both players, and it just came absolutely down to the wire. One of my favorite games of the day.
I mean, it's so impressive to see these players coming into round 6 of a long day tournament after a draft, like being able to still stay on top of their game and able to play this amazing games for us. It's very, very impressive.
You just feel it's like one of those games that a player makes a single mistake anywhere in the last like 4 or 5 turns, and suddenly the game that you could have won is gone, and maybe that's the end of your Pro Tour journey. So that's what separates the good
from the line here.
Separates the good from the great, and a huge congratulations to Christopher Iaali for taking that one out.
Yep.
So we're just going to head to another winners interview with Chris, and that should be coming up in just a moment.
Brian Gottlieb here with Chris Iaali. Chris, coming off an absolute nail-biter. I saw you sweating the whole time. When did you feel like you finally had things in control?
Yeah, it wasn't very clear until maybe about 2 turns before the game actually ended how it was going to turn out, but we barely got there in the end. So
It seems like your deck is kind of built to play these long games. From my perspective, it felt like you were playing towards the long game from turn 1. Pitch stacking, I saw the 3 visits, hit the pitch zone very early on. Was that your plan in this matchup?
yeah, I think my deck is built to go long. We have the Preserve Tradition to put the Battlefront Bastion on the bottom of the deck. We recurred some important auras with the helmet, and so yeah, I think we're planning to play a long game every round. So.
Really impressive stuff thus far. It looks like for your perfect, unblemished Day 1 Pro Tour finish, you're going to have to take on Francesco playing Zen. And we know both Francesco and Zen fearsome matchups across the limited table. How are you feeling about your odds?
I feel okay. I feel like my deck will do okay against Zen. We have 4 Battlefront Bastions, which are very good against the weapon and the Tigers. So we'll try to build a board and protect it.
I like the plan. I like how Chris Iaali's playing so far here at Pro Tour Amsterdam. We're going to take a brief break, and we'll be back with more action in just a moment.
Welcome back to the booth here for the final round, round 7 here at Pro Tour Amsterdam Ponkage. It has been a jam-packed day, plenty of CC, plenty of draft rounds, and Chris Iaali continues nail-biter after nail-biter win. We're not done with him yet. We have one more match we're going to bring you as he continues his quest for 7-0. Why don't we check in with the rest of the players in this tournament, see how standings are breaking down after that 6th round. There you see, right now, there are 6 undefeated left. And look at that spread of heroes. We have a Prism, we have a KO, we have a New, we have a Levia, we have a Riptide, and then another New.
Only one repeated hero, just the 2 news. 5 different heroes in our undefeated bracket right now. Talk about a diverse metagame. And not only in CC, Brian, also in draft.
Yeah.
2 Enigmas, 3 Zens, a New. And even we also got to look at the draft breakdown across the field. Almost perfect split across the 3 heroes.
Y'all can't see me right now. I just turned my back to Ponkage so he may pat me on it. Because as a game designer / developer, you dream about that kind of balance. You want to find that balance whenever you can. It's not easy, I'll be frank. And I don't think we should expect to achieve it every time out the door. But it does seem like Part the Mistveil is a limited format, really delivering on that limited balance.
I also really like how there isn't too much of a bias to playing your CC hero in the draft. Like if you look at the news, our 2 undefeated news at 6 points, one I'm playing Enigma in the draft, one I'm playing Zen in the draft, just showcasing how you really need to be adaptable in the draft format to be able to succeed in it. You cannot just say pick your comfort pick. You know, we've seen in the past before, oh, I'm playing Fi in CC, I'm just going to default to Fi and draft as well. Now, this format, you have to know how to be open. You have to know how to draft all 3 heroes.
I think you're exactly right, and that's shown again amongst that spread. It's going to be shown in this match as well as Chris Iaali on Enigma tries to take down Francesco Giorgio on Zen. This is a classic MST matchup. We've seen it so many times now. We're going to see it one more. We're ready to head down to our feature match area to find out who's going to go 7-0 on day 1 of Pro Tour Amsterdam. There on the left-hand side, you see from the USA, it is Christopher Iaali. And on the right-hand side, it is Francesco Giorgio from the UK. Of course, these players rich with accomplishments. Chris Iaali, a world's runner-up, famously lost to Michael Hamilton, was playing Briar, just edged out by that seemingly undefeatable titan of the game during that time period. Francesco Giorgio, calling winner, was really, really deep at the last Pro Tour as well before things kind of hit a wall a little bit.
Yeah, I remember he beat Arthur Trehet actually in one of the draft rounds.
Yeah,
one of the day 2 draft at PTLA, but unfortunately didn't quite make it to top 8. But this match, though, I am so looking forward to it. Now, Zen versus Enigma. Normally, when you hear about this matchup, you say, Enigma has no shot. Zen will just, run over the Enigma. I think in CC, that's a little bit more true. But in draft, though, I mean, there's so many different archetypes across the different heroes. And, of course, it's also draft. There's, you're just a bit lower power in general. I can totally see Chris Iaali coming out on top of this match.
I just want to talk about deck construction. We sat and watched Chris Iaali draft his deck for Battlefront Bastions in it. And I think that's so critical for stopping those annoying breakpoints from Zen. Really doing a good job shutting down the Tiger Taming Kakara. If you're able to leverage them effectively, you can protect those auras, you can play the slower game plan, and you can actually go ahead and control Zen's aggression.
4 Battlefront Bastions, 2 red evasive leaps, the chess piece, the Kikoi and the chess piece as well, along with Uphold Tradition and Truths Retold. Chris Iaali definitely has the tools he needs to be able to stem Zen's aggression and keep his board around. However, on Francesco's side, I don't believe we've seen much of his list so far, but for him, the name of the game is going to be breakpoints. One thing about Chris's list, though, he's lacking those Sigils of Solitudes. He's lacking the full armor suite. So 4 and 5 power breakpoints are very, very tough for him to deal with. We also know he lacks, he lacks a critical mass of shield generation as well. So the more breakpoints that Francesco can threaten, the more likely he'll be able to bust through Chris's board.
Yeah, that is going to be the name of the game. Break those auras. Shut down the ward of Chris Iaali. Get the momentum rolling and never let up. You do not want Chris to go ahead and get set up in the arena.
Looks like 3 cloaked equipment coming out from Francesco's side, so not going to have the mask, not going to be able to recur, a critical combo piece.
Chris Iaali all about the illusionist today. Prism and CC. Enigma here. Very, I would say, well-ranged player. I believe played Viscerai at Pro Tour LA. As I mentioned, Briar previously. I kind of don't associate Chris with any particular deck. I just think he's capable of playing absolutely everything.
He also was playing Maxx for a while, and I believe he's also a Vincent.
Played at Worlds, if I recall correctly. The Worlds that he did not finish in the top 8.
Yep. Also a Levia player.
Yeah, win at the AG events on Levia.
Looks like Francesco did flip over the mask, so he was just putting it face down as they did the start of game procedure. But he does have the mask, so we'll be able to recur combo card if he chooses to.
A pretty nice start here for Chris Iaali. Solitary Companion coming down, kicking things off with a Spectral Shield on that turn 0.
Very, very strong. Not only is that board state, it is also able to stop a critical breakpoint, as we spoke about. Like, that'll be the challenge for him against a Zen. Getting to keep your board through breakpoints, but already starting off with a shield on the board. This is looking to be very, very good for Chris Iaali. Speaking of breakpoints, I also want to point out the 2 drops in the ocean that we know his list has. When you draw both of them together, they do so much work.
Yeah, really effective for stopping any go-wide turns that Francesco may be able to muster. Francesco just really cementing himself as one of the limited experts in this game. I've watched him draft so many times now. Again, I think just willing to play his seat, maybe leans a little aggressive, I would say, but really comfortable doing whatever's necessary to go ahead and take down the draft.
You know what isn't comfortable, though, Brian? Playing a Harmony of the Hunt without pitching a blue for it. Just a bit of a no blue hand on Francesco's side. And
multiple yellows shown off here on this first turn for Francesco.
Yeah, and we know there were 3 Zens in the pod, so, this could potentially be one of the results of that. When you're one of 3 Zens, sometimes you just don't have the resource base that you need. Another yellow coming out.
Well, this is a weird one. Like, actually, this isn't all that bad. You actually get the benefit of the yellow aspect of Tiger Soul, and I feel like you don't want the yellow one in your deck because it's so bad. You don't want to combo with other yellow cards. Francesco saying no problem, and I wonder if maybe finding a different take on Zen with all these yellows available.
To make use of the Tiger, though, you would need to swing the Kakara, otherwise the Tiger's just coming in for 0, so...
That would leave without an arsenal, for sure. Interesting decision to be made.
Either way, looking to be quite inefficient is Francesco over here. Did manage to clear the board, though, and get first blood here.
Yeah, and then it is going to be an activation of that Kakara. 2 more damage offered, and that means the Crouching Tiger is able to go ahead and do its thing with a +1 buff. Chris Iaali taking a little bit of damage there, but keeping a very full grip. Not really Enigma's game plan, not usually trying to play these massive hands. I wonder what Chris is up to on this go-around.
You have to be nervous when you see Chris do that if you're on the Zen side. What you should be expecting is an aura with Go Again into a big attack. Because that is what Enigma loves to do. They want to play the aura, and you have to take the damage because you need to clear the aura, and then come at you with like a big Battlefront Bastion or something like that.
We've got step 1 of that equation, Pankaj. It is Waxing Spectre coming in. Has that +1 counter, so it is going to get Go Again, and Francesco says, I'll take 4. And unlike Chris Iaali's other matches, this one looking to start at a breakneck pace, and you called it exactly. Yellow Battlefront Bastion coming in 4-6, and Francesco reaches for the pen once more. Going to fall down to 10. Needs to find a way to find some aggression. With no arsenal, it's very worth noting, Pankaj, because these games can snowball very quickly. More yellow cards from Francesco.
Yeah, looks like he might have been in a bit of an awkward seat during the draft.
Yellow Flex Claws as the follow-up.
Wow. Yeah, very, very yellow-heavy deck there from Francesco's side. And, he was forced to take all the damage from Chris Iaali. And once you see the opponent has a red Waxing Spectre with a +1 counter on it, that is Enigma's ticket to being able to use a big hand always. I mean, red Waxing Spectre is just absolute premium board state piece. You have to get rid of it. You have to just take the damage to try and threaten it. Yellow Flex Claws before Yellow Nimbus is coming in for 5. Awkward breakpoint, as we spoke about.
A lot of points of value left out on the field via these yellows thus far for Francesco.
Yeah, that's so far 5 yellows we've seen in the first 8 cards of his deck. There was a yellow pitched the previous turn, 2 yellows in a yard, 2 yellows in a field right now. That's not a great place to be for your draft deck.
Chris is ready to start doing some work on the defensive side. Finds a clean block. Follow up Tiger Taming Kakara here. Really working hard to protect this Waxing Spectre. You can understand why. No Arsenal available yet. And good instincts there from Iaali. Protects his ward very, very well. And with Francesco already at 10, this is quite a threatening aura out there in the arena.
Swinging with it twice, that is already more than enough value that you could hope for. As long as you get the ward 3 from it as well, that's 10 points of value from your 1 aura piece. At this point, Chris would be happy to let go of it as well if he is forced to do that. Francesco, of course, accidentally putting the Kakara in the graveyard. So currently a weaponless Zen.
One of my favorite moves, just going ahead and tossing my weapon away. I'm not going to need this. I'll just reach for it like an idiot a few turns later and then stumble around my graveyard.
He's flexing is what he's doing. Saying, I don't need a weapon. I can beat you without it.
And more damage headed the way of Francesco. And I hope this time we find that pop-off turn. We do know, I believe there's a Transcend card in Arsenal, so maybe having access to that Zen hero ability this turn. And finally, that full hand, that 5-card grip, pitching a blue, getting away from those disgusting yellows on this turn. Let's see what the payoff is. We know Zen can go absolutely massive, and I think Francesco's going to have to on this particular turn.
For sure. Not only is he 10 life behind, he's also, a red Waxing Spectre behind as well. So effectively 13 life behind is Francesco over here. Red Flex Claws coming out.
Finally.
Solid start.
Finally, some reds getting in the mix. And a breakpoint. Coming in for 4 is this Flex Claws.
We saw Iaali pitch a drop in the ocean on the previous turn. I have to wonder maybe if he has another one.
There we go.
The car's back in Zen's hand.
Turn.
For one decision Enigma has to make is when do you flip up your equipment? When you start cashing that in for those to deal with those breakpoints.
Just going to go ahead and deploy Wash Away defensively here. Does have that blue defense reaction. That's going to allow Stir the Pot to do its thing, create the first chi of this match. Enigma hero ability now online. Stir the Pot. My pick for best art.
It is very, very cute. I am a fan.
It's so hard to say that, though. There's so many beautiful pieces, but it's just so charming.
Yep. It also feels like the art just keeps getting better every set as well. People said about part of the Mistveil, but then we start seeing Rosetta spoilers and the art around Rosetta, and everyone's like, wait, this is gorgeous art as well. How do they keep doing this?
And look, critical block here from this Battlefront Bastion, doing exactly what it was designed to do. 2 defense on the Tiger Taming Kakara and a point of prevention floating. Ready to do its thing against this Crouching Tiger, which was coming in for 4, going to be covered up, though, by the prevention in addition to that evasive leap.
Yep, Iaali showing us that he has the tools to deal with the breakpoints. The Kakara. And
so a misread from me here. It is going to be a Rising Tide out of Arsenal here, not a Transcend card. So this turn continues.
No blue card played, though, so just coming in for 3, threatening the Waxing Spectre. I mean, if he, he doesn't get the +2, but if this Waxing Spectre goes away, Francesco will be happy for sure.
And I think if it doesn't, this is close to over. And a sigh of relief has to be breathed on Francesco's side. Does clear that troublesome aura. Iaali going to be forced to rebuild a little bit, but does so effectively with the use of Uphold Tradition here, shifting into a bit of that Protect the Queen mode on the Spectral Shield.
And being able to swing with it for free is Iaali coming in for 3 and, already has 1 ward in the form of the Uphold Tradition to be able to protect this shield from breakpoints. And once you have a shield with a couple of counters on it, now Enigma has a win condition of just protect the shield, and you can give up your entire hand to protect the shield and still swing with it, which is what makes a shield with counters so incredibly, incredibly powerful in Enigma.
Talked with Chris between rounds. Was feeling the sweat as we expected Ponkage during that draft. Knew he was in trouble after Pack 2. Found all the goods in Pack 3. Basically perfects. Exactly what he needed to complete this deck. And is now playing for 7-0 at the Pro Tour. And once again, Francesco just forced to go ahead and take some more damage. Has to come back now with 4 cards in hand. Blue pitch, thankfully. One more time.
Oh, starting with a blue Tiger Form incantation, unless he's transcending off of this.
Doesn't have to be a disaster. It could be a benefit, actually.
Yep, unless he's transcending off of this, this could be rough. But if he's transcending off of this, then we could see some real fireworks. And that's what he's going to need to get over the Uphold Tradition and the Spectral Shield and the 4 cards in Chris Iaali's hand to block.
Plenty of defensive options at the ready. Looks like Evasive Leap. I think I saw a drop in the ocean.
I saw a drop. I couldn't get a read on the 3rd card. I believe I saw another 3 block. I think a Single-Minded Determination. Yep.
Okay.
Single-Minded drop in the ocean. Oh, Moon Chakra. Oh my god, that is an incredibly defensive hand from Chris Iaali's side.
That's a good setup.
Mm-hmm.
That is a good setup for sure. It's going to put Chris into the tank for a little while as he assesses defensive options here. They are plentiful. There's Ward. There's just clean blocks. There's Instance. Yeah, going to kick things off with that Moon Chakra.
Yep.
And it is going to combine with this drop in the ocean to effectively blunt this Tiger Taming Kakara.
Chris just has the Enigma deck with the answers for all these breakpoints. We saw the Battlefront Bastion in a previous turn. We're seeing the drop in the ocean now. Moon Chakra, 3 damage prevention, still floating, and he still has 3 cards in hand. 1 damage. Here's what you have to expect. Maybe he's just going to put a chess piece out. Or convert the chi in his hand to a shield to protect the current shield. Oh, does Tiger's come in for 2? Because of the
benefit from the Kakara as well as the incantation.
Yep. So maybe just absorbs the Moon Chakra with that.
Okay. Yep. Seems fine. We do have a Transcend here, though. I think this is another bit of reprieve for Francesco. Feels like something he really had to have in this scenario.
Now, does he have a good enough combo card? Does he have a red Chi Unleashed? That would be the perfect card here. He's
yellow once again. Cursed by these yellow cards.
Yeah. That's what happens when you're one of 3 Zens instead of one of 2. And Chris Iaali, one of 2 Enigmas, showing us, the real benefit of that.
I think Iaali was of one of 3 Enigmas as well. It was 2
okay.
news in the pot, if I recall correctly.
Okay. Well, able to cover this up, not even needing to use the Chi in his hand to make an extra shield because this is a yellow.
I can forgive you, though, Punkage, for getting that wrong, because this is a very well-formed Enigma deck. It looks like the type of deck you would see if there were 2 Enigmas at the table.
Yep. And now Francesco has to start committing blocks, which is not where you want to be. Okay, I suppose you could just give his hat and put back the Chi Unleashed, and Chris Iaali can make a shield with the Chi and not swing with it.
That's fine, but Chris has so much life to work with. It just feels like infinite at this point. Just absolutely flush with resources. We know Zen not going to disrupt you in most instances. We have seen Blanche, I believe, from Francesco's deck.
Looks like life totals were a little wrong and updated. So Francesco's actually at 4. Goes all the way down to 1, presumably, from that 3 damage shield.
Yeah, follow-up Spectral Shield here.
No, going down to 1. Did flip over the chess piece, so does have an extra Blade Blake 3.
Okay, let's see what he can make of that. You mentioned, Punkage, these chess pieces can be hard to take advantage of, but if you get them online, unquestionably powerful. A lot of value rolled up in that chess piece.
You almost wonder whether he would prefer that to be the Chi one, because in this moment, he wants to be aggressive rather than defensive. But, he'll take what he can get. So, the extra 3 block. Yeah.
I think the Chi one is the best one, frankly. That is the one I look for more than any other of these 1 life cloaked pieces. Tiger Taming Kakara starts things off here. Yeah, and it is just going to clear these Spectral Shields. And this is what you get to with Enigma when you challenge life totals like this. You can now just use your life total as a resource, set up, and try and get wide on the next turn, hit some breakpoints, and make things very awkward for Francesco.
And at this point, when you go wide enough, or you set up a board state and send a Battlefront Bastion, for example, you will be taking cards. Francesco no longer has a luxury to keep 5 cards to try and send offense at your board.
Yeah, and Biting Breeze going to hit as well, and I think this is going to go ahead and get Crouching Tiger into the banish zone, meaning this turn can be expected to continue.
And the Tiger would be buffed by the Kakara, so wouldn't be just a 0 damage Tiger. Looks like our players are just clarifying something real quick with the judge.
I have to say, if my opponent just chooses to accept damage from a Biting Breeze with a full grip, I'm not optimistic about my chances. That's usually something you want to stop. You usually put a clean 3 block in front of it. Being at 1, Francesco's in a very, very vulnerable position.
Still has 4 block on his armor, and depending on what the arms piece is, could potentially have a 5th piece of block there as well. But you have to imagine if Chris is holding all those cards.
I was hoping Francesco was going to take the time to doodle for us here. Drop a nice tiger, but taking the simple path instead, just writing Crouching Tiger. Coming in 4-1 one more time. Breed Anger. Okay. Turn's looking nice thus far.
Making another tiger. Currently no way to buff that, but potentially might have something like a growl or something to be able to buff that.
And if you're Chris Iaali, you're just saying, just don't offer 8 more damage. There's no way you have 8 more points, right? Looks like Biting Breeze one more time. Yep. 3 damage accepted here. And finally, Combat Chain going to be scooped up and closed. And I think that bodes very poorly for Francesco. It feels like he had to get over that hump of offering lethal on this turn. It was always going to be a tall order. But now, what does Chris Iaali have for the clapback? Going to kick things off with Spectral Manifestation. As we said, Pankaj, this critical for just going ahead and getting that go again. And we're seeing it pay dividends on this turn, despite the fact that it's the weaker blue version.
Francesco really needed a turn like that earlier when Chris was protecting that Waxing Spectre. Unfortunately, came a little too late with for Francesco. He was drawing all those yellows early on, just the dregs of the deck, you know.
Haze Shelter. Break point. Attacking for 4 here. And you see a little nod from Francesco here. I think he's saying, I may not need that one, to be honest with you. Things are not looking great over on my side. Does have equipment to cash in, though.
Will put back possibly that Yellow Chi Unleashed as well, but will he have the space or the Transcend to be able to get that back?
It's a good question, Pankaj. Look, the life total is getting low for Chris Iaali. Does have some ward available, though. If he's able to pitch a blue card on this turn, defensive options get way, way better for Chris.
If there's a board state on the Enigma side that you have to deal with, Haze Shelter is probably one of the ones that you're happiest to try and deal with because of how awkward it can be for them to actually get full ward 4 from it.
Drop in the Ocean, I believe, in hand.
Yeah, and a 3 visits and a Waxing Spectre. Only 1 3 block in Chris Iaali's hand, actually. So it might be awkward to keep this around.
Okay, do we have a window here for Francesco? Nimble Strike kicks things off. Okay, Nimbleism going to be banished. We saw yellow Nimbleism earlier in the game. That's a great start to this turn. Lethal.
If the ward wasn't there, yeah.
Lethal. I see a 5 in the top corner, Pankaj. I see a 5 out there in the arena.
And Chris has 3 no blocks. He's cooked. So 5 go again from Francesco over here. So Chris needs to try and figure out if he can get the value from the Haze Shelter that you want.
I want to point out a potential complicating factor for Chris Iaali here. I don't know if it's going to matter. I don't know if it's weighing into his calculations right now. Did pass a Maul at one point in the draft. And I think that's a card you want to keep track of in these scenarios because you're trying to just say, okay, all this damage, very predictable. I know what can happen. Maul's the card that kind of throws it on its head. And in most scenarios, you're not going to play around Maul. You just say, you know, if they have it, they have it. But you saw it. You know it's out there. Did it get to Francesco?
That's an incredible point, Brian. I actually completely forgot about the Maul as well. And yeah, you have to wonder, a player of Chris Iaali's caliber, he has that in his mind, I'm pretty sure. He tracked that and he's saying, it's a possible combat trick that was around the table. My opponent might have it.
Yeah, is able to pitch into this Truth Retold, and that critically buffs that Haze Shelter, going to buff it to Ward 4. And now it's become a real defensive option as well. Buys back one of the premier threats in the deck.
Ward 4 on the Haze Shelter, also Ward 1 on a Truth Retold as well. So converting
that Spectral Shield around.
Converting that 1 card in his hand into an extra 5 block effectively. Cleanly covering up the Nimble Strike.
Follow-up of Kakara here. Still pressure here from Francesco. We know that's going to be backed up by a Crouching Tiger in Arsenal. And 1 more card in hand.
And Chris with 2 floating has actually just set himself up really well to just play this Waxing Spectre in his hand.
Yeah, 1 comes in. Here is that Crouching Tiger from Arsenal. And it was a quick no block. Look, I think that card could have been the Maul. I think that was untracked. There was no hesitation there. Just, Waxing Spectre is coming down. And look, Waxing Spectre makes it safe, right? You have
also the chess piece.
Yep, chess piece as well.
would have made it perfectly safe. But yeah, so Iaali gets to swing this Waxing Spectre. This time, no armor for Francesco. Now we're going to need to see real cards from him.
This one has gotten close, Foulkes. Francesco's done a nice job from a very big hole, whittling away at Chris's life total. I feel like Chris is still in the driver's seat, but Francesco not giving up on this one, fighting for every point he can find after a somewhat anemic start on the back of a bunch of yellows.
Looking like he's preparing to give 2 cards for his Waxing Spectre, though. Which isn't great. That tells us his arm piece isn't the Keikoi. It isn't a 1 damage prevention arm piece. If it was, you'd imagine he'd just snap use it here for the breakpoint.
You would assume so. You can mask that a little bit. Should you have 2/2 blocks, you keep the possibility alive to some extent. Critical to make your opponent play around those effects.
And there is 2/2 blocks, so yeah, you could definitely be right there. Yeah. Another ward piece coming down though for Iaali's side, and ward 2, ward 3 in the Waxing Spectre.
And now you're doing that thing where you're demanding cards, you're keeping wards out there in the arena, you're able to protect them with the cards in your hand, and things are just going to get harder and harder for Francesco as time goes on. More and more cards will be demanded from hand if Iaali can just go ahead and find effective blocks here.
I normally love Untamed, but definitely not when it's the blue variety. It's when it's a little... Just Francesco just not getting the colors of the cards that he needs at the correct times. Like when he had his big pop-off, Chris was able to just take it all and redevelop a board. But he really needed that pop-off when Chris is trying to protect the board.
I believe Chris has already said no defenses here. Yeah, we are going to go ahead and move 2 damage. That's going to clear up that Essence. And then looks like Passover is the follow-up here.
Okay, so is able to play the yellow Chi Unleash. Still has, 2 floating, and will have a Tiger that's buffed from the Untamed as well.
Pretty good.
Yeah,
pretty good turn.
This is exactly what he needs.
This is why this man is a master of these limited formats. So good at getting every bit of value you possibly can, never giving up, making the most of bad cards. I think that's what really makes limited players shine, when they can find that combination of yellows. We saw the yellow Nimbleism empower that Nimble Strike as the game went on. That type of deck building, that type of drafting really separates the best of the best when it comes to limited.
Speaking of best of the best, when it comes to limited, Iaali showing us how valuable 3 blocks are in this Enigma list. That's so many times in this game has Francesco needed Chris to not have that many 3 blocks as he did, and he just was able to cover up the yellow Chi Unleash like twice, just very, very cleanly. No need for weird ward shenanigans, no block 2s there, just 2 cards.
Players have my left there. Preserve Tradition comes down the turn after the Passover.
And this is looking to be like the beginning of the end for Francesco over here.
Beautiful follow-up here with this Waning Vengeance, and that's going to claim the whole hand. And now the route is well and truly on. 2 auras remain out there in the arena, and that is just going to get the handshake. And Iaali moves to 7-0 at Pro Tour Amsterdam.
The Illusionist class really treating Iaali incredibly well today. 4-0 in CC on Prism, 3-0 in Draft on Enigma.
You see why, though. Looks so comfortable, not only in those games, but in the draft process as well. Took his time, went ahead, took the risks when he needed to, and found a really solid Enigma deck. Good enough to take down a pod of great players and get that 3-0 result.
Was incredibly bailed out in that pack 3, as we saw, but that's the sort of drafter you have to be. You have to put yourself in the position where you get bailed out in these future packs, and Iaali just showed a masterclass on that.
Couldn't agree more. And that brings us to the conclusion of round 7. And that means we need to check in and see where our standings are at. Who has made it to the end of this first day of Pro Tour Amsterdam with an unblemished record. And thus far, 3 players remain at the top. Iaali, we just saw, move to 7-0 on Zen. Etienne Baroulet. I tried, my friend. I parlais un petit peu de français. I will have Roman come in and do it very well at some point. But representing as well on new, and then Gabe Scher also on new, 7-0 thus far.
So 2 undefeated news rounding out day 1 of Pro Tour Amsterdam and 1 undefeated Prism in the hands of Chris Iaali. This is shaping up to be such an incredible meta game. But let's not just focus on the undefeated. Let's also move on to our 6-1 bracket. Lots of hero diversity over there, starting with 2 Brutes, KO and Levia both, and then a Riptide as well, Brian. Very, very spicy pick for the meta game.
It doesn't get any less crazy as we head to the second row, as we have our first Bravo appearance there of 5 Bravos in the tournament. I believe maybe 5, 6. Something like that. Only 1 up here at the top tables, but sitting at 6-1 thus far. And then we have a whole host of what should be really, really familiar names to folks out there who have been following Flesh and Blood for a long time. We have Bartosz Zemba, Fino Black. We have Sebastian Grondel, Christian Hauk. All of these players, top 8 competitors previously. So no shortage of absolute killers left in the field at these very top tables.
Matthew Dilks as well, pivoting to a very, very different hero choice than what we're typically used to, playing that Kano today at Pro Tour Amsterdam.
Yeah, only 1 loss to a Riptide actually. He said he blew it. He said he made a mistake on his combo. And look, Dilks has not been playing Kano for a long time. Despite that, I'm sure he has a billion reps. He's just a prep guy. He knows his decks inside and out, but did have a bit of a misstep. And that remains the only blemish. That means you clean up your play a little bit on day 2. Maybe you're punching a ticket to a Pro Tour top 8.
I went and inquired about that because I was shocked that the Kano lost to a Riptide. And yeah, it turns out, I mean, Kindle lines in paper can, mess even the best Kano players up a little bit. And that's exactly what happened. Kindle was missequenced, played a little too early, didn't get the draw off of it. But, despite that 6-1 for Matthew Dilks, there's also a 6-1 Dash IO that we just passed as well. We saw Jaap pilot that very effectively against Matthew Foulkes. But here we're moving on to our 19th and onwards place. A few more 6-1s to talk about here, 2 more news, another Zen, and an Uzuri as well.
Yeah,
Brian.
I love to see that coming from Japan as well. Shoma Yamamura doing a fantastic job representing the old school Assassins at 6-1 on Uzuri. Very exciting to see. And of course, there's 2 players we can't pass over in that 6-1 scrum right now. How about Yuki Lee Bender, of course, top 8 at Worlds last go around. We just saw Shing back on the last page of standings. Oh, excuse me, Shing's a little bit further down there in 23rd place. So both of those players very famously top 8ing Worlds in Barcelona. And of course, Pro Tour Baltimore champion Michael Fung right there in 21st place. So it's going to be a murderer's row of matches tomorrow. Even as you go a little bit further down, we have Shing. We have Pudding Tam, also World's top 8 competitor. There's so many big names. Vespa still in the mix. Yuanji in the mix. So many talented players that are going to be battling at these top tables as we come into tomorrow.
And that's just one of the things I absolutely love about these events. You walk into the room and you see so many familiar faces, so many faces that you have seen on stream, win their nationals, top 8 Pro Tours, and you just walk and see all of them in the same room. You see all of them on these standings, so many recognizable faces. It's one of the marks of how mature our game has become, that you walk in the room and you just see so many people with so many different results, because we've had 5 years of amazing competitive play.
Yeah, a lot of history being built for this Pro Tour now, but a lot more history to be built, Pankaj. Of course, we have our final Swiss rounds tomorrow. We're going to come back. We're going to do Pro Tour Top 8 Sunday. There is no better day on the calendar than Pro Tour Top 8 Sunday. I live for those high-stakes matches to find out who our next Pro Tour champion is going to be. You're not going to want to miss 1 second of it. Make sure you are here bright and early tomorrow morning. We're going to bring you 3 more rounds of draft. We're going to bring you 4 more rounds of CC as we march to our Top 8 here at Pro Tour Amsterdam. I can't wait. See you tomorrow.